A single crimson ripple fractured the placid surface, a prelude to the coming storm. Beneath an ominous sky, life spilled across cold tiles, marking the true cost of power. Then, a cold indifference stepped into the crimson tide, unburdened by its grim stain. A solitary figure, bearing a cryptic emblem, stood silently amidst the falling petals, a harbinger of untold chaos. Before a hallowed sanctuary, an army gathered beneath a sky weeping crimson, oblivious to the storm within their ranks. Yet, from the center of this gathering, Dong Bongsu's mind fragmented, a bewildered sound escaping his lips. A profound crack echoed the shattering of his memories, as Dong Bongsu gazed upon Mount Hua's utter ruin, a far cry from the place he once remembered. As the Shaolin leader offered a solemn Amitabha, a chilling quiet fell, heavier than the devastation around them. The Wudang leader's fury erupted at the demonic desecration of Mount Hua, but the Qingqing master's gaze sharpened, sensing an unseen horror approaching. Amidst the strewn corpses of the annihilated, a solitary, dark silhouette stood as the chilling architect of the carnage. Each deliberate step echoed the unnerving silence, a predatory tread upon the blood-soaked earth. As the rustle of his bloodied robes marked his departure, Dong Bongsu mused on Mount Hua's annihilation, the devastation his own mind had wrought. Then, the Wudang leader's voice sliced through the tension, recognizing the impossible, a plum-blossom swordmaster, presumed dead, now standing before them. With eyes glowing an infernal red, Dong Bongsu acknowledged the massacre, a chilling whisper affirming it was the work of one. A powerful crimson energy erupted, signifying a devastating impact. The Shaolin leader, his voice fraught with alarm, commanded his forces to their positions, desperate to block the oncoming assault. A violent explosion tore through the air, scattering debris and red energy. Silhouetted against the crimson glow, warriors charged forward, their forms blurring with desperate speed. The Qingqing leader grimaced, his sword raised, locked in a brutal struggle. Dong Bongsu, a red-lit shadow, struck another figure with overwhelming force. The enraged Wudang leader, sword drawn, challenged the unseen attacker to reveal himself, a furious whoosh of air accompanying his words. Then, a foot stepped chillingly close to a severed head, lying abandoned on the bloodied ground. Dong Bongsu revealed himself, holding aloft a severed head, a macabre message to the assembled army. He began to list their factions, Shaolin, he uttered, then, Wudang, recognizing their prominent leaders. Qingqing, he continued, Namgung, coldly acknowledging the presence of each martial house. Dong Bongsu, bloodied and smirking, scoffed at their numbers, proclaiming they had quite a crowd. The Qingqing leader roared for him to silence himself, as the combined might of the Murim stood ready. The Wudang leader, his face contorted in rage, demanded to know the identity of the butcher who committed such a massacre. Dong Bongsu, calm and indifferent, revealed his purpose while standing over a severed head. He had come because Mount Hua was rumored to be the strongest. With a cruel smirk and a fresh splash of blood, he dismissed the rumors, finding their strength wanting. The Shaolin leader's mind reeled in horror, wondering if the severed head belonged to Mount Hua's very own sect leader. A bloodied sword moved with violent speed, signaling the renewal of conflict. Dong Bongsu challenged the assembled forces, asking if they were stronger than Mount Hua, since they had all sworn there together. A piercing cry of "ACK" erupted from the Wudang leader, his eyes glowing white from the impact. The Wudang leader, consumed by vengeance, swore to kill Dong Bongsu and appease the souls of Mount Hua, as the four leaders charged, their weapons glowing with power. Dong Bongsu calmly observed their combined assault, confirming his twisted expectations. A disturbing smirk spread across Dong Bongsu's face, his eyes wide with a psychotic pleasure. Suddenly, Dong Bongsu's face appeared in a real-world setting, wearing VR goggles and grinning maniacally, a chilling break from the virtual battle. With a soft click-clack, his hands meticulously removed the VR goggles, pulling him back from the simulated Murim. He let out an exhausted sigh, slumped on his sofa, his handheld console still clutched in his grasp. Dong Bongsu, rubbing his neck, pondered if the coordinated attack had been too much for him, even in the game. His hand carefully placed the VR goggles next to the Murim Online game box, marking the end of his session. A recently developed virtual reality Murim game, Online, had garnered protests for its extreme violence and realistic dismemberment. Yet, Dong Bongsu, a faint smile on his lips, admired the game, believing, there's really no game quite like this. While watching a news report, Dong Bongsu contemplated a more quiet approach for his next virtual session. Breaking news flashed across the screen, CEO No of Dido Industries was missing. Dong Bongsu mused darkly that assassination seems like a good choice, too, a sinister thought escaping him. From the shadows, Dong Bongsu watched as CEO No, barely visible and bound, mumbled desperately to be spared. CEO No's face, bathed in a harsh blue light, contorted in abject fear as he pleaded for his life. Oh, right, Dong Bongsu realized, a flash of recognition as he glanced at the news image of CEO No. His hand reached out, deliberately grabbing a long metal rod, signaling his grim intent. CEO No, beaten and cowering, desperately whimpered for his life, as Dong Bongsu loomed over him with the weapon. Tears streamed down CEO No's bruised face as he continued to beg for mercy. Dong Bongsu mockingly asked if he should spare him, then struck him brutally, eliciting a painful gasp. CEO No screamed in terror, insisting he had done nothing to warrant such a brutal kidnapping. Dong Bongsu violently kneed the cowering CEO No, delivering further, punishing blows. Despite his pain, CEO No raged at Dong Bongsu, questioning how he could inflict such violence, while haunting photos of his own past victims covered the wall. Dong Bongsu coldly told CEO No that his suffering was deserved, for if he hadn't done anything, he wouldn't have become his prey. Distorted by fear, CEO No wept, claiming to be reflecting on his actions and begging for mercy. Dong Bongsu, delivering another brutal blow, pondered if the phrase, "spare me," was becoming tiresome. Dong Bongsu's face, illuminated from below, twisted into a chilling, cold smile. His eyes glowing red, Dong Bongsu continued his relentless assault, finding CEO No's pleas increasingly tedious. A terrifying split image contrasted CEO No's agony with Dong Bongsu's menacing, almost demonic, expression. With a guttural "Argh," CEO No was sent recoiling from another powerful impact. Dong Bongsu stood tall and menacingly over the now whimpering, defeated CEO No. CEO No's hands, tightly bound, highlighted his utter helplessness. Sharp, dark objects flew through the air with explosive force. CEO No, his face snarling, then stood defiant, threatening Dong Bongsu and gripping a large hammer, his eyes now glowing red. Dong Bongsu, eyes burning, vowed to kill him, initiating a rapid and forceful exchange of blows with his sword against the hammer. CEO No's face recoiled in surprise and pain from an unseen, powerful impact. Dong Bongsu delivered a devastating punch, cloaked in destructive red energy. The protagonist's punch connected squarely, creating a violent, purple energy burst. CEO No gauged, his face contorted in agony, a "gack" escaping his throat. A figure was violently thrown across the scene by an unseen, powerful force. Dong Bongsu delivered a powerful kick to CEO No's midsection, sending him flying. CEO No crashed to the ground with a resounding impact. Defeated and bruised, CEO No lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. CEO No whimpered in terror, desperately crawling away and pleading for Dong Bongsu to stay back. His face a mask of pure terror, CEO No shrieked hysterically that he did not want to die. CEO No's arm reached out in a desperate plea towards a beam of blue light. He finally collapsed, slumping against the wall, defeated and illuminated by a stark blue light. CEO No's eye twitched uncontrollably, a sign of extreme duress or unconsciousness. CEO No lay defeated amidst a horrifying display of mummified figures, as Dong Bongsu stood watching in silhouette. "Who hunts those carnivores?" a chilling narration declared, as Dong Bongsu, eyes glowing red, walked menacingly towards the tied-up CEO No, who screamed in terror to stay back. CEO No screamed in a mix of rage and fear as another punch violently splattered blood from his face. A violent impact or the forceful movement of an object occurred. 3 police officers entered a dark doorway, their arrival signaling official intervention. A group of police officers marched into the dimly lit room, their footsteps echoing. A police officer burst into the room, shouting, "Don't move," finding Dong Bongsu standing over the defeated CEO No. The police officer, his face partially obscured, addressed the protagonist by name, Dong Bongsu. The officer, gun pointed, informed Dong Bongsu he was under arrest for kidnapping and confinement. "And murder," the officer added, as Dong Bongsu wondered how the police found him, just before a gunshot abruptly rang out. The police officer sternly warned Dong Bongsu not to move, emphasizing that his gun was loaded with live rounds. Dong Bongsu's red glowing eye peered from the darkness, observing a fresh bullet hole in the wall. Dong Bongsu faced a tense standoff against the armed police officer and his squadron. With eyes glowing red, Dong Bongsu mused that the current situation is quite similar to the overwhelming battles he faced in the game world. A chilling smirk spread across Dong Bongsu's mouth, hinting at a dark, unfolding plan. The police officer, pointing his gun, challenged Dong Bongsu, perplexed by his unnerving demeanor. The officer revealed CEO No's heinous crimes, stating that the pathetic man before them had murdered 6 women. The police officer, disgusted, further detailed CEO No's atrocities, describing his torture and photo-taking of victims, as CEO No screamed in terror. Dong Bongsu stretched, yawning nonchalantly, casually stating that the mummified corpses displayed were also murderers. His red glowing eye gleamed as Dong Bongsu mentally categorized them as beasts, carnivores that hunt ordinary, innocent people. He then justified his own actions, believing he was just the hunter who catches those beasts. Dong Bongsu's intense, red-eyed gaze conveyed his unwavering, unsettling resolve. The terrified CEO no hysterically pointed at Dong Bongsu, urging the police to shoot him instead. The police officer calmly asked, "Is that so?" implying skepticism as he lit a cigarette. The officer, with a stern and unyielding gaze, declared his duty-bound perspective. He saw only a psychopathic killer who kidnaps and murders people. Dong Bongsu's intense, wide-open eye reflected his internal turmoil. Frustrated by the police's inability to comprehend his perspective, Dong Bongsu sighed, realizing he really can't communicate with them. With a swift swoosh, Dong Bongsu violently swung his metal rod, initiating an attack. "Freeze!" the police officer shouted, firing his gun. Dong Bongsu moved with blinding speed, a white blur trailing behind him. A bullet struck Dong Bongsu, causing a bloody impact and a burst of red energy. They couldn't believe, Dong Bongsu thought, as his body fell through an ethereal blue space, a newborn whose world confined to a game was now born to a new world. Falling through a luminous, otherworldly space, numerous figures including Dong Bongsu descended towards Murim Online. A splash of water, a gasping breath, and Dong Bongsu, wide-eyed and bewildered, realized he was alive, despite distinctly hearing the gun go off. An old man in traditional robes expressed surprised skepticism, finding Dong Bongsu still kicking after believing him dead. Dong Bongsu's eye glowed red, hinting at his current state or a lingering connection. The old man, exasperated, muttered about this little brat. The old man's hand roughly grabbed Dong Bongsu's arm, a forceful gesture. The old man angrily confronted Dong Bongsu, scolding him for the immense effort it took to drag him from the marketplace. Dong Bongsu, his eyes glowing red and tears streaming, menacingly asked if he should just kill you for real right now. With an exasperated whimper, the old man declared he was done and walked away, leaving Dong Bongsu slumped and appearing diminished. Dong Bongsu's red glowing eye pulsed in the darkness, a mysterious and unsettling light. Dong Bongsu knelt, silently watching the old man depart through a doorway. With a subtle rustle of fabric, Dong Bongsu rose, observing the old man walk away into the distance. Dong Bongsu screamed in agony as purple energy engulfed him, his body contorting in a painful, disorienting transformation. Cough. Damn it. My body. Dong Bongsu cried, coughing violently as he felt his changing form. His hand tentatively reached out, touching his transformed body, in confusion. Dong Bongsu's eye widened in shock and confusion, bewildered by his new physical state. His hands explored his midsection, his fingers tracing his now visible ribcage. This body. Dong Bongsu thought, observing his emaciated form and glowing red eyes in horror. He questioned the origin of the countless scars covering his chest, a testament to a history he did not remember. Dong Bongsu looked out a window, observing his new, unfamiliar surroundings with a contemplative sigh. I know exactly where this place is, Dong Bongsu realized, his eyes intensifying as he gazed upon a distant, traditional East Asian city under a full moon. Dong Bongsu, kneeling and wide-eyed, uttered in disbelief, the Murim. The emaciated Dong Bongsu knelt alone, illuminated by a single beam of light in the dark room. Clutching his head in despair, the emaciated Dong Bongsu was overcome by emotional turmoil. He finally collapsed onto the floor, his body resembling a discarded heap, blood pooling beneath him. A tear of blood streamed from Dong Bongsu's red glowing eye, a painful mark of his tragic transformation. My wish has come true, Dong Bongsu thought, shedding a tear of blood, as the text identified him as, player, Dong Bongsu. Welcome to the world of the truly strong, Murim Online, the narration declared, as Dong Bongsu's skeletal face split into a maniacal grin, his red eyes burning with terrifying triumph. Dong Bongsu's foot scuffed the grimy stable floor, a sound swallowed by the dim, heavy air. A horse exhaled a soft puff of vapor into the stable's still air. Dong Bongsu hunched over his endless, dusty chores, indistinguishable from the stable's other beasts of burden. The abrupt shout of "Hey, so Sam," cut through the dim stable as Machel burst in, his arrival jarring the silence. Dong Bongsu, startled, stumbled over his words as he acknowledged Machel's sudden appearance. Machel, holding his hand over his nose in disgust, ordered Dong Bongsu to follow him immediately, revealing his contempt for the stable's stench. Dong Bongsu stammered, hesitant, questioning if he truly had to leave his unfinished work behind at that very moment. A sharp impact struck Dong Bongsu's face, contorting it in pain. Machel glared, his stern face demanding obedience, making it clear he was giving orders, not making requests. Another blow landed as Machel reminded Dong Bongsu of his place within the Danri clan, calling him a stuttering orphan. Machel, towering menacingly, gripped Dong Bongsu by the hair, reinforcing his status as a mere slave. Dong Bongsu's eye widened in a silent scream, tears or sweat blurring the edges of his terror. An older man stood behind a counter in what looked like a weapon shop, observing another man from afar. The old man questioned why only Dongo had arrived without Machel, his concern evident for the heavy task ahead. Dong-o, smiling slyly, explained that Brother Machel was once again indulging himself at the Bangyang Inn. He concluded with a dismissive gesture, indicating Machel was simply having a drink. The old man, looking weary, noted that moving the large amount of weapons with just 2 people would be difficult. A gleaming pile of various swords and weapons lay waiting, far too much for so few. Dong-o grinned, proudly indicating another, perfectly good, means of transport. Dong-o struck Dong Bongsu on the back, mockingly calling him a beast of burden. Dong Bongsu coughed violently on the ground as Dong-o demanded to know what he was doing. Dong-o's face twisted into a menacing grin, his eyes glowing red as he ordered Dong Bongsu to start moving the weapons. Dong-o rubbed his hands together, a sudden, sly realization crossing his mind. With a sly expression, Dong-o announced he, too, had an appointment at the Bangyang Inn, leaving Dong Bongsu to manage the extra work alone. Dong-o cheerfully departed, abandoning Dong Bongsu, who lay defeated on the gritty ground. The old man watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide and filled with silent sadness. He lowered his gaze, a somber quiet falling over him. A silhouetted figure strained under a colossal burden of weapons, which left deep indentations on the oppressive red ground. Another figure struggled, collapsing under the immense weight of the weapons in the bloody, red-tinged scene. The day ended with a tranquil but somber view of a traditional rooftop silhouetted against a fiery red sunset. The old man, his eyes filled with concern, urged Dong Bongsu to take a rest after his arduous work. He noted Dong Bongsu's terrible complexion, implying a deep, soul-crushing exhaustion that manifested as steam rising from his body. The old man worried Dong Bongsu looked as if he was about to die, but Dong Bongsu weakly insisted he was fine. Dong Bongsu shivered, hearing the name So-sam in a fragmented echo, feeling an intense, encroaching cold. A thought, dark and despairing, questioned if he truly wanted to cling to such a pathetic, insect-like existence. Dong Bongsu collapsed to the ground, clutching his hands as if in silent agony. A monstrous, silhouetted fat man with glowing red eyes towered over the small protagonist, shouting at him to get out of the way. Dong Bongsu, exhausted and apologetic, looked down as he muttered an apology. A violent punch struck a fighter's face, blurring the moment with impact. The narration questioned where everything went wrong, suggesting it began with his family's death and his lone survival. It questioned if his fate was sealed when he knocked on the Danri clan's gate simply to survive, as the fat man prepared to strike again. Or perhaps, the narration pondered, it was something else entirely, as another fighter was violently struck. Dong Bongsu lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, whispering about the cold that seeped into his bones. Curled up and small, encased in a glowing red aura, Dong Bongsu desperately wished for salvation. Dong Bongsu bowed his head towards the stable's dusty floor, a single beam of light highlighting his submission. An extreme close-up revealed Dong Bongsu's single eye, wide open, glowing red, streaked with what appeared to be blood or tears. Dong Bongsu crouched, clutching his chest, a wave of profound pain washing over him. He struggled to move on the dimly lit stable floor, caught in the endless cycle of labor. Looking into the trough's water, Dong Bongsu realized the name, So-sam, belonged to this body, glimpsing reflected memories of Machel and the unnamed man. His hand clenched the wooden edge of the trough, a silent testament to his intense mental struggle. Dong Bongsu looked up in the stable, his gaze sweeping across his new, perplexing reality. This place, the narration affirmed, was indeed the stable from So-sam's fragmented memories. The narration explained that the real So-sam had been beaten to death, allowing the protagonist to possess his body. A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Bongsu's face, his eye widening slightly. Dong Bongsu knelt, questioning the sudden appearance of a glowing blue status window before him. The status window, a familiar interface from Murim Online, welcomed him to the world of the truly strong, which Dong Bongsu instantly recognized. A man holding a bowl descended steps in a bustling traditional Asian street, under a bright blue sky. The fat man grumbled and complained, questioning why he was the only one in the Danri clan tasked with cleaning horse manure. He inwardly mused that So-sam should have simply gone home after finishing his work. The fat man thought about Peng Duriang, a known psycho, whom So-sam had unfortunately encountered. Exasperated, the fat man hit his own head, lamenting that he, a great man, had to clean up after a half-wit. The fat man's face darkened, his eyes glowing red with a sinister intent. He concluded his thought with a chilling desire, to kill So-sam himself. The fat man quickly dismissed the idea, gritting his teeth as he realized the immense risk involved. He kicked Dong Bongsu's bowl, muttering that his own head would be on the chopping block if he were caught. The fat man angrily kicked the protagonist's bowl, scattering its contents as he verbally abused him for being a useless moron, who made his life difficult. Dong Bongsu sat head down on the dirty ground, near his overturned bowl, while another man stood observing. An extreme close-up showed Dong Bongsu's bruised and dirty face, a portrait of utter defeat. The narration stated that 2 weeks had passed since the protagonist had awakened in this body, as he sat injured, holding a bowl. Dong Bongsu, scarred and bare-chested, reflected on the information he had gathered about his current, bewildering situation. The narration established that despite the use of Hanja, this place was not China, as Dong Bongsu observed fighters in a courtyard. A group of serious fighters practiced with their swords, their forms precise under the bright blue sky. The narration prepared to explain the reason behind this world's unique nature, shown over a gleaming sword blade. The world was filled with martial arts techniques that defied reality, allowing people to fly and move with impossible speed. A fighter shouted, wielding a glowing sword, while a large formation of fighters practiced their martial arts. An extreme close-up revealed Dong Bongsu's red, distressed eye, a window into his inner turmoil. The narration confirmed that martial arts, once thought to be fiction, were a living reality in this place, as fighters moved with deadly grace. The narration then introduced the second crucial element, the status window and system that only Dong Bongsu could see. It explained that the Murim online status window, filled with detailed stats, was functional and exclusively visible to him. Dong Bongsu, clenching his fist with determination, initially thought it was a game due to the window and martial arts, but now knew this was unequivocally reality. The narration emphasized that every person here possessed genuine emotions. A man's face contorted into a menacing, wide-toothed smile, a chilling display of malicious intent. The narration concluded that the people were truly alive and moving, as fighters engaged in dynamic action. Dong Bongsu questioned his own identity, his distressed image reflected, asking if he was merely human or a player. Dong Bongsu sat pensive before the status window, his hand raised, as the fat man peered into the room. The fat man, grinning, mockingly commented on Dong Bongsu living the high life. The fat man's sinister smile and glowing red eyes conveyed his taunt, implying Dong Bongsu had caused trouble for someone else. Dong Bongsu sat defeated in the dimly lit room, overshadowed by another man standing in the foreground. The fat man, surprised, grabbed another man by the shoulder, his expression momentarily startled. Dong Bongsu's hand firmly gripped a bowl filled with simple food. Dong Bongsu drank from his bowl, his eyes glowing blue with an inner power, as the fat man looked on angrily. Enraged, the fat man yelled at Dong Bongsu, threatening to kill him as the protagonist's eyes glowed menacingly. A powerful, glowing blue attack landed with brutal force, striking a fighter and causing blood to splatter. Dong Bongsu's eyes glowed intensely red, his expression menacing and filled with dark intent. A bloodied fighter gurgled in pain, being choked by an unseen hand. Dong Bongsu spoke, revealing that the person being choked, Guak Dongo, was not the same person he once knew. The bloodied fighter's eyes were wide with desperate pain. Dong Bongsu menacingly declared that he died a long time ago, implying a new, terrifying entity was now in control. The fat man let out a fearful growl, his face contorted in sudden terror. Dong Bongsu violently punched the fat man, who screamed and gagged as the blow connected. The fat man was struck repeatedly, his face contorted in shock and pain as blood splattered. Dong Bongsu continued his violent attack, his eyes glowing red with ruthless menace. The protagonist's silhouette was engulfed by a chaotic explosion of blood, a testament to his brutal efficiency. Dong Bongsu stood menacingly in a pool of blood, the brutal culmination of his attack surrounding him with a dark aura. Intense heat and power emanated from the aftermath of the scene. Dong Bongsu, his face bloodied, thought to himself, "It's hot." Engulfed in a red aura, Dong Bongsu contemplated his identity, questioning whether he was human or player. He dismissed the question of his identity as ultimately unimportant. With a sinister grin and glowing red eyes, Dong Bongsu confirmed his conviction, this place was, without a doubt, reality. The narration described the world as a brutal law of the jungle, where only the fittest survived, as a massive, fiery battle raged. Dong Bongsu's red, menacing eye narrowed, his resolve hardening as he considered the nature of this world. He embraced his true, predatory nature, realizing this world was a hunting ground where he wouldn't have to hide. The narration warned that even stronger, more monstrous carnivores would freely roam this Murim jungle. Dong Bongsu, bloodied and smiling sinisterly, flexed his arm, his red eyes burning. The narration declared that as soon as his body recovered, the hunt would begin again, emphasized by his chilling smile. Dong Bongsu gazed upwards into a vast, cosmic expanse, ready to begin his hunt for the true predators in this new, grand world. A grim and unsettling silence hung heavy, soaked into unseen violence. Dong Bongsu sat amidst the somber aftermath, his mind heavy with reflection. His gaze sharpened, a red tint in his eye as Dong Bongsu calculated his next move, certain there was something vital to verify. A chilling grimness settled over Dong Bongsu as he surveyed the silent, crimson-stained ground. A magical chime echoed as a glowing, dragon-framed interface materialized, responding to his mental command for inventory. Something's different, Dong Bongsu mused, observing the ethereal screen. He remembered how, in Murim Online, the inventory had been a rigid grid where every item consumed a single slot. But this one stretched before him as one massive, open space, beckoning exploration. His hand reached out, brushing against the rippling interface, testing its strange nature. It's huge, Dong Bongsu calculated, estimating its expanse to be at least 300 square meters. He stood over a defeated fighter, the silence of the room punctuated only by his presence. With focused intent, Dong Bongsu reached out, his hand nearing the shimmering inventory interface once more. This is how it worked in the game, right? Dong Bongsu questioned, his memory fragmented as he reached for a defeated opponent's head. With a forceful grip, he seized his opponent's face, commanding, "Store in inventory." The defeated opponent's form began to distort and glitch, pulled into a digital, surreal space. A sickening crunch echoed as bodies and blood were instantly consumed, startling Dong Bongsu. A powerful whoosh engulfed the entire space, drawing everything into the rapidly vanishing vortex of his inventory. That massive thing vanished in an instant. Dong Bongsu marveled, then recognized, this is an incredibly useful feature, I can definitely make use of this. He pondered deeply, wait, can I put living things in here too? If I do, will they stay alive? Or? Covering his face with a bloodied hand, Dong Bongsu resolved, I'll need to experiment a bit more. He found himself within a new landscape, surrounded by serene, traditional architecture under a vast blue sky. While two men conversed animatedly, Dong Bongsu, broom in hand, swept the ground in the background. The two men exchanged wide, knowing grins, their expressions hinting at mischief or mockery. Dong Bongsu held his broom with quiet intensity, his serious gaze fixed ahead, ready for something more than sweeping. A sharp impact rattled Dong Bongsu from behind, startling him profoundly. A sudden, brutal blow connected squarely with his face, sending his hair flying. Hey, you half-wit, the man with the top knot sneered, I heard you went mute. Dong Bongsu remained silent. Dong Bongsu responded with a grotesque, strained grimace, a disturbing sound escaping his lips. TSK. You mute bastard, the man with the top knot fumed, clamping a tight grip on Dong Bongsu's bandaged arm, don't just slack off here. The man with the top knot pointed towards a horse, ordering, take that horse for a walk. You Dong Bongsu stammered, bowing low, his body trembling with forced submission. God, what am I supposed to do with a brat who can't even speak right anymore? The man with the top knot muttered in exasperation. Dong Bongsu walked through the bustling town, leading a horse past many indistinct figures. From Dong Bongsu's perspective, the vibrant market street teemed with diverse people and daily life. The bustling market continued, a wider view revealing industrious blacksmiths and busy vendors. Dong Bongsu's eyes, wide and alert, betrayed his heightened awareness amidst the unfamiliar surroundings. From a hidden spot, Dong Bongsu observed the busy street as a subtle hum of distant activity reached his ears. Take that, a child's mischievous yelp punctuated the playful taunt. A sharp thud struck Dong Bongsu's head as he was hit by a small projectile while leading his horse. A close-up of Dong Bongsu's face revealed a grim expression and a visible scar on his neck, marking past injuries. Look at the dummy stupid So Sam, two children taunted, making fun of his inability to speak. Mute So Sam, another child pointed and jeered, perpetuating the demeaning mockery. A deep, ominous thrum vibrated around Dong Bongsu, his eyes glowing red as a dark aura radiated from him. A child rubbed their eyes in bewildered terror, seemingly reacting to the sudden shift. Dong Bongsu gently patted the horse's flank, making disoriented sounds as he struggled internally. As Dong Bongsu walked away, leading his horse, a question mark hovered in his thoughts. A shrill cry of terror pierced the air from a child nearby. Stuttering So Sam, a child persistently mocked, their taunts accompanied by rhythmic snaps as Dong Bongsu walked away with his horse. Dong Bongsu's inner shadow echoed the taunts, So Sam a mute he can't do anything he's an idiot, fueling a rising malice within. Dong Bongsu walked forward, his foot stepping into a fresh puddle of blood, implying recent violence. A man like me shouldn't be stuck cleaning weapons, the man with the top knot complained, disgusted, that bastard Guak Dongo hasn't shown his face in days. The man with the top knot wondered if Guak Dongo had died, staring intently at a closed wooden door. The man with the top knot questioned in surprise as Dong Bongsu emerged from the room, smirking, what? Why are you coming out of there? The man with the top knot's eye widened in sheer surprise. The freshly cleaned weapons on the rack gleamed with an almost supernatural luster. Wait, did this brat do all my work for me? The man with the top knot exclaimed in disbelief. Dong Bongsu gave a slow, unsettling nod, his wide grin unnerving. The man with the top knot reflected on Dong Bongsu's profound change, he almost died and now he's a completely different person. He's fast, efficient, and even does things I didn't ask for. The man with the top knot wondered if Dong Bongsu had finally become a decent human being, just as Dong Bongsu, with an unsettling grin and a money pouch, made a strange sound. This is, the man with the top knot questioned, reaching out for the money pouch. The man with the top-knot's eyes widened further in shock, beads of sweat appearing on his brow. Pwahaha. You little brat. You finally learned how the world works, the man with the top-knot laughed, patting Dong Bongsu's head with smug satisfaction. That's my boy, keep this up from now on, the man with the top-knot declared, delivering a heavy, resounding pat on Dong Bongsu's back. The man with the top-knot walked away happily, clutching his money pouch, leaving Dong Bongsu standing with a subtle, deceptive smirk. Dong Bongsu's face contorted into a chilling smirk, his eyes glowing ominously red. Moron. He doesn't even realize he's digging his own funeral, Dong Bongsu's inner thoughts hissed as the man with the top-knot exclaimed, exactly. Don't just bow your head all day. You've got to show some flexibility like this. Dong Bongsu's hand clutched the money pouch, mentally calculating his earnings. Let's see, my pockets are full today. His mouth distorted into a wide, unsettling, almost monstrous grin. Dong Bongsu wondered, should I go see Chosen instead of Eng? Lord Machel approached a grand building, tossing a person into the air with casual aggression. Welcome, sir. Oh, Lord Machel. You're here, a fat man greeted with obsequious enthusiasm. Lord Machel smiled smugly, patting the fat man's shoulder as he commanded, yeah, go bring Chosen out. Sure thing, the fat man replied, rubbing his hand, a slight confusion clouding his face. You usually call for Eng. Wait, Chosen, the fat man confirmed in surprise, to which Lord Machel confidently replied, that's right. The fat man's face broke into an eager, wide smile, ready to comply. You doubt me? I've got the cash. Here, Lord Machel stated, confidently presenting a money pouch. Thank you, sir. Head to the last room on the second floor, and I'll bring Chosen right away, the fat man exclaimed, a joyful jingle of coins accompanying his eager compliance. Lord Machel sat contentedly in the dimly lit room, exhaling smoke as he awaited. An unseen person announced their arrival. I'm coming in. It's Chosen, sir, the voice announced as Chosen entered with an elegant thud, capturing Lord Machel's eager anticipation. Lord Machel inwardly mused, she's on a whole different level from Eng, admiring Chosen's serene beauty. Ahem. Sit here, Lord Machel commanded, clearing his throat. Chosen knelt elegantly, offering, I'll pour you a drink, sir. Yes, yes. Pour one. Ha ha ha. Lord Machel laughed eagerly, accepting the indulgence. By the way, you have such lovely hands. Lord Machel complimented, his voice suggestive. Come a little closer, Lord Machel coaxed, that's it. Closer, as a small, glowing red eye appeared through a crack in the wall. A wide, intensely red eye, framed by an unsettling smile, peered menacingly through the dark crack in the wooden wall. Dong Bongsu's single visible eye glowed menacingly red, his intense expression signaling an impending, dark event. The innkeeper instructed, with an ominous undercurrent, that a room on the second floor awaited, promising to bring Chosen immediately. Dong Bongsu stood at the inn's mysterious entrance, the foreboding glow of lanterns painting the path ahead. Lord Machel, who had just returned, inwardly seethed, disgusted by his client's preference for a girl young enough to be his daughter. His hands deftly retrieved something from a dark cloth bag, the glint of gold momentarily cutting through the dimness. Yet, the mercenary thought quickly surfaced in Lord Machel's mind, but hey, money is money. He greeted the figure at the door, then his voice faltered in surprise as he recognized the newcomer. The protagonist remained a powerful, anonymous silhouette against the intense, dramatic light. The man uttered a name, So Sam, a question hanging in the abstract space. A soft step echoed in the tense hallway, drawing out the moment. Lord Machel confronted Dong Bongsu, his challenging tone laced with aggression, demanding, mute. Do you even know where you are? He escalated his threat, his furious face contorting as he warned, get lost right now before I. Suddenly, his eyes widened in a startled exclamation, a clear sign of unexpected realization. Dong Bongsu, clutching a small bag, responded with a hesitant, disoriented murmur, You. A cunning smirk spread across Lord Machel's face as his hand reached out, intent on the bag. Inside the dark cloth, a pile of gold coins with square holes glimmered, revealing their material value. Lord Machel's eye became a gaping orb of intense shock, fixed on the unexpected wealth. In a fractured memory, the fat man grinned widely, gesturing as he repeated his instructions, this time promising to bring Eng to a different room. Dong Bongsu walked toward the inn's entrance, a sense of quiet anticipation hanging in the air, as the fat man watched with a satisfied smile. His bandaged forearm and hand, symbols of past struggles, hinted at a deeper, focused resolve. Lord Machel boasted, flexing his arm with self-assured confidence, This Machel still got it. He closed his eyes in a moment of apparent contentment, a hand gently resting on his head in a fleeting image of peace. A sudden, sharp jolt of impact distorted Lord Machel's face, his expression contorting in surprise or pain. Lord Machel cried out in intense agony and shock, "JCK." Dong Bongsu's hands tightened around Lord Machel's neck, who choked and struggled for breath, gasping, "Guh. Ack." Dong Bongsu maintained a violent grip on Lord Machel's neck, the forceful impact resonating with merciless aggression. As Dong Bongsu violently choked him, Lord Machel struggled, eyes wide with fear and pain, managing to utter, "What? Son of a bitch. Is." The intense, brutal pressure continued as Dong Bongsu's arm pressed down on Lord Machel's throat. Dong Bongsu moved with chaotic violence, a blurred force attacking Lord Machel within the confined room. Lord Machel collapsed to the ground, defeated, as Dong Bongsu's single eye glowed fiercely red in dark triumph. The defeated Lord Machel lay on the wooden floor, gasping for air amidst the red particles, his struggle finally over. His bloodshot, dilated eye, surrounded by encroaching shadows, betrayed a deep, lingering desperation. Lord Machel lay motionless and defeated on the floor, the room settling into a somber aftermath. Dong Bongsu's hands were shown maintaining a violent, unyielding grip on Lord Machel's throat, inflicting evident pain. With a sinister smirk and eyes glowing red, Dong Bongsu held Lord Machel by the neck against the wall, displaying terrifying dominance. Dong Bongsu maintained his menacing grip, his glowing red eyes mirroring the terror in Lord Machel's own wide, terrified eye. Dong Bongsu concluded his deadly work, then stood over Lord Machel's lifeless body, left sprawled on the wooden floor. Dong Bongsu knelt exhausted beside the lifeless form of Lord Machel, the room now somber and reflective after the brutal violence. Dong Bongsu sat quietly on the floor, finding a moment of reflective rest after the intense struggle. His eye, a mix of weariness and quiet determination, hinted at an unwavering resolve beneath the surface. Dong Bongsu walked calmly across the room, his movements purposeful in the dimly lit space. His back to the viewer, Dong Bongsu stood by a closed door, the eerie stillness broken only by Lord Machel's body in the foreground. Dong Bongsu's hands approached a crack in the wall, drawn by the mysterious, glowing orange light emanating from within. His bandaged hand rested against the dark wooden wall, a quiet, tactile moment in the dim light. Dong Bongsu activated a mystical, glowing blue interface from his hand, storing an item with the mental command, "Store in inventory." He reflected contently, looking down at the wooden floor, "Good thing I practiced using the inventory." Sitting beside Lord Machel's lifeless body, Dong Bongsu contemplatively strategized how this new ability would profoundly aid his future hunts. His serious, shadowed eye held an intense thoughtfulness, hinting at crucial decisions being made. Dong Bongsu's analytical gaze focused on the glowing blue system interface, confirming his thought, "As I thought." The system interface displayed his Martial ATK and Martial DEF stats, signaling his progress and announcing, "I've gained experience." The shadowy figure of Dong Bongsu realized, in a dark revelation, that killing people in this world grants experience points. He contemplated the mechanism of power, understanding that, and once that experience builds up, I can level up, and that, leveling up makes me stronger. Dong Bongsu's wide, glowing red eyes held an intense, fierce, and almost unhinged quality. His bandaged hands gestured as he calculated, and being stronger makes hunting that much easier, concluding that, as hunting becomes easier, I'll gain experience even faster, which means. Dong Bongsu lay on the floor, hands clasped over his face in a moment of dark, ambitious wonder, realizing, in this place, I can become infinitely strong. What a truly wonderful world. He stood, arms bound by white cloth, observing his own image in what seemed like an ominous introspection. Still bound, Dong Bongsu gazed at his reflection, a soft sound indicating a moment of processing or confusion. His focused eyes, reflected in a dark surface, were framed by his bandaged hands, revealing an intense self-awareness. With morbid humor, Dong Bongsu's thought echoed, "It's a pity I don't have a camera," as Lord Machel's disembodied head lay grimly on the surface. Another child, armed with a sword, stood watch in the dimly lit hallway, his presence quiet and observant. Distinct footsteps approached the doorway, creating a tense anticipation as another child neared the guard. The curious child bent to listen intently at the closed door, asking cautiously, "Are you in there?" Impatiently, another child questioned the delay, "ANGNG. What took you so long?" while the fat man, with a demanding smile, instructed, "Get in there. Even if he's a mute, a paying customer is still a customer." Another child acknowledged the instruction as a woman named Chosen followed him into the room, apologetically asking, "Sorry, am I a bit late?" The fat man's expression turned serious and suspicious, as he pondered, "Honestly though." Irritated, the fat man glanced away, wondering, are those two moving in together in there or something? He made an irritable sound, his hand near his mouth, indicating his growing annoyance. The child knocked on the wooden door, addressing both Brother Machel and Chosen, then advised the latter to get some rest, hinting at a new visitor. A profound silence emanated from behind the closed wooden door, emphasizing the quiet stillness within. The fat man's face contorted in an explosive rage, veins bulging as he fumed. "Are these two seriously ignoring me?" Another child's scream was abruptly cut short, replaced by a sudden, terrifying shriek that echoed through the hall. The alarmed fat man pressed his face against the door, asking frantically, "What's happening?" as sounds of struggle intensified from within. His eyes widened in pure, unadulterated horror at the unseen spectacle beyond the door. Another child fell violently, his silhouetted form succumbing to brutal impacts. From a low angle, another child's bare feet dangled eerily in the air, suggesting a tragic end. The fat man's eyes widened in profound shock and disbelief as he discovered another child's lifeless body hanging from the ceiling, murmuring, "Brother Machel," and a soft gasp of terror escaped him. Anhui, a land where the Huai and Yangtze rivers met, was historically a prosperous region where trade flourished. But prosperity always attracted thieves and villains, leading many to rise up against the rampant unorthodoxy. Many clans and sects upholding the Murim code arose, with the prominent Namgong clan emerging as Anhui's greatest power. The Danri clan, though not as mighty, earned renown through its elite Crossheaven Sword Division and the clandestine Black Crow Squad, known for intelligence and law enforcement. The Black Crow Squad's information gathering was so formidable that even the Beggar sect, renowned for its intelligence, conceded their superiority within Anhui. Yet, even this formidable Black Crow Squad found itself struggling with a perplexing new case. A subordinate respectfully bowed as scrolls detailing the unfolding crisis were presented. The unnamed man with top knot grimly noted another suicide, describing it as a plague upon them. In a somber tone, he revealed that nearly 100 lives had been lost to suicide in just a few months. While suicides were not unheard of, the sheer volume and the disturbing perfection of each case suggested something far more sinister was at play. His gaze was sharp, probing the invisible threads connecting these impossibly perfect deaths. Though all evidence unequivocally pointed to suicide, a deep suspicion fractured his perception of possibility. He then asked who the first victim was, and the old man in the robe calmly identified him as Machil, an armory artisan from their own clan. His eye narrowed slightly as he confirmed Machil was indeed a member of the Danri clan. Hand over his mouth, he contemplatively wondered about the location where Machil had taken his own life. A subordinate reported the suicide occurred at the Phoenix Tavern, prompting the leader's immediate decision to investigate in person. His subordinate questioned the necessity of the squad leader's personal involvement, suggesting it was beneath his station. With a resolute expression, the squad leader affirmed his intent to witness the scene firsthand. The Phoenix Tavern stood as a vibrant center in a bustling traditional town, teeming with life and activity. The squad leader, now inside, inquired if this was the very room where the tragic event had occurred. The subordinate, looking down somberly, confirmed it was, recounting how he and Chosen had discovered Machil hanging from the rafters. His eyes narrowed with intense suspicion as he considered the harrowing possibility that the suicides were, in fact, a string of murders. He then pondered how a culprit could have possibly entered such a seemingly secure room to kill Machil. He meticulously inspected the wooden walls, searching for any telltale sign of an intruder's passage. Kneeling, he carefully examined the floorboards for any subtle disturbance or clue left behind. After a thorough search, he concluded with certainty that no culprit could have entered the room unseen. With a thoughtful expression, he placed his hand upon a specific section of the wall, identifying the last remaining possibility. His eye narrowed, scrutinizing the intricate patterns of the wooden wall with unwavering intensity. He mused that removing these logs would offer a clear passage, but quickly identified a significant problem. The logs, however, showed no signs of ever having been disturbed or removed. Looking up at the ceiling, he thoughtfully inquired if there was any method to remove the logs without first dismantling the entire roof structure. His subordinate swiftly responded, explaining that the logs were securely integrated into the ceiling and floor beams, making such a feat impossible. He further elaborated that the logs could not be extracted without the prior removal of the supporting beams themselves. His hand hanging limply by his side, he was left with a profound, unsettling doubt: was it truly a suicide? Turning, he then inquired if anyone had occupied the adjacent room at the time of Machil's death. The subordinate confirmed there had been another guest, likely arriving around the same time as Machil. His eye narrowed in suspicion as the name of the guest was revealed: Sosum of the Danri clan. Dong Bongsu stood quietly beside his horse, a lone figure in the serene, open countryside. Dong Bongsu internally noted the significant increase in experience points from his recent kill, far surpassing previous gains. His scarred eye held an intense, calculating focus, assessing the implications of this new information. Dong Bongsu deduced his last victim must have been a martial artist, confirming that stronger prey yielded greater experience points. He realized he would be utterly outmatched by a true martial artist, even the weakest of the Danri clan, and sought intermediate prey to bridge his power gap. As Dong Bongsu pondered his ideal prey, like the one he had killed recently, a grinning fighter mockingly greeted him as Sosum, noting his improved appearance. An aggressive fighter demanded respect from Sosum, remarking on his silence after a long absence, while gesturing with a casual swing. The fighter called out again, his voice edged with impatience. With a menacing grin, the fighter scoffed, asserting that little Sosum wouldn't dare ignore them. Dong Bongsu's narrowed eye assessed them, dismissing them internally as mere street thugs. He mused that even a loser like Sosum still commanded the status of a clan member, a thought punctuated by a sudden, swift movement. As a fighter reacted with a curious sound, Dong Bongsu wondered if Sosum had truly spent his life being bullied by such lowlives. The fighter angrily questioned his silence as a heavy blow connected, drawing blood onto Dong Bongsu's cheek. A shadowy figure ominously threatened a private chat with Sosum, implying impending torture. The horse neighed wildly, rearing in fright as the protagonist lay indistinctly on the chaotic ground. With a cold, bloodshot eye, Dong Bongsu chillingly contemplated if he could kill them all and stage their deaths as suicides. He mused on using his inventory to dispose of the bodies to avoid detection, but the low experience yield and risk of discovery if he made a scene dissuaded him. With cold determination etched on his scarred cheek, he resolved to endure the beating for now and exact his revenge later. Another fighter taunted him about his plumpness as a violent impact struck Dong Bongsu, making him grit his teeth in pain. With a decisive step, the unnamed man with top knot arrived, his commanding voice ordering the fighters to immediately cease their attack. Stroking his beard, the unnamed man with top knot expressed his displeasure, questioning why his orders to bring the man nicely were ignored. The fighter reacted with sheer terror, wide-eyed and screaming the name, Django, sir. Dong Bongsu's narrowed, red-tinged eye registered the name, Django, as he processed the new information. Django, now sitting atop the distressed horse, smiled admiringly, remarking on its fine quality. Petting the horse's neck, Django casually explained his plan to present it as a gift to his leader, who was obsessed with horses. Looking down with a smug smile, Django taunted Dong Bongsu, asking for his opinion on the brazen theft. Django's smile widened into a full, menacing grin, betraying his sinister intent. Dong Bongsu's red-tinged eye narrowed as he instantly recognized Django's blatant killing intent and understood his true goal, unaware he had chosen the wrong prey. Leaning in close, Django menaced Dong Bongsu, dismissing his thoughts with a stern warning that he would not ask twice. Dong Bongsu smirked defiantly, challenging Django to simply kill him rather than repeat himself. A fighter gasped in utter shock and disbelief, exclaiming, "You can talk." With a powerful explosion of force, Dong Bongsu activated his inventory and struck a fighter, sending him flying. Another fighter screamed in agonizing pain as a tremendous, echoing blow connected, radiating destructive energy. A fighter, his eye now bleeding, uttered a disbelieving gasp of, "Just, how?" A hand, now wielding a sword, brutally pierced the body of another fighter, showering the scene with blood. Dong Bongsu, now a silhouetted shadow on horseback, launched a powerful strike, making another fighter recoil in terror. A terrifying whoosh of power erupted into a massive, explosive impact, unleashing destructive energy across the alley. A fighter's face contorted in terror as he shrieked, recognizing the weapon as chains. A glowing blue system notification proudly announced his achievement. Dong Bongsu had leveled up from LV1 to LV2. The fighter's eye was wide with profound, unadulterated terror, reflecting the unspeakable horror he had just witnessed. Dong Bongsu's shadowed form erupted with menacing red and purple energy, transforming him into a monstrous, roaring presence. A fighter's face contorted in abject terror, screaming that Dong Bongsu was a demon, urging everyone to run. Overwhelmed by panic, a fighter desperately shrieked orders for everyone to kill the fucking demon. The abrupt impact ripped a scream from the fighter's throat, his mind unable to grasp what was happening. A powerful, unseen force violently hurled the fighter backward into the alley's dim expanse. The fighter was violently propelled through the air, his mind screaming, "What on earth is that? That thing?" Breath hitched in ragged gasps, another fighter fled frantically down the street. His face contorted in pure terror, the fighter cried out a desperate, guttural plea, "Help me." Another fighter was violently struck, blood gushing from his side as his body flew sideways. Clutching his injury, the fighter collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Paralyzing terror filled the fighter's wide eye as he realized, "This can't be happening. Am I going to die here?" The fighter attempted to crawl away, his mind echoing, "You were just a loser." Lying defeated and dazed on the grimy ground, the fighter remembered being a literal money bag who would just giggle and hand over cash when beaten. Dong Bongsu's foot stepped over the fallen fighter, a silent, dark presence in the alley. The fighter's face contorted in a final, agonizing despair, uttering, "I just." Before his last breath. As a menacing shadow engulfed him, the fighter's final thoughts lamented, "I just wanted to do a favor and make some money like usual. That's all I did." Anguish tore through him as the fighter gripped his head, his final moments consumed by profound frustration. Dong Bongsu stood over the defeated fighter, who internally bemoaned his undignified end. "To think I'd die at the hands of some mediocre-looking demon." Dong Bongsu, kneeling and injured in the gloom, struggled to speak. Still injured and in the dark, Dong Bongsu groaned with raw pain, attempting to speak. Ligh. Arg. Another fighter gasped in sudden, visceral shock and fear. "Oh, are you awake?" Dong Bongsu calmly asked, unsettling the terrified fighter who stammered, A demon?" The bound fat man knelt, sighing in resignation as Dong Bongsu stood over him. Dong Bongsu slowly brought the knife closer, its cold blade reflecting off the terrified, sweating face of Fat Man. With red eyes menacing, Dong Bongsu interrogated Fat Man, "That guy who died first while acting tough, who was he?" Sweating profusely, Fat Man nervously identified the fallen fighter. Are you talking about Django?" Dong Bongsu pressed the knife closer, recalling, "Yeah, Django. What did he call it earlier?" "Black Snake, it's the Black Snake Society." Fat Man screamed in terror, as Dong Bongsu quietly questioned, "Black Snake Society?" Fat Man frantically explained the terrifying reach of the Black Snake Society, one of the ebony syndicate ruling Banyang's back alleys, where Django served as an executive. The knife still at his throat, Dong Bongsu mused, "An executive of the Black Snake Society, HUH. Dong Bongsu continued his relentless interrogation, "Come to think of it, that guy mentioned something about a Black Snake Society leader too." Fat Man, crying in terror, divulged the leader's name. "Yes, that's right. The leader of the Black Snake Society is Bang Pyoyom, and that it was that bastard Bang Pyoyom who ordered Django to kill Master Sosum and bring back the horse." Dong Bongsu analyzed the new information, concluding, "Ebony Syndicate and Black Snake Society. They have a decent hierarchy and a boss. In modern terms, they're basically like a gang." Dong Bongsu curtly declared, "Fine," as Fat Man continued to weep in terror. With menacing, glowing red eyes, Dong Bongsu offered Fat Man a deal. "From now on, tell me everything you know about the Ebony Syndicate and the Black Snake Society. If the information is useful, I'll let you live." Fat Man's face lit up with disbelieving hope. I can live. Is that true?" But Fat Man's hopes were brutally extinguished, his face a grotesque mask of death. Dong Bongsu activated his inventory ability, his hand glowing with pixelated blue energy. The weary Dong Bongsu wondered if all the cleanup was finally done. Dong Bongsu surveyed the now empty alleyway, where only a waiting horse remained. Exhausted and bandaged, Dong Bongsu sat on the cold stone ground, recovering from his ordeal. Dong Bongsu reflected on the significant knowledge he had acquired, the existence of the Ebony Syndicate. He realized he had been looking for prey to level up on that fell somewhere between martial artists and civilians. Dong Bongsu resolved, and I found it unexpectedly. From now on, I will prepare to hunt these guys as my targets. Surprised, Dong Bongsu observed his hands after the level up, noting that his wounds had vanished completely. Dong Bongsu realized, all previous wounds were healed the moment I leveled up, and not just the scars on my hands, but all the wounds on my body have disappeared. His eye, now with an intense red pupil, reflected a new, fierce resolve. Dong Bongsu contemplated the full extent of this healing power, perhaps it could even heal damage to the heart or brain, and reasoned, if I'm on the verge of leveling up, it might be okay to take a certain amount of risk. He questioned the light that filled the alleyway along with the level up, wondering, this is a disadvantage of leveling up. Dong Bongsu acknowledged the danger, it's not just flashy to look at, it's highly likely to invite danger. He decided he had to conceal these outward manifestations of his power. Dong Bongsu planned, the method of killing using the inventory is no exception. I must not get caught by anyone, vowing that a hunter hiding among the prey must appear ordinary. His strategy was clear, blend in until he looked most like the others and could not be distinguished. Only then, in perfect camouflage, could he become the ultimate hunter. He strategized, it's best to level up at the exact moment the hunt ends, or, in a place where only the prey is present. His legs carried him forward, leaving the dark alley behind. Dong Bongsu took the horse's reins, ready to depart from the alley's confines. Reflecting on the confrontation, Dong Bongsu realized, if Django had been a bit more cautious or stronger, I could have been in great danger. The camouflage of being a mute was no longer enough, he needed a new strategy. He resolved to grow stronger quickly and without discovery as he walked through the bustling night market. His method was simple, by killing more, and stronger, bastards. He affirmed his brutal inner logic, knowing, that's certainly what I was thinking. An old man in a robe suddenly placed a hand on Dong Bongsu's shoulder, asking, are you Sosum? Dong Bongsu's eye, with its red pupil, widened with surprise and sharp alertness, his fist clenching. The old man, his expression stern, directly questioned Dong Bongsu, did you kill Machel? A powerful, blue-glowing fist delivered a forceful impact. A critical system error crashed into his reality after he hit level 2, despite the game claiming no issues would proceed. Dong Bongsu knelt in the dim stable, his attention fixated on the glowing blue screen that offered a fleeting connection to another world. He gravely considered that he, himself, was likely the cause of the system's fracturing. As he watched the bustling Murim street, Dong Bongsu surmised the error stemmed from his impossible coexistence within a game system not meant for his true self. Yet, a deeper, more unsettling thought lingered. He questioned if his very presence was the ultimate critical error, a realization that had arrived far too late. The game's fractured system continued to crash and repeat its urgent warning, ignoring its own malfunction. Before him, the ornate interface of Murim Online displayed his stats and potential avenues for exploration. Then, Dong Bongsu's red-pupilled eye widened in sudden discovery. The stats that had once been indecipherable question marks now clearly materialized as concrete gauge bars. Dong Bongsu wondered if this newfound quantification was yet another ripple from the critical error, considering reality rarely allowed such neat definitions. With a soft beep, his finger pressed the Skills button. The skill list crashed into view, causing Dong Bongsu to gasp in raw surprise. Skills like slash, stab, block, and throw filled the interface. While most were common passive skills familiar to Murim Online character creation, one technique stood out. Dong Bongsu, finger to his lips, reflected that Spirit Eye was a technique entirely unknown to him. His eye glowed as he puzzled over the Spirit Eye, a skill so enigmatic it lacked even a basic description. Dong Bongsu was plunged into shock as Spirit Eye automatically activated, warning of a high-level enemy within 20 meters, counting down the distance relentlessly. As the numbers flashed, 19, 18, 17, Dong Bongsu took an urgent step forward, murmuring, "This is." The system chimed again, confirming a high-level enemy approaching as the countdown continued, making Dong Bongsu wonder if this was some advanced early warning system. The countdown dropped to 14, his stance unwavering. As the number flickered to 13, Dong Bongsu remained focused on the wooden door. His foot paused, raised slightly, as the unspoken tension of the moment stretched. He held his breath as the count plunged to 11. With wide, intense eyes, Dong Bongsu's mind raced, concluding it was, probably not an enemy. He logically deduced that few dared to infiltrate the Danri clan, and any true enemy would move with far greater urgency than the approaching presence. Each footstep confirmed his theory, the approaching individual must be a respected expert of the Danri clan. Dong Bongsu pondered the immense power of a 10-level difference, knowing the effort and bloodshed it took him just to reach level 2. He saw himself as a tiny speck before a monstrous mountain of bodies, contemplating how many lives he would have to take to bridge such a level gap. As blue energy pulsed, the narrator declared the approaching force was as strong as the grim calculus of lives taken. The numbers 5, 4, 3 counted down as his thoughts converged on a specific powerful candidate within the Danri clan. With a blinding flash and a whoosh, a powerful presence burst through the doorway. Gi Deo and his junior companion registered the shock with wide, startled eyes. Dong Bongsu's eye widened, his breath catching in a panicked gasp. With a decisive step, Gi Deo loomed over a shocked Dong Bongsu. A hand grabbed him firmly as Gi Deo demanded, "Are you Sosum?" Dong Bongsu's face contorted in a wide-eyed grimace of shock and pain, as if something tore within him. With an intense gaze, Gi Deo directly accused him, "Did you kill Machel?" Dong Bongsu's face twisted into a mask of pure terror, a silent scream frozen in his wide, fearful eyes. Dong Bongsu cried out in agony as a surge of blue energy erupted from his chest, his body recoiling from the unknown assault. As the blue energy surged, Dong Bongsu's eye flared with an intense, otherworldly glow. Blue lightning crackled around him as Dong Bongsu's entire being was engulfed in a powerful internal energy surge. An orb of potent blue energy materialized, forcing a primal scream from Dong Bongsu as the overwhelming power consumed him. Inside, a chaotic vortex of blue and white energy churned, a raw, formless power unleashed. Gi Deo abruptly released Dong Bongsu's arm with a sharp tap. Dong Bongsu remained disoriented, a pained gasp mixed with a bewildered question escaping his lips. Gi Deo hummed, his thoughtful assessment lingering on Dong Bongsu. "Let's go," Gi Deo commanded, turning his back as his junior companion followed, leaving Dong Bongsu behind. "Pardon?" "Yes, Captain," the junior companion responded with surprised obedience. Dong Bongsu stood solitary, watching the junior companion follow Gi Deo into the night. In the creaking darkness, Dong Bongsu's faintly glowing eyes held an eerie, rumbling presence. His eyes now burned a menacing red, a stark, powerful contrast against the deep shadows. A heavy thump resonated. "Captain," the junior companion questioned, gesturing with concern, "why did you leave without interrogating him? Weren't you suspicious of that kid?" Gi Deo's eye affirmed his suspicion, "Yes, I was." Gi Dao explained his method. He had injected internal energy into Dong Bongsu, knowing any trace of martial arts practice would have been revealed. How was it? The junior companion inquired, eager for the results. He was empty, Gi Dao declared, concluding Dong Bongsu possessed no internal energy and was merely an ordinary person without martial arts training. As he gazed at the moon, Gi Dao pondered if the recent deaths were truly suicides, or something far more sinister. Gi Dao worried about how many more lives would be lost to the suicide plague, but on that eerie night, it mysteriously vanished from Bangyang. A growling, roaring storm descended, signaling a new, violent wind of slaughter had begun to blow into Bangyang. The pouring rain created a melancholic curtain over the bustling night in the traditional town. Despite the downpour, warm light spilled invitingly from a traditional inn. Inside, the inn buzzed with the lively chatter and movement of patrons eating and drinking. A man gulped loudly, a comical dribble running down his chin as he drank from a pouch. "Arg!" a man cried out, followed by a clumsy thump from off-panel. A man leaned in, asking his companion, "Hey, have you heard that story?" The man with the mustache confidently replied about the nameless swordsman, asserting that everyone had surely heard of him. "Hey," the man spluttered enthusiastically, droplets flying, "you should call him the great nameless swordsman." He declared with a laugh, gesturing wildly, that the nameless swordsman was out there eliminating the damn bastards of the Ebony Syndicate. His companion shushed him, a hand raised in warning, "Man, keep your voice down, what if someone hears you?" "Let them hear," the man roared, cackling with glee, "the mighty Ebony Syndicate's White Tiger Unit and Red Wolf sect have already been wiped out, haha." The man with the mustache shushed his companion, eyes wide with worry, "There's still one group left, if the Black Snake Society hears you, it won't end well. Their time is coming soon, too," the man exclaimed with an enthusiastic gasp, gesturing dramatically, "Our great nameless swordsman is going to completely crush those bastards now." He punctuated his proclamations with repeated gasps of emphasis, continuing his animated speech. With soft footsteps, the cloaked Dong Bongsu stepped out of the warm inn and into the cold, rainy night. His hand rose to adjust his hat, deepening the enigmatic shadows that veiled his face. His steady footsteps carried him through the ceaseless rain. Dong Bongsu walked past a hunched old man on the bleak, rain-soaked street, a silent witness to the city's underbelly. A subtle, unsettling sound came from the old man as Dong Bongsu continued his indifferent walk into the night. A massive crash of thunder and lightning dramatically illuminated the traditional rooftops against the turbulent sky. Under a relentless downpour, Dong Bongsu advanced toward the grand, serpentine gates of the temple, a path forged by his own chilling resolve. The weary guard, leaning on his spear, drifted into a fitful slumber, his rhythmic dozing the only sound. A sudden, jarring impact snapped him from his sleep, his startled shriek echoing in the rain. As the gate creaked open, the arriving man scathingly rebuked the guard for his slumber, who could only stammer out an apology. The man, eyes wide with urgency, demanded the guard wake, for did he not comprehend the chaos that nameless righteous swordsman was unleashing, a title revealed to be a past mistranslation. He grimly revealed that the swordsman had already decimated 3 black units, leaving only their black society remaining. A heavy silence settled as the man paused, the unspoken, so, hanging heavy with dread. A sudden, brutal force erupted, tearing through the air with a savage crackle. The guard, recognizing the sudden danger, began to rail at his dozing comrade but was cut short as a swift blow struck him down. The entering man stared in horrified disbelief as a dismembered body lay before him, a grim message from Dong Bongsu. A chilling realization dawned on him as he stammered out the dreaded name, the nameless swordsman, before being silenced. Another body violently splattered to the ground, adding to the grim tally. With ruthless precision, Dong Bongsu carved a bloody path down the stone steps, opponents falling headless in his wake. Through the torrent, Dong Bongsu's gaze remained impossibly sharp, a chilling focus amidst the chaos. The main gate shattered with a resounding crash, blood staining the ground where it once stood firm. Alone in the vast, rain-swept courtyard, Dong Bongsu walked onward, an isolated figure of inevitable doom. Through the relentless downpour, Dong Bongsu strode towards the grand inner gate, the air thick with anticipation. A deadly hail of arrows whistled through the air, but Dong Bongsu moved with impossible speed, evading the assault. An intense, crimson glow ignited in Dong Bongsu's eye, signaling a chilling shift in his focus. With a blur of motion and a menacing swoosh, Dong Bongsu charged towards the waiting phalanx of fighters. A voice from the assembled fighters sharply called out, halting Dong Bongsu's advance. The leader of the fighters, wielding a bladed weapon, defiantly proclaimed his expectation of Dong Bongsu's arrival, deriding him as a nameless rat. Dong Bongsu remained utterly silent, his stoic presence a chilling counterpoint to their defiance. 2 spear-wielding guards observed Dong Bongsu's approach, a silent dread building within them. As thunder rumbled ominously overhead, Dong Bongsu stood before the entire assembled army, the stage set for an epic confrontation. A colossal lightning bolt split the sky with a deafening crash, the very air groaning under its power. As a fighter shrieked in shock, Dong Bongsu moved with impossible speed, striking down multiple opponents with a series of brutal impacts and sickening crunches. This was merely the grim genesis of the carnage, as Dong Bongsu's bloody assault escalated without mercy. Distorted by fear, the remaining fighters shrieked in pure, unadulterated terror amidst the bloody chaos. Dong Bongsu unleashed a powerful, sweeping attack that ended with a sickening impact and a gush of blood. With a blur of swift swooshes and a violent slash, Dong Bongsu cut down more enemies in a gruesome display. Panicked cries of "damn it" and "move" erupted from the terrified fighters as Dong Bongsu pressed his relentless assault. One fighter, consumed by rage, roared his vow to kill Dong Bongsu, charging into the fray even as Dong Bongsu continued to cut down enemies with brutal force. With crimson energy flaring, Dong Bongsu launched powerful attacks, sending opponents flying with gasps and shrieks of agony. A single, swift movement by Dong Bongsu impaled two fighters simultaneously, their painful groans echoing in the rain. Two remaining fighters gazed upon the horrifying spectacle, their faces contorted in pure, abject terror. Dong Bongsu stood over a gravely wounded fighter, who clutched his chest, his ragged breaths choked with pain and disbelief. An enraged fighter, screaming defiance, hurled a blade towards the distant, shadowy figure of Dong Bongsu, hoping to land a hit. Another fighter, with a smug smirk, fired an arrow, believing his shot had finally caught Dong Bongsu amidst the dramatic lightning storm. A vivid, crimson glow intensified in Dong Bongsu's eye, a silent warning of the immense power about to be unleashed. With brutal efficiency, Dong Bongsu unleashed a swift attack, striking down two screaming, bloodied fighters in quick succession. A fighter, screaming a desperate challenge, had his neck brutally crushed by an unseen force, ending his life with a sickening crunch. Dong Bongsu activated his mysterious inventory, engulfing a fighter in a blinding flash of crackling blue energy. A disembodied head, eyes still wide with shock, uttered its final, confused question about a knife from behind, engulfed in an eerie blue glow. Dong Bongsu's gaze remained utterly impassive, his blood-splattered face betraying no reaction to the enemy's gruesome demise. A violent, tearing impact sent a fighter groaning backward, signifying another brutal close-quarters strike. With a sudden thud, Dong Bongsu collapsed to the ground, apparently struck down by a knife-wielding fighter, creating an unexpected turn in the battle. The leader of the fighters, a smug smirk twisting his face, reveled in his apparent success, asking if he had finally landed a hit. He confessed that, after witnessing the slaughter of his men, he had believed Dong Bongsu to be an unstoppable monster. The leader pressed his advantage, declaring Dong Bongsu to be just a human after all, capable of being struck and made to scream in pain. With a triumphant roar, the leader declared Dong Bongsu a human that could be killed, his men echoing his menacing glee. Dong Bongsu's bandaged hand subtly shifted, revealing a bloody knife as he exhaled slowly, a chilling calm descending. A small, dead rat slid ominously across the muddy ground, a grim harbinger of what was to come. The leader's triumph turned to horror as he realized Dong Bongsu was smiling, a truly terrifying, blood-soaked grin with malevolent red eyes. The traditional gatehouse, nestled on the mountain, stood ominously beneath the heavy rain, its distant lights a deceptive beacon in the darkness. From behind a concealing rock, a lone man cautiously observed the unfolding, violent events. As the distant scream significantly died down, the hidden man thought in horrified disbelief, are they really all getting killed by one guy? Clutching his head in distress, the man began a twisted justification of his crimes: extortion, human trafficking, selling women and booze, and killing things that didn't even look human. His eyes wide with fearful anger, he ranted about the injustice, questioning why others worse than him thrived while they were merely fodder for the strong. With grim determination and teeth grinding, the man resolved that he had to kill him here, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation. The brightly lit main gate of the temple, a stark beacon amidst the mountain's rainy darkness, beckoned with an ominous allure. With a defiant growl, the man braced himself, throwing a desperate challenge towards the gate. Fine. Do your worst, you fucker. Inside the dark structure, the man confidently asserted their tactical advantage in fighting in the oppressive darkness. A sudden, alarming flicker caused the distant temple gate to plunge into complete darkness. In a frantic outburst, the man screamed for his archers to fire, urging them to unleash their volley. Countless arrows whistled through the air, showering down upon the distant figure of Dong Bongsu in a deadly onslaught. Peeking nervously from cover, the man anxiously questioned if Dong Bongsu could possibly be dead after such an overwhelming volley. A sickening crunch echoed through the night, a sound of gruesome impact that sent shivers of terror through the listening man. The man watched in horror as more of his allies were violently struck, blood gushing and bodies falling around him in the chaotic darkness. The terrifying sounds of gushing blood and crunching blows continued relentlessly from the bloody darkness, a testament to Dong Bongsu's ongoing rampage. A profound rumble shook the very ground, causing the terrified man to shiver violently and look up with wide, disoriented eyes. Amidst the wreckage, the man called out, his voice trembling as he realized his comrades were all dead, while the shadowy figure of Dong Bongsu loomed eerily on a rooftop. As heavy footsteps announced Dong Bongsu's menacing approach through the debris, the terrified man stammered out the dreaded question, "Are you the nameless righteous swordsman?" The man, clutching his sword, desperately pleaded with the approaching shadow of Dong Bongsu, demanding to know, "What the hell do you want, and what did we do to deserve?" The man's wide-eyed terror reflected the chilling menace of Dong Bongsu's glowing crimson eye, a silent promise of doom. He screamed his last defiant words, "You're not the Grim Reaper. What right do you have to?" but was violently struck and impaled, his challenge choked into silence. Standing over the defeated, bleeding man, Dong Bongsu uttered his chilling demand, "I only want one thing." Dong Bongsu's chilling answer was simple and absolute, "Your lives." As the heavy downpour continued, two shadowy figures knelt defeated amidst the blood and wreckage, remnants of a vanished force. As thunder crashed and rumbled over the grand, ruined structure, Dong Bongsu walked away, his purpose unwavering. Now, only the Black Society leader, Bang Poidam, remained. His journey began with the White Tiger unit, a necessary target despite his initial weakness after eliminating Django. He employed calculated luring, followed by swift, decisive ambushing. With arson, Dong Bongsu unleashed his hunt upon them. The White Tiger unit leader's fury ignited, but it was already too late. Dong Bongsu stood triumphant, having decimated more than half the White Tiger unit, leaving a battlefield of devastation. From the townsfolk and officials, his killing spree earned him the unsettling epithet of the Nameless Righteous Swordsman. Veiled by this new, fearsome identity, disposing of the unorthodox faction became chillingly effortless. The death of the White Tiger unit leader marked his ascent to level 5. A new skill acquisition notification congratulated him on unlocking both Qinggong and the Three Forces Sword Art. The system detailed Qinggong, a body lightning technique, and the Three Forces Sword Art, a powerful horizontal slash. With these new powers, Dong Bongsu was finally ready to face the Black faction directly, his gaze menacingly determined. Soon, children in the streets innocently mimicked the Nameless Righteous Swordsman, a testament to his burgeoning legend. Then, the Red Wolf Gate was obliterated, leaving only desolate ruins in its wake. Now, the Black Society stood as the solitary unorthodox faction remaining in all of Bongyang. A tense silence filled the rainy night, broken only by the distant sounds of wind and rain. An old man sat in quiet contemplation, gazing out into the stormy night. An intricate snake emblem adorned the back of his robe, a silent mark of his allegiance. This was the formidable Black Society leader, Bang Poidam. He waited patiently at the top of the long, wet stone stairs, a solitary figure in the downpour. Thunder crashed as Dong Bongsu approached, the air charged with impending confrontation. Dong Bongsu walked through the torrent, his expression somber under the heavy rain. The old man watched, his weathered face etched with serious resolve. With a piercing gaze, the old man questioned, "So you are the Nameless Righteous Swordsman?" Dong Bongsu offered only silence in response to the challenge. The old man probed further, asking why a swordsman of justice would be so cloaked in mystery. Dong Bongsu's rain-streaked face hardened as he declared, "Because I'm not one." Surprised, the old man demanded to know why he hunted the unorthodox faction if not for righteousness. With a terrifying, manic grin and glowing red eyes, Dong Bongsu clarified that he was certainly not a righteous swordsman. A subtle, knowing smile played on the old man's lips. He chuckled darkly, concluding that Dong Bongsu had indeed deceived everyone. Dong Bongsu stood menacingly over him, clarifying that he deceived no one, people merely believed what they wished. "What an interesting man you are," the old man mused as Dong Bongsu's hand moved to his sword hilt. The old man's hands gripped his glowing sword, a blue energy pulsing, as he declared his readiness to face death without regret. With a furious charge, the old man lunged forward, his glowing blue sword challenging Dong Bongsu to reveal his true power. The old man attacked with a swift, powerful strike, initiating their brutal confrontation. Both combatants unleashed their mystical energies, clashing violently in the pouring rain. The battle unfolded with blinding speed, each movement as rapid and precise as a scattering raindrop. Dong Bongsu's eye glowed red, his focus intense as he entered a state of heightened awareness. The old man mirrored his intensity, his yellow eye blazing with calculating concentration. The old man executed a powerful mid-air lunge, his glowing sword arcing downwards. Their swords met in a fierce clash, generating a blinding burst of sparks and energy. The old man landed a brutal strike, drawing a violent spray of blood from Dong Bongsu. The old man continued his relentless assault, forcing Dong Bongsu to parry through pain. "An opening," the old man cried, his eyes glowing with triumph as he spotted a weakness. The old man attacked, but Dong Bongsu, seeing the blood on his own sword, calmly assessed the strike as too short. A sudden, painful impact sent blood splattering across Dong Bongsu's shocked face. The old man inflicted another deep, brutal cut, causing a gush of blood. Dong Bongsu crashed heavily onto the wet stone path, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. A severe, bloody wound marred Dong Bongsu's back, a testament to the old man's precision. Aha! As I thought, your body isn't in perfect condition, the old man declared with a triumphant grin. The old man launched into another aggressive lunge, his glowing sword a blur of blue energy. He unleashed a flurry of rapid, powerful sword strikes, testing Dong Bongsu's defenses. Dong Bongsu grunted in pain, realizing the old man was deliberately exploiting his existing injuries. A grim thought settled over Dong Bongsu, at this rate, defeat was inevitable. Dong Bongsu's bloodied face showed a desperate determination, contemplating sacrifice. What is riddling your mind in the midst of this fight? The old man demanded, frustrated by Dong Bongsu's apparent distraction. With bloodied hands, Dong Bongsu began to activate his three forces sword art. Got you, the old man exclaimed with a triumphant grin, believing he had caught Dong Bongsu. Suddenly, a whip sword entangled Dong Bongsu, leaving the old man wide-eyed with surprise. The old man mercilessly whipped Dong Bongsu, drawing cries of pain and sprays of blood. Heh, that was quite effective, the old man mused, noting Dong Bongsu's inexperience with the whip. Dong Bongsu grimaced, enduring the agonizing pain of the whip. The old man's eyes blurred with incredible speed, signaling his rapid advance. With an unexpected splash, the old man was suddenly sent flying backward, enveloped in blue energy. Dong Bongsu activated his Qingdong skill. Dong Bongsu moved with explosive speed, leaving a powerful burst of blue energy in his wake. After his explosive maneuver, Dong Bongsu paused, looking back at the traditional building. Dong Bongsu's bloodied face contorted into a manic grin as a disturbing, snake-like appendage wrapped around him. The old man's massive blue snake lunged to attack, and Dong Bongsu braced for confrontation. Walking calmly on the snake's back, the old man observed, peculiar. Truly peculiar. You don't hesitate to use your own body as bait. The old man critically assessed Dong Bongsu's combat style, labeling it that of an assassin or hunter, not a true martial artist. Dong Bongsu remained silent, his expression solemn in the heavy rain, absorbing the old man's judgment. Did you know? The old man began, his grin holding a rhetorical challenge. The old man explained, a crackle of blue energy around his hand, that in a life-or-death duel, hidden techniques offered a significant advantage. With a triumphant stance, the old man declared his superior hidden techniques as Dong Bongsu's fatal flaw. The old man's giant snake attacked, and he proclaimed Dong Bongsu had no more moves left. Trap! The old man's eyes glowed with murderous intent as he delivered a final death sentence. Die now, you nameless murderous demon, the old man roared as his giant snake descended with destructive force. Dong Bongsu roared, unleashing his glowing chains as he condemned the perfidious demon to oblivion, a burst of energy and sharp, whistling movements filling the ethereal battlefield. With an enraged lunge, another fighter kicked up a blinding burst of dust, provoking a furious retort from their opponent about the tactic. As blue energy crackled and shimmered, another fighter snarled, declaring all efforts futile before a pained cry erupted from the chaotic clash. A destructive force exploded, slicing through the dark chaos with blinding speed. A triumphant snarl echoed as another fighter, chained weapons gleaming, believed they had finally cornered their elusive quarry. His glowing yellow eyes widened in sudden, dawning realization, a fragmented thought barely forming. The shocking realization hit, the man swiftly impaled was a black society member, already bleeding heavily. A furious realization dawned, he had been tricked by a decoy, and elsewhere, a swift, decisive movement signaled the true strike was poised. Dong Bongsu prepared to unleash the disciplined precision of the three forces sword art's second form. The core-striking slash erupted, violently striking the terrified fighter with shattering impacts and a swift, whistling pierce. Dong Bongsu's sword pierced another fighter's arm, blood splattering as they desperately tried to block the attack. The wounded fighter screamed in immense agony, their body trembling uncontrollably from the searing pain. Dong Bongsu's wide eyes reflected a dawning surprise, as he analyzed his opponent's split-second choice to block the sword with their hand, saving their heart. Despite severe injury, the enraged fighter pushed back, straining with full effort as he defiantly screamed that the battle was far from over. Dong Bongsu's glowing chains whistled through the ominous rain, crackling with a low, threatening growl as he launched his attack. Dong Bongsu delivered a powerful sword strike that erupted on another fighter's chest, causing blood to spray and eliciting a sharp gasp. Dong Bongsu impaled another fighter with a swift pierce, who screamed defiantly, vowing they would not allow him to escape. Mid-combat, Dong Bongsu decisively accessed his inventory, preparing for a tactical shift. A surprised fighter barely uttered a word before being violently overwhelmed, crackling and growling chains striking with impacts and swift piercings. Another fighter screamed in terror as they were forcibly dragged away by the powerful, chaotic force of the chains. Amidst the scattered bodies, an exhausted fighter bent over, gasping for breath, struggling against the profound physical distress. Coughing and bleeding, the weary fighter mused on the sudden, impossible appearance of corpses blocking his sword, wondering if his opponents still held more terrifying tricks. Amidst the mournful rain, the fighter surveyed the devastated battlefield, littered with countless fallen bodies. The relentless rain continued to fall, washing over the grim multitude of casualties scattered across the forest floor. Another fighter's teeth ground together with a raw, visceral sound, a testament to his immense anger and frustration. Enraged, another fighter leapt, unleashing a swirling dark aura as he screamed about his opponent's lunacy for using corpses in battle. A sharp projectile whistled through the air, cutting through the darkness with immense speed. With repeated impacts and sharp piercing sounds, another fighter was struck by unseen projectiles, grimacing and demanding an end to the dirty tricks. Grunting with effort, another fighter struggled, unleashing their chained weapons in a desperate, sweeping motion. A dawning horror crept over another fighter as he looked up, a chilling thought of his current predicament beginning to fracture his perception. Staring up at the towering, monstrous shadow of Dong Bongsu with his glowing red eyes, the fighter's worst fear materialized: had he become the prey? The fat man, Bang Poyam, screamed in abject terror, his bloodied face reflecting the horrific realization of his peril. Another fighter swiftly dodged an incoming attack, moving with a sharp, whistling precision. Another fighter took a powerful blow, the impact reverberating with visceral force. His glowing yellow eyes widened in shock, another fighter realizing that this latest foe was also part of the unexpected deception. Another fighter screamed in agony as they were violently struck and killed, blood splattering from the brutal impact. Another fighter was lethally impaled, a sickening impact and choked gasp marking their gruesome end. Another fighter lay dead, surrounded by shadowy figures in a red-tinged void, while Dong Bongsu calmly carried a body away through the somber, rainy courtyard. Another fighter clutched their deeply wounded torso, blood gushing profusely from the brutal cut in the grim rain. The old man, dying and bloodied, angrily accused his opponent of having finally eradicated every black society member in Bongyang. The old man slumped to the ground in defeat, his final question to the imposing shadow of Dong Bongsu one of desperate motive: just why on earth have you? Dong Bongsu's chilling response echoed through the somber rain, a rhetorical question that cut deep: do I need a reason? The old man's eyes widened in profound terror, reflecting his dawning, horrifying comprehension of Dong Bongsu's true nature. As Dong Bongsu's red eye glowed ominously in the darkness, a chilling, philosophical thought resonated: humans have always killed other humans. This brutal truth stretched from the dawn of humanity, when they appeared as apes, through to this very day, even after constructing intricate civilizations. The narration posed a stark, oppressive question: did this not apply here, where the strong always trampled upon and stole from the weak? With his red eyes glowing, Dong Bongsu articulated his cold, grim justification to the despairing old man: this time, he was simply the strong one. The old man's wide eye reflected his complete defeat, filled with a cold, final despair or horrifying understanding. A stark visual transition sharply fractured the scene. The scene shifted to a serene, rainy night, wind whistling softly as rain poured down on a distant traditional building. A powerful beam of light struck the traditional building with a sudden, bright flash and a resounding impact. Dong Bongsu walked away, his deliberate footsteps echoing on the rainy stone path, leaving the scene of conflict behind. With a weary yet resolute gesture, Dong Bongsu wiped the blood from his sword, signaling the precise conclusion of the immediate conflict. Dong Bongsu stood tall, bloodied and resolute, his large sword humming with latent power amidst the brutal aftermath. Dong Bongsu grimly reflected that with the elimination of every black society member in Bongyang, his meticulous preparations were finally complete, and it was time to move to the next stage. With a maniacal grin and glowing red eyes, Dong Bongsu eagerly declared his intention to venture into Murim's Jianghu, where the strong were stronger and the prey harder to hunt. A powerful lightning bolt tore through the majestic and foreboding mountainous landscape during a stormy downpour. Amidst the stormy mountains and heavy rain, a majestic, red-lit fortress stood imposing, radiating an ominous power. Within the grand, opulent hall, numerous fighters stood in disciplined formation, their presence somber and orderly. A shadowy figure sat upon an ornate, grand throne, their identity obscured by the dim light, projecting an aura of hidden power. The shadowy figure, CEO No, broke the silence to inquire about the timeline for the looming Orthodox demonic war. A kneeling unnamed man responded with decisive clarity: 2 years remain, a soft click emphasizing the gravity of his words. CEO No mused on the 2-year timeframe, then declared it was time to slowly begin the grand plan, addressing someone named Guangwon. The unnamed man responded with immediate, deep respect: yes, sir. CEO No gave the clear command to execute the first stratagem, which the unnamed man acknowledged with unwavering obedience, declaring, as you command. The vibrant heart of a bustling ancient town pulsed under the clear blue sky, a new world awaiting exploration. Dong Bongsu's exhaustion was palpable as the street sounds grated around him, the journey's weight pressing down. Amidst the tavern's quiet hum, a man leaned in conspiratorially, eager to share the news that was surely sweeping the town. The nameless swordsman's clean sweep of the black society sent shockwaves through the district, causing merchants and courtesans alike to erupt in a delighted uproar, a triumph overheard by Dong Bongsu as he passed by. Enthusiasm bubbled over as one man suggested bestowing a new, more honorable title upon their mysterious benefactor, the nameless righteous swordsman. A new voice of skepticism entered the conversation, casting a shadow of doubt over the celebratory mood. The man's deep-seated unease surfaced, questioning whether a hero's ends truly justified such brutal means. One of the seated men suddenly rose in a surge of anger, fiercely defending the swordsman and demanding respect for the victims of the black society. His voice cracked with a fury that struck the air, declaring that no punishment, not even being torn limb from limb, would have been enough for those who had caused such suffering. Despite the impassioned outrage, the skeptical man's hesitation lingered, a quiet counterpoint to the fierce conviction. With a weary sigh that wiped away hope, another man explained how the so-called authorities had consistently abandoned commoners to their fate, uncaring and absent. His voice catching with emotion, the man concluded that the nameless swordsman had been their solitary beacon of hope against insurmountable odds. The weight of their shared suffering settled upon the skeptical man, his expression now lost in deep, troubled reflection. A long, drawn-out sigh of resignation escaped him, the sound heavy with the acceptance of an undeniable truth. The once skeptical man finally conceded, acknowledging the uncomfortable truth that only the nameless swordsman had ever offered them salvation. A quiet understanding settled among them, solidifying their shared sentiment in the warm, conspiratorial light. With a sudden shout of, "Long live the nameless swordsman," one man leapt up, his fervent cheers igniting the celebration. The previously skeptical man now joined the joyous clamor, echoing the fervent cheers that erupted from the growing crowd for their vigilante hero. A wave of wild euphoria swept through the town, as unbridled joy and liberation consumed the celebrating masses. As the celebration swelled around him, Dong Bongsu, his gaze now steely with resolve, quietly decided it was time to depart this place and move on. Under the watchful full moon, a grand palace complex lay cloaked in a serene mystery, its intricate roofs holding untold secrets in the nocturnal calm. Dong Bongsu halted at the threshold of the imposing structure, a quiet observer in the dim, moonlit silence. A sharp chime cut through the stillness, a stark digital alert warning of a powerful enemy now dangerously close. Dong Bongsu's eyes blazed crimson in the darkness, his heightened senses immediately locking onto the perceived threat. His spirit eye, an inner sense of perception, led him to the stable, a puzzling clue in the dim night. The heavy stable door groaned open as Dong Bongsu cautiously stepped into the oppressive darkness, his horse following close behind. Within the shadowy confines of the stable, two figures stood in tense, hushed confrontation, their presence shrouded in secrecy. Dong, the second figure remained a cloaked enigma, their back to him, the red robe hinting at a hidden significance. Dong Bongsu's red eye flared with an intense flash of recognition, revealing the astonishing identity of the other figure. It was none other than Danri Chanhwa himself, the venerable head of the Danri clan, a revelation that settled with a solemn weight. As heavy footsteps approached, a sudden, inexplicable shock sent Dong Bongsu reeling, dropping him to the ground in a daze, wondering at the presence of such powerful figures. The old man's words, a chilling goodbye to the horse that snorted softly, echoed with a dire foreboding as Dong Bongsu lay incapacitated, his fate unknown. Terror consumed Dong Bongsu as his wide, red eyes strained against the encroaching darkness, his helpless hands reaching out for a fleeting grip on reality. A low, resonant hum followed the barely audible swish of his robes as the old man took another deliberate, ominous step. The old man's voice, calm yet grave, revealed an important upcoming event, the marriage of the Namgung clan head's second daughter. Ji Daehyo's surprise was evident as he questioned the wisdom of offering such a cherished gift for the upcoming nuptials. With a resolute tap, the old man declared his unwavering purpose, to secure a place for one of his own children within the powerful Namgung clan, no matter the cost. His eye burned with an intense, unwavering resolve, unequivocally stating he would stop at nothing to achieve his strategic ambitions. Ji Daehyo pressed for confirmation, asking if it was a marriage pledge, but the old man simply reiterated his earlier, clear intention, to send one of his own. With a gentle touch on the horse's forehead, the old man offered a cryptic proverb, implying that a single connection was never enough for true influence. Ji Daehyo voiced a lingering concern, only to be met with the old man's chilling laughter and a ruthless command, achieve the goal, by any means necessary. A thunderous crash of power, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath, punctuated the old man's final, absolute command, make it happen, no matter what. A crackling aura of power still lingered, leaving Ji Daehyo's face contorted in wide-eyed, awestruck shock. With a final, decisive step, the old man issued his orders for an immediate departure, to which Ji Daehyo, bowing in respectful submission, simply confirmed, understood. Then, as an afterthought, the old man added a crucial detail regarding their journey to the Namgung family. With a dismissive gesture, the old man instructed them to also take the incapacitated Dong Bongsu, deeming him useful only for handling the horse. As the old man departed, Ji Daehyo affirmed his unwavering obedience with a sharp, yes, patriarch, sealing Dong Bongsu's unexpected fate. With a disoriented rustle, Dong Bongsu stirred from his stupor, his confused gaze falling upon Ji Daehyo's retreating form. Ji Daehyo's gaze was grim and unyielding, reflecting a hard resolve as he considered the new, unexpected burden. A formidable contingent of fighters stood in disciplined formation within the grand courtyard, their collective presence imposing a formal, silent power. Dong Bongsu, a silent observer amidst the bustling preparations, keenly absorbed every detail of his new, unfamiliar surroundings. A deep, introspective question gnawed at Dong Bongsu: how could he truly master the essence of martial arts, beyond simply acquiring skills? In the swirling depths of his mind, Dong Bongsu replayed his attempts to mimic the movements of warriors he'd faced, a vivid, internal struggle for understanding. His fist clenched with a frustrated thud, Dong Bongsu realized his efforts were nothing more than hollow, unsatisfying imitation. Yet, his truest aspiration, a vision of deep respect and deference, lay in finding a living master to guide his path to genuine martial arts. But a harsh reality quickly set in: becoming a true disciple was an arduous journey, fraught with unforeseen difficulties. At the advanced age of 18 in this world, Dong Bongsu mused on the common wisdom that truly mastering martial arts now would be an uphill battle. A sudden spark of insight ignited in his crimson eyes, and Dong Bongsu realized his current predicament might just be a blessing in disguise. His gaze swept over the imposing assembly, and Dong Bongsu voiced his keen recognition: the powerful Namgung clan. The narrator explained the Namgung clan's absolute power as one of the 5 great clans, and Dong Bongsu, a predatory smile spreading across his face and eyes glowing red, knew it would lead to both opportunity and stronger prey. The narrator confirmed that the formidable Black Crow unit had now fully assembled, their ranks standing in solemn, military readiness. Dong Bongsu moved amidst the assembled fighters, his keen gaze subtly absorbing the organized chaos around him. Ji Daehyo, satisfied that the horse was ready, impatiently inquired about the remaining missing members, learning only the young master and young lady were absent. A sharp click of his tongue betrayed Ji Daehyo's deep, barely suppressed irritation at the delay. Ji Daehyo explained the absence of the young master, Danri Ganghai, likely indulging at a tavern, and the young lady, Danri Hui, who disdained traveling with subordinates. With a powerful command that set his horse into a gallop, Ji Daehyo ordered the unit to move out. The Black Crow unit began its purposeful procession, a disciplined column moving steadily through the bustling street. Suddenly, Ji Daehyo's commanding shout echoed through the ranks, bringing the entire unit to an abrupt halt. A cacophony of clattering and crashing sounds signaled a sudden, violent disturbance ahead. Ji Daehyo groaned in utter exasperation, burying his face in his hand, the single word, again, speaking volumes of his repeated frustrations. The narrator introduced Danri Ganghai, the eldest son of Danri Chanwo, a martial arts prodigy whose formidable skill, radiating with fierce red energy, was more than enough for the Namgung clan, yet there was a critical flaw. The narrator grimly concluded that his character remained the true impediment, a judgment silently acknowledged by Ji Daehyo. The narrator explained how his reputation for frivolous indulgence in alcohol and women meant scandalous rumors always followed Danri Ganghai. The clash of metal, a powerful boom, and a sickening thud echoed through the air as the old man lamented, his disapproval evident: tisk tsk, beating someone up again. How can such a scoundrel? A raw, violent impact erupted, tearing through the air with a blinding flash of green energy. The old man's eye widened in sudden, startled alarm, reflecting an unexpected turn of events. A furious roar and the rumbling collapse of stone accompanied young Master Danri's uncontrolled outburst, as he unleashed his destructive power. A sharp, digital chime snapped Dong Bongsu to attention, his expression shifting to one of sudden, intense alertness. The alarming system message reiterated the imminent presence of an extremely powerful adversary, now within 20 meters. An injured fighter lay amidst shattered debris, his furious curse punctuated by the sickening sound of another brutal impact. Before the fighter could finish his desperate threat, a thunderous crash of green energy violently cut him short. The narrator confirmed it was the presence of a true master, a revelation that brought wide-eyed shock to Ji Daehyo, but only a knowing, predatory smile to Dong Bongsu's red eyes. Dong Bongsu's glowing red eye keenly reflected the powerful, shadowy figure, a silent, mysterious assessment of the formidable presence. The narrator emphasized that this was a master possessing an overwhelming, undeniable skill, as Danri Ganghai stood triumphantly amidst crackling green energy over his vanquished opponent. Green energy tore through the chaotic air, leaving slashes of pure destruction. Fear fractured an unnamed man's perception, leaving him utterly horrified. Raijing burst onto the scene, his urgent cry for, young Master Danri, ringing out as the injured fighter gasped, coughing amidst a painful green glow. A subtle ding echoed in Dong Bongsu's mind, a digital cue in the real world as fighters prepared for a conflict he seemed to anticipate. The system alert blared, a stark digital reminder that an enemy of significantly higher level had breached his immediate vicinity. Damn it! You bastard, the injured fighter screamed, his desperate rage punctuated by painful coughs. Before he could finish, a violent impact struck the fighter, silencing him abruptly. Raijing screamed in terror, while Dong Bongsu, his eyes glowing with an unsettling red, merely smirked, observing the assembling fighters. A shadowy figure was reflected deep within Dong Bongsu's glowing red eye, a silent, internal assessment of overwhelming power. It's a master, the system confirmed, adding, and it's one, of overwhelming skill, at that, as Tang Wu stood triumphantly over a defeated fighter, pulsating with green energy. Tang Wu moved with formidable power, his actions causing green energy to swirl around him. Green energy pulsed and moved rapidly, a violent display of raw force. Halt! Raijing cried out, rushing forward to confront Tang Wu as numerous fighters stood ready in the background. Tang Wu demanded, "Who are you?" As Raijing declared himself, "I am Raijing, head of the Black Crow unit. And the person you are currently tormenting is the young master of the Danri clan," Raijing stated, as Tang Wu's foot pressed down on the injured Danri Ganghai. Raijing, sword in hand, defiantly warned Tang Wu, "If you do not remove your foot this instant, I will not stand idle." Many fighters, including Raijing, watched with a mix of shock and grim focus as Dong Bongsu calmly walked away into the distance. Raijing's mind raced, realizing, the head doesn't know who he is. He mused, a man unknown even to the Black Crow unit leader, who knows everything about the REAL Murim. He is definitely an unfathomable master who came from the outside, as battle raged in the background. Raijing's red eye reflected a grim truth, understanding, with the people we have here, we can never defeat him. A man reacted with a shocked gasp, his eye widening, glowing intensely green. "We won't die," Tang Wu declared, adding, "No lion pounces with full force just to kill a bug." Tang Wu, picking his ear dismissively, questioned, "Danri clan? What is that?" Green energy flowed from Tang Wu's hand as he mockingly asked, "Is it something to eat? You dare insult the Danri clan?" Raijing yelled, his face contorted in enraged fury. Tang Wu merely smirked, his eye glowing green, continuing his taunt, "Well, I truly do not know if the Danri clan is something to eat, or something to step on," Tang Wu finished, smiling menacingly as he stepped harder on the injured Danri Ganghai. Raijing clenched his jaw, his teeth gritted in a silent, frustrated fury. "All members of the Black Crow unit, save the young master," Raijing commanded, drawing his sword as Dong Bongsu attacked and the unit charged forward amidst swirling green energy. Fighters were violently thrown and defeated by an unseen force, their bodies impacting and scattering in disarray. Dong Bongsu, his back to the viewer, raised an arm, 3 fingers extended, a silent display of immense power to the assembled fighters. Green energy erupted from Dong Bongsu's hand, coalescing into a concentrated ball of raw power. A powerful explosion of green energy radiated outwards, creating widespread impact. A fighter was violently propelled backward, his sword flying from his grasp as green energy surged across the battlefield. Another fighter was violently thrown through the air, screaming, while Raijing recognized the attack, gasping, "Don't tell me. This is the soul-chasing flying butterfly." Raijing screamed in terror as Dong Bongsu stood victorious over numerous defeated fighters. An injured man on the ground looked up, his eyes wide with a terrifying recognition. Tang Wu, surrounded by green energy, condescendingly complimented the man, "Ocho. For a country laborer, your eyes haven't completely rotted away." The injured man revealed Tang Wu's true identity. This old man is none other than the soul-chasing poison hand, Tang Wu. The Murim's power hierarchy was revealed, the 20 strongest people in Murim, the 2 gods, the 3 monsters, the 5 pinnacles, the 10 greats. The narration further clarified Tang Wu's status as the supreme master of the Sichuan Tang clan, and one of the 10 greats. Soul-chasing poison hand Tang Wu, the narration declared, warning that, for those who offend Tang Wu, when they become spirits, they cannot escape his poison hands, even after death. One of the top 20 masters of the Murim, the narration highlighted, as Dong Bongsu calmly walked past numerous defeated fighters. Raijing observed the aftermath, thinking, the scoundrel of the Danri clan has caused a massive incident. He contemplated the grave implications, if he offended someone of Tang Wu's stature. Depending on the circumstances, the Danri clan could be forced to close its gates. Raijing continued to ponder, "I wonder how this will end," as Dong Bongsu stood powerfully amidst the defeated fighters. "Grandpa," Chosen called, causing Tang Wu to turn, asking, Chosen suggested, "Let's just go. They're country folk who don't know any better, that's all," casually dismissing the defeated. Tang Wu looked forward, a pensive expression settling on his face. Ho ho, shall we? Tang Wu chuckled, amused and ready to depart. Chosen stated, this should be enough for him to realize how vast the world is, satisfied with the lesson inflicted. TSK, a descendant of the Orthodox faction drinking and causing a scene from first thing in the morning, Tang Wu grumbled, gesturing disapprovingly towards the injured fighter. Crossing his arms, Tang Wu continued, with my temper, I'd want to take a hand, but I can't bring myself to be so cruel to a child of the Orthodox faction. When this guy wakes up, tell him that if he keeps hitting on random women, he won't live out his natural lifespan. Do you understand? Tang Wu asked sternly of an unseen listener, as Chosen stood nearby. An injured man lay on the ground, terrified, a green needle-like object near his eye, tears streaming down his face. The injured man, grateful for the terrifying mercy, replied, thank you for your mercy, Senior Tang. TSK, Tang Wu muttered, exhaling in annoyance as green energy began to gather in his hand. An injured fighter remained on the ground, his eyes wide with fear as green energy continued to swirl around him. Tang Wu unleashed a powerful attack of green energy, sweeping away numerous fighters in a devastating whirlwind. As Tang Wu spoke, about to say, HWA, let's G-, his fist clenched abruptly. Tang Wu's eye was shown in an intense close-up, glowing an ominous green, indicating a powerful focus. Dong Bongsu led a large group of fighters, charging forward with resolute determination, preparing for battle. Dong Bongsu walked forward, holding his horse's reins, his expression serious and focused on the path ahead. Stay here for a moment, HWA, Tang Wu commanded, causing Chosen to question, Grandpa, as he walked away. Tang Wu walked with determined steps towards Dong Bongsu, who stood still amidst the numerous defeated fighters. Dong Bongsu, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, pondered, he's coming towards me. As Dong Bongsu continued to walk, he internally questioned, why? Dong Bongsu and Tang Wu faced each other in a tense, silent confrontation. Chosen asked, Grandpa, what is going on, to which Tang Wu replied, it is nothing special. I just have something to ask this child. Dong Bongsu thought to himself, something to ask. He has business directly with me. Tang Wu looked directly at Dong Bongsu, his expression intense, and demanded, what is your name? Dong Bongsu remained silent, his eyes wide with surprise, facing Tang Wu. I asked you what your name was, Tang Wu reiterated menacingly, green energy crackling around his hand and glowing in his eyes. Dong Bongsu found himself in a moment of profound tension as the old man settled into a resolute stance. When another child questioned the situation, the old man calmly explained he merely had something to ask Dong Bongsu. Internally, Dong Bongsu questioned why this powerful figure would have direct business with him. With an intense, piercing glare, the old man demanded Dong Bongsu's name. Dong Bongsu remained stunned into silence by the unexpected question. The old man reiterated his demand with terrifying intensity, green energy crackling around his hand and eyes. Dong Bongsu's eye widened in a silent scream of shock and sudden fear. Within the old man's eye, a vortex of green energy swirled, hinting at his deep, supernatural power. A surge of frustration crossed the old man's face as he snarled about Dong Bongsu's silence. A man with a topknot explained that Dong Bongsu was merely a horse handler who could not speak. His eyes swirled subtly with yellow energy as he paused, deeply assessing the unexpected revelation. Dong Bongsu's fractured thoughts raced, questioning if this was some form of profound evaluation, a judgment of his very being. He perceived the old man's gaze as if he were something precious, an object of immense value. The realization struck Dong Bongsu that if a master like Tang Wu saw him as a treasure, then this was a monumental turning point. This, Dong Bongsu declared internally, was his chance, a potent opportunity, underscored by violent, dark visions of past battles and dismembered bodies. His eye burned with a swirling green energy as he resolved to finally shed the stifling identity of Sosum, the horse handler. With a powerful surge of energy, the old man extended his hand towards Dong Bongsu, the air around them roaring. Green energy engulfed Dong Bongsu, his body appearing to crack under the immense pressure, hinting at a forced transformation. The old man laughed with a sinister, powerful satisfaction, his eyes glowing with green menace. Dong Bongsu stared, startled, at his own hand, which now pulsed with an inexplicable green glow as dark energy swirled around him. The old man then inquired about their destination, and the man with the topknot revealed they were en route to the Namgung clan for a marriage alliance. He then pressed for Dong Bongsu's role, learning that the mute horse handler was in charge of the precious, blood-sweating horse, a legendary Fergana steed. The old man proposed taking Dong Bongsu, only to be met with a shocked and alarmed refusal from the man with the topknot, who stressed that no one else could control the invaluable horse. The old man thoughtfully considered a solution, concluding that the Fergana horse must still reach the Namgung clan. With an unwavering, resolute glint in his eye, the old man declared his intention to claim Dong Bongsu after their arrival. He confidently offered to personally negotiate with the Namgung clan and even provide payment and a letter to their clan head, asking if this was sufficient. The man with the top knot stammered, sweating and distressed under the old man's overwhelming offer. The old man's eye glowed menacingly, exerting a silent but powerful pressure. Resigned and respectful, the man with the top knot conceded, revealing that they had planned to gift Dong Bongsu to the Namgung clan anyway, and invited Senior Tang to take him. The old man erupted in triumphant laughter, clearly pleased with his easy acquisition of Dong Bongsu. Grinning widely, the old man impatiently urged Dong Bongsu to follow. Dong Bongsu stood bewildered beside the horse, while the man with the top knot stood apart, utterly dejected by the disruption of their plans. The man with the top knot let out a deep, frustrated sigh, clutching his head in despair. He furiously barked orders to dispatch the young master to a physician and for the Black Crow unit to regroup and move out. Dong Bongsu wore a weary expression, while the man with the top knot looked shocked and angry, all under the cunning, menacing gaze of the old man. The story of Murim Psychopath unfolded, brought to life by the adaptation of Kim Yun and the illustrations of Song Byungju. As night fell, a calm serenity enveloped the sky under a full moon. Horse-mounted fighters approached a grand, warmly lit traditional building under the moonlight. A man on horseback announced that they would settle there for the night, the command rippling through the gathered entourage. Inside, a lively inn buzzed with patrons, illuminated by warm lanterns. Outside, the stable area remained quiet and functional, lit by the glow of lanterns. Deep in thought, Dong Bongsu sat alone on the stable floor, finding solace beside a horse. His red-pupilled eye held a contemplative depth, processing his evolving abilities. Dong Bongsu observed that ever since his battle with the Black Society, his control over his inventory had vastly improved. He pondered the current meter-wide summoning range and whether further practice could expand it. Dong Bongsu mentally illustrated that his inventory could retrieve or fire objects, be they swords or corpses, surrounded by blue energy. He realistically assessed the limitation that the inventory's shooting speed was not fast enough to surprise a true master. Dong Bongsu demonstrated his ability, pouring sand from his hand as if from an unseen dimension. His red eye focused intently on the concept of his inventory. As he sat cross-legged, sand continued to fall effortlessly onto his lap, a continuous manifestation of his power. Blue, glowing particles, a more refined essence of his inventory, then drifted down onto his lap. Dong Bongsu punched forward, his hand glowing intensely with blue energy, demonstrating the physical application of his inventory power. His hand pulsed with blue energy, a soft, impactful release. A confident smirk played on Dong Bongsu's face as he internally acknowledged his growing skill. He hinted at yet another, unrevealed method of utilizing his inventory, mist emanating subtly from his mouth. Dong Bongsu swallowed, a subtle, internal action connected to this new inventory method. He revealed his unique ability to transfer anything that entered his body directly into his inventory, blue energy flowing and radiating from him as he explained. Dong Bongsu smiled, eyes wide and illuminated by blue light, declaring it a divine art, the inventory divine art. Footsteps approached the dimly lit stable, drawing closer to where Dong Bongsu sat. A child's exasperated voice complained to their grandpa, already impatient. The child voiced their annoyance and confusion at being ordered to fetch Dong Bongsu at such a late hour. The child, with a hint of irritation, instructed Dong Bongsu to follow. Dong Bongsu looked up, a blend of surprise and resignation on his face. In another room, a man watched with suspicion, while others remained indistinct at their tables. The child announced their entrance as they stood before large, ornate double doors. The heavy doors burst open with a resounding bang. Dong Bongsu sat on the floor of a grand, dimly lit room, gazing up at a magnificent golden dragon mural. The old man instructed Dong Bongsu to ascend the platform and sit cross-legged. Dong Bongsu's eyes, wide and blank, reflected a profound weariness or perhaps a detached acceptance. Dong Bongsu walked steadily towards the platform, while the old man and another child already sat on mats, awaiting him. He settled calmly into a cross-legged position on the raised platform, ready for what was to come. The old man's eye fixed on Dong Bongsu, issuing a direct and absolute command, strip everything. Dong Bongsu complied, removing his robes to reveal his muscular, disciplined back. The old man observed, contentedly approving as Dong Bongsu sat bare-chested on the platform. With a pleased grin, the old man commented positively on Dong Bongsu's impressive physique. The old man dramatically produced a golden case, announcing it as Dragon Phoenix Golden Needles. The child cried out in horror, covering her mouth as she realized the ominous implications of the needles. The old man placed the golden box down with a decisive click. The old man then posed a cryptic question to Dong Bongsu, asking if he knew the saying, Gyolwawiji. He explained the proverb, detailing how an orange from Huainan became a bitter trifoliate orange when planted in the colder north. Dong Bongsu quickly grasped the analogy, reflecting on the fate of Huainan's oranges. He applied the proverb to himself, connecting Huainan to the Danri clan and Huaibei to the Tang clan, realizing his own potential transformation from Sosum to something new. The old man, hand resting on the glowing golden box, declared his intention to perform a great ritual on Dong Bongsu. He warned of unimaginable pain, enough to make one wish for death, but promised an immense reward and a cure for Dong Bongsu's muteness if he endured, golden light flaring around him. His eyes glowed intensely golden as he challenged Dong Bongsu directly, asking if he would accept the ordeal. Dong Bongsu met his gaze with wide, determined eyes, silently signifying his acceptance. The child cried out in horror, reaching towards the old man in a desperate plea. She vehemently protested the old man's grave decision, emphasizing that it was made without the consent of the elders. The child's face contorted in horror, contrasting sharply with Dong Bongsu's glowing yellow eye, focused and resolute. The old man's smirk revealed his indifference to the child's mounting fear. The child let out a silent scream, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, a testament to her profound distress. The old man's lips stretched into a wide, sinister grin. His mouth opened wide in a laugh or shout, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. A single, horrifying drop of blood or a bloody tear seeped from the child's eye, a grotesque symbol of the ritual's impact. Dong Bongsu had an internal realization as the scene unfolded before him. His red-pupilled eye looked up, a moment of profound understanding dawning upon him. The old man sat with the golden box, watching Dong Bongsu on the platform, while the child continued to observe in terrified silence. The old man's intense, determined eye signaled the commencement of the next phase. His hand hovered over the glowing golden box, commencing the ritual with a surge of light. Bathed in golden light, the imposing old man asked if Dong Bongsu was prepared to receive the surname of the Tang clan. Dong Bongsu responded with a confident smirk, his wide, red-pupilled eyes reflecting the golden light. The ornate golden box, engraved with dragons and phoenixes, lay open, revealing the 2 golden needles within. The Murim recognized many with extraordinary martial arts aptitude, from those with heavenly meridian bodies, 5 sacred organs, 6 golden organs, or 9 sacred organs, to those bearing heavenly martial heart meridians or cosmic sacred bones, all hailed as rare talents appearing once in a millennium. Such was their inherent power that simply being born with these rare talents was enough to etch one's name into the annals of Murim history. Yet, the supreme aptitude among them, the one truly beyond measure, was something Dong Bongsu simply found. Dong Bongsu internally questioned the significance of talents that surfaced once in a decade, a century, or even a millennium, wondering if any of it truly mattered. This boy possessed a form utterly unprecedented, a body unlike any seen since the dawn of Murim itself. It was a body utterly devoid of meridians. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary physique, one that had simply never been trained in the martial arts. However, this young man's body lacked the fundamental acupoints and pathways that every human should inherently possess. There was nothing, an absolute void, as if he were not truly human at all. Yet, having no established path meant that whatever was forged within him would become the path itself, especially if nurtured correctly. With this unique vessel, Dong Bongsu might even restore the 10,000 flower rain, a technique that had survived only in ancient forms for centuries. If successful, the very powers of the Murim would inevitably bend before the might of the Tang family. The old man declared with maniacal glee that the future of the Tang family now rested solely in his hands. The old man announced he would ask once more, holding the needle poised over Dong Bongsu's glowing head. With a cunning smile, the old man pressed for an answer. Would Dong Bongsu accept the surname of the Tang family? Dong Bongsu affirmed with a decisive nod. However, the old man cautioned, Dong Bongsu was not yet fully a Tang, warning that he must prove his worth to the elders and the family head, even if it meant death. With an intense, scrutinizing gaze, the old man challenged Dong Bongsu one last time. Will you still do it? Dong Bongsu's determined face, eyes glowing red, answered the challenge without a sound. The old man, radiating an ominous green energy, announced that he would now perform the Great Reformation ritual. He then instructed Chosen to stand guard as the ritual began, green needles now floating around the meditating Dong Bongsu. Chosen stood watch by the ornate screens, the room now aglow with the eerie light of numerous floating green needles. A potent surge of energy enveloped the room as the ritual actively began, the old man's spectral form looming over Dong Bongsu. Crackling green energy solidified in the old man's grasp, ready for its purpose. Dong Bongsu sat in silent meditation, surrounded by an array of glowing green needles poised to strike. With an eerie green glow in his eyes and a sinister smile, the old man formally declared the ritual's commencement. The old man meticulously lowered a glowing needle, guiding it towards Dong Bongsu's head. Dong Bongsu's eyes snapped open wide, a shock of pain or realization rippling through him as the needle approached. The glowing green needle was now inserted into the back of Dong Bongsu's head. The back of Dong Bongsu's head became a focal point, the contact point for the ritual. Dong Bongsu realized they believed he couldn't discern their communications, not knowing he mastered lip reading. He mused how a skill honed for hunting prey in his past life had become an unexpected asset in this present predicament. He pondered his body of no meridians, questioning how such a thing could exist, linking it to the invisible status window and system, a visible GUI unique to him, making him neither fully human nor mere character. Dong Bongsu deduced that the old man, Tang Hu, could not possibly know the truth of his condition, therefore having fabricated this body of no meridians theory, which meant he simply needed to play his part. The old man observed, a sly, satisfied smile playing on his lips, green light reflecting in his eyes. This was a body truly unprecedented, one that would never again be seen in this world. To the old man's surprise, even with these temporarily created acupoints, the flow of qi and blood encountered no blockage. In fact, his qi flowed several times faster than that of any ordinary martial artist. The old man's eye widened in profound surprise, acknowledging that this was truly a talent of the ages. A rustling sound, like insects stirring, emanated from within the box. A long, glowing centipede emerged among the other insects in the wooden container. The old man, a shadowy presence with glowing green eyes, stated he must proceed with even greater caution, as the centipede crawled ominously. The old man carefully held a golden needle, a live centipede writhing upon its tip. With a distorted, malevolent expression and glowing green eyes, the old man inserted the centipede into Dong Bongsu's ear. The old man's internal monologue revealed his intent to insert a gu as a contingency, a Tang family poisonous insect that could fell any martial artist without immediate symptoms, vowing that if he could not possess this power, he would tear it to shreds so no one else could. Dark, tendril-like green energy swirled intensely around the meditating Dong Bongsu. The old man continued the ritual, inserting more glowing green needles into Dong Bongsu's arm. The old man performed precise manipulations with needles on Dong Bongsu's head. As the floating needles diminished, the scene transitioned to the vibrant hues of a setting sun. The grand, traditional building settled into the warm, fading light of dusk. The elegant interior of a traditional room lay quiet, softly illuminated by the last vestiges of daylight. The old man sat, his back to the viewer, in the traditional room. The old man's glowing silhouette announced to the standing, bare-chested Dong Bongsu that the ritual was complete. With a sly smile, the old man formally declared Dong Bongsu's transformation from the Danri family's horse handler into a member of the Tang clan, the greatest family in Sichuan. The old man paused before bestowing a new name upon the weary, sweating Dong Bongsu. The old man bestowed the name Tang Sam upon the kneeling Dong Bongsu. Dong Bongsu's face reflected profound weariness and resignation, sweat beading on his temple. Dong Bongsu affirmed his new identity with a simple, resonant yes. Chosen stood serene, her eyes closed in calm contemplation. The heavy doors creaked open with a low thud, revealing an unnamed man entering as Chosen watched with a serious expression. Dong Bongsu and Chosen stood side by side, both looking down in a quiet moment of transition. Dong Bongsu walked away from the traditional building, disappearing into the warm light of the setting sun. He stood looking out contemplatively through a window, gazing at a blurred landscape in the distance. Blue energy erupted from Dong Bongsu's hand, grasping a centipede, then he engaged in fierce combat, striking a silhouetted figure, blood flying as his eyes glowed red and blue energy radiated outwards. The mute Sosam of the Danri family was now gone, vanquished in a dynamic burst of blood and shock. Now, he was Tang Sam of the Sichuan Tang family. Silhouetted against the bright sun, with blood droplets falling like an omen, Dong Bongsu declared this new identity would become his wings. The magnificent Murim complex lay peaceful and illuminated under the full moon and starry night. Intricate details of the traditional architecture emerged under the moon's silent gaze. A muffled struggle pierced the tense silence of the dimly lit room. Chosen fought desperately as unseen hands clamped down, forcing her into a horrifying stillness. Her cries of anguish echoed through the oppressive darkness, each sound a testament to the continued assault. As Chosen lay still in her agony, the menacing reach of another arm confirmed her horrifying ordeal was far from over. Chosen's single, tear-filled eye opened, reflecting the deep terror and raw struggle within her. A shadow descended from above, the protagonist's glowing eyes and drawn sword announcing a swift, unseen arrival. A hand seized the assailant's neck, cutting short his cry of, "That's." The attack on the man was delivered with blinding speed and brutal force, a mere blur of violent intent. A devastating strike landed, sending the opponent reeling amidst a spray of red. The force of the blow flung the fighter violently backward, his cloak swirling into the darkness. "This." The fighter stammered, turning to face the menacing protagonist, dread seizing him. Profound disbelief washed over the fighter as he murmured, "This can't be." A wave of frustrated anger consumed the fighter, whose first thought was the bloodstains marring his precious silk robes from the west. "Do you have any idea how expensive this is?" he demanded, his fury misplaced. A tremor of rage ran through the fighter as he snarled, "Hey," confronting the approaching protagonist. With a snarl of defiance, the fighter demanded to know, "Just who the hell are you?" The protagonist's glowing eyes burned through the mask, an unnerving silence preceding his next move. A dark, swirling energy erupted from the protagonist's sword, coiling around him in a menacing aura. The protagonist launched a blindingly fast, powerful assault, an explosion of light and force. The fighter desperately ducked, narrowly evading the protagonist's streaks of glowing purple energy. The fighter's arm snapped up, barely deflecting the searing impact of the purple energy attack. With a grim resolve, the fighter imbued his sword with pulsing purple energy, readying a counterattack. The two combatants clashed head-on, their purple-infused attacks erupting in a violent explosion of energy. Both fighters strained, pushing their surging purple energies against each other in a desperate, grinding struggle. "What the hell?" The fighter gasped, shock dawning on his face as the protagonist's power intensified. With chilling contempt, Dong Bongsu declared, "You're weak as fuck," unleashing a wave of devastating purple energy. The overwhelming force repelled the fighter violently backward, sending his weapon spinning away. A massive arc of purple energy slammed into the fighter, throwing him with explosive force. The fighter was launched helpless across the room, purple energy trailing in his wake. "Not so fast," the fighter cried, unleashing a desperate counterattack, yet Dong Bongsu's purple energy swiftly overwhelmed him. Dong Bongsu delivered a decisive strike, his sword shimmering with dark, swirling energy. "Don't tell me that's," the fighter exclaimed, a terrible realization dawning in his glowing purple eyes. Dong Bongsu's purple energy blade carved through the air, piercing through unseen defenses with devastating power. Relentlessly, the purple energy blade continued its brutal, slicing trajectory. The fighter was utterly overwhelmed, engulfed and obliterated by a torrent of dark and purple energy. The defeated fighter lay still, his eyes closed, the battle's grim conclusion etched upon his face. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh erupted from the fighter, shattering the silence with an unnerving triumph. Right, you're definitely mad, Cloud," the fighter smirked, settling into a chair and acknowledging Dong Bongsu's memory of such trivial details. With a casual smirk, the fighter then sarcastically inquired, "So, what brings the 18th Cloud all the way here in person?" An older man entered, announcing, "Orders have come down, Ash Shadow." Ash Shadow immediately asked, "And what is it?" To which the man replied, "The first stratagem." Ash Shadow's face contorted into a chilling, manic grin, his eyes glowing with dark anticipation. His hand trembled on the table, bloodied fingers betraying the intense, barely contained excitement that coursed through him. Ash Shadow leaned forward, his manic grin widening as he hissed, "We're finally doing it." "Good. What about Shifting Shadow?" The man calmly revealed that Shifting Shadow would be marrying into the Namgung clan on the 15th of the month. "Wedding?" Ash Shadow exclaimed, a genuine shock registering on his face. His eye narrowed, calculating the implications of the announcement with intense suspicion. "Don't tell me, Shifting Shadow is..." Ash Shadow stammered, his face a mask of profound shock as a horrifying realization clicked into place. With a subtle gesture, the man then probed, the scope, his inquiry chilling in its implications. The man listened intently, his eyes closed as he awaited the details of the horrifying plan. Ash Shadow's blood-stained fingers tapped rhythmically, an unsettling sign of his growing impatience or satisfaction. With a final tap, Ash Shadow revealed the horrific scope: everyone except Shifting Shadow and Namgung Hye would be eliminated. A single, chilling tap of his blood-stained fingers sealed their grim fate. The rhythmic tapping echoed through the room, heightening the tension between the two men. The man warned, "The soul-chasing poison hand will arrive in Anhui soon," adding gravely, "Our forces here won't be enough." With a grim resolve, the man declared that 5 shadows will go, dark, ominous figures rising behind him. Ash Shadow responded to the declaration with another silent tap of his finger. "Really, now?" Ash Shadow mused, his smirk hinting at a deeper, cunning satisfaction. With a terrifying, manic grin and glowing red eyes, Ash Shadow agreed, "That should be enough." "I have delivered the orders," the man stated, his footsteps receding as he turned to leave. "By the way," Ash Shadow called out, stopping the man as he began to disappear into the shadows. With an unsettling casualness, Ash Shadow inquired, "What was Shifting Shadow's name again?" The man's eye widened slightly, a flicker of surprise or discomfort crossing his face at the unexpected question. In a burst of speed and shadows, the man swiftly vanished from the room. Ash Shadow sighed, covering his face with his hand as he muttered, He's as unlikable as ever." With a smirk of feigned envy, he whined, I'm jealous, so jealous." As he began to pace, Ash Shadow mused on the perceived injustice. "I thought shadows would live alone forever, yet Shifting Shadow had become a hero of the orthodox faction, even securing the first beauty of Anhui as a bride. His face contorted into a snarl of bitter resentment. He seethed, while I'm rotting away in this gloomy place. Ash Shadow turned and walked towards the open doorway, leaving the room behind. He casually flicked his fingers, a subtle gesture of unspoken command. As Ash Shadow walked down the hallway, a dark, swirling trail of ominous energy followed in his wake. Clean the room, Ash Shadow commanded, gesturing coldly, get rid of the filth on the bed, too. He paused, letting the silence hang heavy before continuing, and... with chilling, casual cruelty, Ash Shadow delivered his final order, kill all the guards who were on duty today. The older man bowed respectfully, acknowledging the grim command with a simple, yes, branch leader. Ash Shadow's footsteps led him towards a balcony overlooking the sprawling city lights below. He leaned on the railing, gazing out at the vast, glittering expanse of the city beneath the cloudy, moonlit sky. This grand and imposing complex was none other than the heavenly demon divine cult's Anhui branch. This ruthless strategist, revealed in a portrait-like gaze, was none other than branch leader, naked silver demon Pega Hyol. He was also known by his sinister alias, Ash Shadow. The older man looked ahead, his face composed and confident, ready for what was to come. His lips curled into a predatory smirk, revealing sharp teeth and a chilling, sinister intent. A vast army gathered under the moonlit sky, prepared to march on the distant city, signaling that now it really begins. Countless feet marched in synchronized rhythm, a silent testament to the army's colossal scale. The massive army, bearing flags and spears, marched relentlessly toward the distant city under the dark, cloudy sky. Whoa! Whoa! A young rider exclaimed, his voice filled with awe at the formidable sight of the approaching forces. The young rider observed gravely, we arrived sooner than expected, noting they had reached the place where the Namgung clan reigns as masters. The vast city of Anhui, sparkling with countless lights, lay before the massive army, its fate now hanging precariously in the balance. Amidst hanging lanterns and ancient traditions, a vibrant festival pulsed with untold stories. Within the palace's magnificent facade, the celebration unfolded, a symphony of joy and anticipation. But beneath the gaiety, a stark reality emerged as an armed man confronted cowering figures. Their desperate pleas for a mere lump of rice echoed the harshness of their forgotten existence. Rage contorted the armed man's features, a snarl escaping as his teeth snapped. You beggar bastards, get lost, the armed man roared, dismissing a faint plea for mere leftovers. Then, with a furious kick, he violently struck one of the desperate men. The other beggars cried out in distress, their pain palpable as one of their own was attacked. What is this commotion? Another man wondered, as a shadowy figure, Dong Bongsu, stepped into the grand building. Dong Bongsu walked purposefully out of the grand entrance, his steps deliberate and measured. The armed man, bowing nervously, attempted to explain the beggar's presence to the composed Dong Bongsu. Dong Bongsu offered a subtle smile as the nervous armed man looked towards him, unsure of the newcomer's reaction. Meanwhile, two observers discussed the arriving protagonist, identifying him as the star of this banquet. Dong Bongsu approached one of the fallen beggars, observing their plight with an unreadable expression. Are you alright? Dong Bongsu asked, extending a compassionate hand. His hand reached out to the startled beggars, an unexpected gesture of kindness. Dong Bongsu stood among the kneeling beggars, offering help, while the armed man watched, completely surprised. Turning away, Dong Bongsu instructed, share some food with these people as well, believing there was time and leftovers before the wedding. Yes, young master, the armed man responded submissively, still surprised as Dong Bongsu departed into the building. An old man and a bald monk spoke of Dong Bongsu's rising legendary status, having journeyed alone to defeat over 20 demons, including the twin demons who rampaged through Jinju for decades, to become the son-in-law of the Namgung clan. Another man leaned in, sharing a rumor about the Thunderblade Emperor's martial arts, the greatest 300 years ago. Suddenly, a man confronted another, annoyed by a possible bump. What? Exclaimed the old man in a robe, his face grotesquely contorted in shock, recognizing the terrifying, soul-chasing poison hand, and its master, Tang Wu. The sudden shock distorted a man's face, his hand reflexively covering his mouth in terror. Move, you're in the way, the angry old man commanded forcefully, pushing someone aside. The old man in a robe walked forward with disdain, dismissing the useless bastards, as he passed the surprised onlookers. Inside, the old man conversed seriously with the smiling Dong Bongsu, while a murmuring crowd gathered in the background. Dong Bongsu and the old man sat together in the courtyard, a public display observed by many. Silence, the old man in a robe roared, demanding immediate quiet. Challenging the gathered people, the old man in a robe demanded, are you saying I've come to a place I shouldn't have? His eyes glowing with menacing anger, the old man glared, daring anyone with something to say to confront him directly. As someone attempted to calm Sir Tang, Dong Bongsu's silhouetted figure approached in the distant doorway. Greetings, I am Du Hyo-ok, Dong Bongsu said, bowing respectfully. Ho, so you are the young man who made me come all this way, the old man challenged, his gaze fixed on Dong Bongsu. A man's eye reflected skepticism, his internal thought deeming something excellent, but that is all. It would have been best if we met a while ago, Dong Bongsu critically stated, but seeing you today is quite disappointing. The old man, bewildered, could only utter, pardon. What do you mean? Is Bayok inside? The old man in a robe inquired impatiently, then walked away, ignoring Dong Bongsu, as another man responded that the clan head was waiting. Ji Great Sir Tang. I will guide you to the king's hall. Dong Bongsu eagerly offered, running after the old man. As Dong Bongsu ran, a sudden internal shock manifested as a fleeting dark shadow and a wide-eyed expression of horror. A system notification chimed, announcing that an enemy with a level difference of more than 10 had approached within 20 meters. Dong Bongsu observed the digital system message, an anomaly in the traditional setting. He thought to himself that there was a subtle gap between this man and Tang Wu, noting his constant, steady pace without stopping. A sudden realization struck Dong Bongsu, the new high-level enemy was that man. Dong Bongsu's eyes burned with an intense, piercing red. Every human, Dong Bongsu mused, possessed left-right asymmetry, in their face, limb length, shoulder height, and other features. But that man, Dong Bongsu observed from behind, was simply too perfect. Dong Bongsu's red eyes burned as he realized the man was of the same species, a predator like himself, hiding his true form. This grand structure was the Namgung clan King's Hall, a majestic seat of power. Meticulously lined on the rooftop, ceremonial swords of past clan heads glinted in the sunlight, overlooking the courtyard. The old man in a robe observed the swords, noting, the swords of past clan heads. Tsk tisk, the old man in a robe scoffed, his eye glowing, cynically dismissing those who called themselves kings, for they would all end up in a grave. Then please wait here for a moment, Dong Bongsu began, offering to go ahead, but the old man dismissively cut him off, forget it. The old man's foot firmly stepped onto the stone stair. Didn't you say he's been waiting anyway? The old man questioned, continuing his determined ascent up the stairs. The grand hall was revealed through a doorway, where the Namgung leader and a young woman stood waiting. Uncle, the young woman, hi, called out in surprise, startling the Namgung leader. Feet moved quickly across the ornate patterned rug, a blur of motion. Welcome, uncle. It has been truly a long time, the Namgung leader greeted formally, bowing slightly. Humph, the old man in a robe scoffed, critically remarking on the wretched sight of a clan head running around without dignity. The weathered texture of the old man's skin around his neck hinted at years of experience. Still, it is good to see you after so long, you rascal, the old man said affectionately, as the Namgung leader laughed, ha 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 ha. You haven't changed a bit. Hai's eye observed them with subtle curiosity. Hai pondered, wondering if her grandfather and the clan head had always been so close. Ah, exclaimed a woman named Chosen, entering the elegant hall and startling Hai. It's been a while, Wah, Chosen greeted warmly, her smile genuine. Sister Hai, I think you've become even prettier, Chosen complimented, to which Hai replied, ho ho. Thank you, Wah. Have you been well? Dong Bongsu bowed his head respectfully, his hands clasped in a formal gesture. I was so flustered earlier, I couldn't introduce myself properly. I am Du Hyo-ok, Dong Bongsu stated, to which Hai playfully asked, I am Tang Hua, may I call you brother-in-law? Hai flushed with embarrassment, flustered by the playful comment. Haha, brother-in-law sounds good. Chosen teased, adding, I never knew a shy person like Sister Hai would get married before me. Goodness, this girl. Hai murmured, covering her face in further embarrassment. Hai's eye remained observant, reflecting the light of the grand hall. Wah, by the way, who is that person? Hai asked, her curiosity piqued. Chosen began to explain, that person is. Gesturing towards the man walking away from the windows. I am Tang Sam, the dark-haired man introduced himself. Both Hai and Chosen observed Tang Sam with surprise. Tang Sam. Nice to meet you, Dong Bongsu said, smiling warmly and extending his hand. Dong Bongsu's hand remained extended, awaiting Tang Sam's response. Tang Sam's eye, intense and observant, remained fixed on Dong Bongsu. Then, with subtle smiles, Dong Bongsu and Tang Sam shook hands. Ah, right. Dong Bongsu suddenly exclaimed, addressing the group. Dong Bongsu announced his plans for the evening, a night outing to Soho Lake with Hai. How about we go together? Dong Bongsu invited, looking at Chosen and Tang Sam. Dong Bongsu offered an assuring, confident smile. Including you as well, Tang Sam, Dong Bongsu explicitly added, extending the invitation. The moonlit night unfolded, serene and expansive, as traditional buildings glowed softly by the wide, flowing water. On the tranquil waters, glowing lanterns drifted, captivating the small gathering on the dock. Chosen breathed, "It's beautiful," her voice hushed with appreciation for the tranquil night. The man with the top knot chuckled, explaining that Soho Lake was renowned for its breathtaking views, especially the stunning night panorama. "Hi," admiring the reflection, told Chosen, "the moon reflected on the lake is truly beautiful, Sister Wa." Then, the man with the top knot suggested that while the ladies talked, the men should share a drink. "I'll go fetch some good wine," the man with the top knot offered, his footsteps receding as he left. Dong Bongsu mused that Do Hyo-ok, on the surface the intended son-in-law of the Namgung clan, was far more complex than he appeared. He concluded that Do Hyo-ok was definitely a predator in disguise. Dong Bongsu felt a grumble of unease, speculating that a person of such caliber could surely plot something substantial. As footsteps echoed nearby, he pondered the critical questions: when would this plan unfold, and why? Dong, a digital ping rang in his mind, an enemy over 10 levels higher than you has approached within 20 meters. A sharp intake of breath, and his mind raced, "It's not Do Hyo-ok." His mind instantly calculated the ship's dimensions, a length of 25 meters, a height of around 5. A deep thump resonated in his chest, then the enemy was clearly on the lower deck. Footsteps approached as the man with the top knot returned, apologizing for his delay. "The wine was in an odd spot, so I took a little while." Dong Bongsu's red pupils narrowed, perceiving layers of deception in the darkness. This was a new enemy, distinct from Do Hyo-ok. This new threat had appeared right here, on this ship. With a cheerful pour, the man with the top knot declared this Jumaju, a precious, strong wine, offered specifically to Tang Sam. A subtle tension hung between the two men as they faced each other on the deck, the offered wine between them. Dong Bongsu feigned discomfort, asking to be excused for a moment as his stomach hadn't been well. "Ah, of course," the man with the top knot replied, suggesting Dong Bongsu ask the boatman for directions as his footsteps receded. But a subtle, cunning glint in the man with the top knot's eye betrayed a lingering suspicion. Dong Bongsu, a silent silhouette, stepped into the ship's dark, foreboding interior. His footsteps shuffled softly, carefully traversing the ship's dimly lit wooden floor. The system's urgent voice echoed in his mind, counting down: enemy over 10 levels higher has approached within 20 meters, 14. 13, 12. 11. Dong Bongsu noted that the distance to the newly confirmed enemy had initially increased. But now, with a growing sense of dread, the distance was closing once more. The digital alert continued its rapid, insistent countdown: enemy approached within 20 meters, 6. 5, 4. As the countdown reached 3. 2, 1, Dong Bongsu calmly noted, "That's 2 for now." Another alert pulsed: 4. 3, 2. 1, and Dong Bongsu mentally added, 3. The countdown reached its inevitable end: 3. 2, 1, followed by a sharp beat. A new silhouette emerged in the doorway, stepping into the ship's dark interior with a foreboding presence. With cold, glowing red eyes, Dong Bongsu tallied the true threat: 5 enemies, each over 10 levels higher than him, were now on the ship. Dong Bongsu stared out a small window, the floating lanterns providing a pensive backdrop to his thoughts. His arms settled with a soft thud on the wooden ledge, his contemplation unbroken. He reasoned that if their objective was to kidnap Namgung Hai, they would have already acted. Since that wasn't the situation, his mind pressed on. The chilling realization then struck him: it was highly likely their true target was the Namgung clan itself. His fist clenched, a silent manifestation of grim resolve. In his mind's eye, monstrous figures distorted with ominous purple energy, a horrifying vision of powerful foes. He knew these enemies were at least 10 levels higher, and their secret infiltration meant something catastrophic. The vision culminated in raging flames, engulfing traditional buildings. As his mind solidified the conclusion, they were overthrowing the Namgung clan. Leaning against the railing, Dong Bongsu felt himself caught, undeniably, between a rock and a hard place. His mind mapped the board. Tang Wu was an ally, but ahead, the enemies of the Namgung clan loomed. With an unsettling, decisive smile and glowing red eyes, Dong Bongsu acknowledged the true dilemma, knowing he must make his move as they neared the waterway. Silently, 2 traditional boats navigated the waterway, drawing closer under the dark sky, an anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Under the vast, moonlit sky, multiple ships glided across the water, their quiet movements adding to the expansive beauty, yet hinting at hidden activity. Footsteps echoed, some walking, some running, a routine movement carrying a subtle thread of urgency on the paved deck. 3 men stood observant on the paved path, gazing towards a large, cylindrical stone structure ahead. 2 men questioned their superior, squad leader Go Sangong: "Do we really have to do this? Isn't going all the way down the waterway a bit much? Hey, you son of a bitch." One man snarled, his anger sparking. He grabbed the man's shoulder with a menacing thump. Are you talking back to me? Is it that hard to just follow the waterway, check it, and come back? No, it's just, so pointless. The man whimpered, before a sharp whack struck him, sending him to his knees in shock. The angry man looked down at his fallen subordinate with annoyance, muttering, look at this guy. The wedding is coming up, it wouldn't be strange to check 2 or 3 times over. What did you just say? The man roared, turning sharply with a clang, as 2 figures scurried away in the background. Stop grumbling and hand over the lantern, he instructed dismissively, adding, is this your first day? You slackers. TSK. He mused, a true man should be on the battlefield, singing as he cut down enemy heads, wondering, what am I even doing right now? With a bored grunt, he wished aloud, if only some enemies showed up, it would be a lot less boring. His footsteps splished softly through the shallow, dark water, echoing an ominous quiet. Through a dark, wet corridor, a man carrying a lantern led a child, their splishing footsteps piercing the foreboding silence. The man complained under the dim light of his candle, the other guys are all eating and drinking, what are we even doing? With a leering gaze, he asked the terrified child, what do you think, youngest? A small, terrified whoop escaped the child, a sound born of pure fear. What the, a man cried out, enemies, as sudden splatters of violence filled the chaotic darkness. A fighter was struck with a brutal thwack, as a man screamed in sheer terror in the foreground. The dark space erupted with the rapid clang of clashing weapons, a symphony of violent motion. A brutal thud echoed, followed by a splash, as a man screamed in horror at the bloody struggle unfolding in the dark. Water violently splashed, creating turbulent ripples, indicating fierce impacts in the dark. A brutal slice ripped through, a definitive end to the struggle. With a final, heavy clang, a sword was left stuck in the ground, an eerie testament to the recent violence. Screams ripped through the air, sharp and raw, a soundtrack to the chaos. Violent splatters mixed with brutal impacts, painting the darkness with chaotic, gruesome sounds. Oblivious to the recent violence, another man let out a wide, languid yawn. He thought, growing irritated, that his companions were taking too long. With an annoyed scratch of his head, he grumbled, are those punks slacking off again? His hand grabbed a torch from the wall with a decisive thud, preparing to move. Just wait till I catch these bastards, he muttered, marching into the dark, arched corridor as water dripped around him. He walked through the dark, shallow water of the flooded area, his torch casting eerie, shifting light. A soft thump as he looked down, revealing a disturbing discovery. What is this? He gasped, horrified by the sight of a dismembered arm holding a knife, floating in bloody water. He jumped back in pure terror, stammering, Why is an arm, at the sight of a severed hand in the bloody water. Panicked and desperate, he ran frantically through the wet corridor, calling out, youngest. Dachil. His torch-wielding arm swung with rapid splats through the water, a blurred frantic motion. The water on the floor violently splattered, reflecting urgent, desperate movement. He splashed backward in pure terror, confronted by an ominous, silent shadow. His eye widened in a silent scream, pure, unadulterated terror freezing his sweat-streaked face. Amidst the bloody carnage and sickening splats, Dong Bongsu calmly wondered where the missing arm had gone. Fractured glimpses revealed bloodied, dismembered bodies, a brutal massacre laid out in the grim, confined space. The man stuttered, staggering backward in stunned disbelief and fear from the horror before him. With a calm, chilling lack of emotion, Dong Bongsu simply stated, oh. I was just missing an arm. An ominous, shadowed corridor stretched ahead, its stone floor submerged in shallow, rippling water. Then, with a sudden, forceful eruption, vibrant blue energy burst from the water, electrifying the tense stillness. Amidst chaotic splashes, Dong Bongsu struck swiftly, the impact of his blow resonating as another fighter reeled. Dong Bongsu's gaze sharpened, a grim and determined focus narrowing the world to a single point. His eye pulsed crimson, a furious, dangerous power igniting within him. The powerful blue energy attack enveloped another fighter, twisting and distorting them in a violent, supernatural surge. This brat. The unnamed man with the top knot snarled, his shock and rage palpable as their weapons clashed with a blue glow. The unnamed man gritted his teeth, a tense and urgent realization dawning that Dong Bongsu was far stronger than he had anticipated. A blinding flash of explosive energy erupted, a fierce clash of powers illuminating the dark corridor. Dong Bongsu dashed forward, water splashing violently, relentlessly pursuing the retreating fighter. You're the one who came with the soul-hunting poisonous palm, the unnamed man accused, his voice thick with pain and rage, confronting Dong Bongsu's unnerving calm. You came here as a guest. Why the hell are you doing this? The unnamed man screamed, his accusation echoing with heated fury. A silhouetted figure stood in the eerie, dimly lit distance, ready for combat. Dong Bongsu's unsettlingly wide eyes met the void as he declared his chilling motivation, it's for the sake of the Namgung clan. Cut the crap. You slaughtered our warriors and skewered them like meat. And you call that, for the sake of the clan, the unnamed man roared, his furious refutation punctuated by a sharp impact. Enraged and glowing with blue energy, the unnamed man vowed, don't expect a quick death, his threat vibrating with powerful menace. Dong Bongsu moved, enveloped in swirling red energy, initiating the disciplined precision of the Heavenly Wind Sword technique, first form. As Dong Bongsu's eyes glowed with focused intent, he activated an advanced skill, 3 Powers Sword technique, second form, calling out its name, flowing heavenly clouds. With fierce determination, Dong Bongsu declared his precise attack, direct strike at the yellow dragon. A powerful explosion of red and blue light erupted, marking the violent clash of their techniques. The immense force of their battle caused the water to violently churn and splash, creating turbulent waves. A massive wave of water crashed forward, demonstrating the chaotic, destructive power unleashed. Dong Bongsu ran through the splashing water, relentlessly pursuing the retreating fighter, both ready for the next deadly exchange. I'll rip you 2 pieces, the unnamed man shrieked, launching a furious attack of swirling blue energy. Dong Bongsu's eyes widened, a split second of intense focus or surprise illuminating his perception. Frantically dodging, Dong Bongsu narrowly evaded a barrage of blue energy slashes, red splatters marking where he had sustained damage. With a powerful impact, Dong Bongsu was sent flying backward, violently thrown into the water amidst a shower of blood. My HP. Dong Bongsu gasped, his wide eye reflecting a critical, game-like interface showing his rapidly diminishing life force. It's over, the unnamed man declared triumphantly, lunging forward with his glowing sword for a decisive strike. The unnamed man's sword slashed through Dong Bongsu, causing heavy blood to spray violently. Ha ha ha. What are you going to do now that you're unarmed? The unnamed man cackled maniacally, gloating over his seemingly defeated opponent. A sudden, shocking realization dawned on the unnamed man, his eyes widening with unexpected dread. A swift, bloody movement occurred, too fast to be clearly discerned. The unnamed man was violently struck, blood splattering from the sudden impact and his shock. The unnamed man was knocked backward, splashing into the water with uncontrolled force. What? He clearly lost his sword, so where the hell did, the unnamed man gasped in bewildered frustration, unable to comprehend the impossible. His face bloody and terrified, the unnamed man questioned, if I'd been a second slower, my face would have been sliced open. What kind of bizarre chains are these? A silhouetted figure moved stealthily in the distance, a subtle shift in the dark. A sudden impact caused a bright splash of light and water. Left hand. Horizontal slash, the unnamed man bellowed, striking with his sword as Dong Bongsu, eyes glowing red, agilely dodged midair. The blade of a sword gleamed, a sharp, dangerous glint in motion. A swift, bright blue energy discharged with a sudden flash. The unnamed man leaped, eyes glowing blue, delivering a powerful blow that sent Dong Bongsu crashing into the water. Again. The sword vanished. The unnamed man exclaimed, his wide, panicked eye reflecting the bewildering, fearful truth. An intense, blurred eye conveyed rapid movement and unwavering focus. A powerful, unseen force struck Dong Bongsu, causing his face to contort in agony and shock. An epic column of water erupted towards the full moon, dominating the rainy night sky above the traditional city. The massive water column exploded with destructive force near the moon, scattering debris. No, no, no. I'm really going to die at this rate, the unnamed man shrieked, his face contorted in extreme terror and desperation. A sudden, bloody impact struck the unnamed man's face, his eyes wide with pain and shock. The unnamed man watched in horror as a fighter was impaled by several glowing blades, suspended unnaturally in the air. A fighter splashed forcefully into the water next to a large wall under the full moon, the impact reverberating. Don't tell me. The unnamed man muttered, a grave and apprehensive realization dawning in his wide, concerned eyes. You're at your limit, aren't you? I knew it. That slash probably hardly landed, didn't it? Haha. You son of a bitch. I got worked up for nothing, the unnamed man gloated maniacally over the bleeding, seemingly defeated Dong Bongsu. Huff. Huff. Dong Bongsu struggled, breathing heavily, injured and shirtless, yet still holding his sword with determined exhaustion. I've taken too much damage. My HP is. Dong Bongsu assessed, the urgent chime of his game interface confirming his critical state. Dong Bongsu focused on his game-like status screen, critically analyzing the displayed information. The game interface showed his critically low HP and his current level at 12. My EXP is almost at the limit. In that case. Dong Bongsu thought, his red glowing eye narrowing with determined strategic intent. Dong Bongsu's face twisted into a disturbing, maniacal grin, his red eyes burning with dangerous resolve as he clutched his sword. An incredible, blurring white streak moved across the ground, indicating breathtaking speed. Dong Bongsu and the unnamed man charged towards each other, swords drawn, splashing through the water in an intense, fast-paced collision. Bah! You must have a death wish, the unnamed man attacked, but Dong Bongsu countered with the powerful, Heavenly Wind sword technique, fifth form, proclaiming it as, Heavenly Wind, cleaving the heavens. Are you trying to take me down with you? The unnamed man cried out, his eyes wide with desperate shock and rage as he tried to block the formidable attack. Fat chance, the unnamed man defiantly yelled, as Dong Bongsu pressed forward, engulfed in swirling blue energy. Dong Bongsu launched himself mid-air, surrounded by intensely radiating blue energy, sword poised to strike. Dong Bongsu's blue glowing eye burned with immense power and unyielding determination. With a powerful, explosive burst, Dong Bongsu screamed in pure exertion, blue energy radiating from his body as blood splattered around him. The unnamed man delivered a powerful kick, sending Dong Bongsu flying, his body contorted by the painful impact. The unnamed man then violently impaled Dong Bongsu with a sword, sending him falling into the water, blood spraying from the gruesome wound. Puhaha! You pathetic bastard! How dare a nobody like you crawl toward the great Gozangdong? The unnamed man cackled maniacally, gloating over the fallen Dong Bongsu. Stubborn prick! Time to end this! The unnamed man snarled, a chilling grin on his face as he prepared to deliver the final, menacing blow. Then, with a horrifying crackle, the unnamed man's body was consumed by an intense blue energy, his mouth glowing and tearing open in sheer terror. You! Son of a! The unnamed man screamed in horror and agonizing pain, caught in a devastating blue energy explosion. Grim drops of blood splattered onto the wet ground, pooling silently. A fighter lay drenched in blood, head lolling, a gruesome testament to a fatal injury. The fighter screamed in agony as they were violently impaled and fell, a sword left stuck in the ground. The defeated fighter collapsed heavily onto the bloody ground with a final, somber thud. The game interface triumphantly announced, level up, signaling a powerful surge of accomplishment. His HP bar swiftly refilled, and his level progressed to 13 on the restorative game interface. A bright, mystical column of blue light erupted from Dong Bongsu's body, signifying a profound, transformative power surge. A colossal, magical beam of blue light emanated from the city, reaching grandly into the misty sky. The giant blue light beam shot upwards from the city, an awe-inspiring spectacle visible for miles. Inside, Chosen and Hai observed the phenomenon with quiet, knowing expressions. Two young men in traditional attire stood side by side, silently observing the distant, inexplicable event. Dong Bongsu knelt silently with a child beside him, watching the light pillar from the city, a profound moment of reflection. What the hell is that? A shirtless man exclaimed, his voice filled with bewildered awe at the impossible sight. The scene faded into a profound, transitional darkness. A hand reached out into a consuming, fiery glow, driven by an unseen resolve. Amidst a chaotic, destructive aftermath of corpses, blood, and glowing red script, Dong Bongsu declared with chilling finality that his task was complete. At that moment, under a full, stormy moon, the Danri clan compound became a chaotic inferno as raging flames consumed it. Amidst the fiery glow, silhouetted fighters clashed in desperate, bloody conflict. A masked warrior, sword raised high, prepared to unleash a devastating strike within the brutal melee. Danri Chanwo, the clan head, stood before his blazing compound, a monument to the devastation that had claimed his fallen warriors. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed as a menacing shadow, swirling with dark, fiery energy, advanced through the distortion. The terrified old man faced the shadowy fighter, an unbearable tension cracking the air between them as flames raged behind. Consumed by raw terror, the old man stammered, demanding to know his attacker's identity. With glowing, ominous eyes, the masked fighter delivered a chilling question as a tearing slash of the scythe-like weapon followed instantly. A brutal, fatal blow disfigured the man's face, leaving it contorted in agonizing, bloody horror. The heavy impact of a struggle ending confirmed the grim fate of the old man, whose decapitated body lay amidst pooling blood. The severed head of the old man settled on the embers, a grim punctuation to the brutal act. From his vantage point overlooking the burning compound, a man in a dark hooded robe issued a cryptic command, "Tell Hoyoung." With the Danri clan now annihilated, the time had come to commence the great plan. In the tense, misty darkness of the forest, Hai cowered, bound and terrified by an unknown fate. Over the young woman's flowing hair, a hand extended, while across the moonlit water, the distant city gleamed ominously. A man with long white hair mused if the prone young woman was from the Danri clan, then scoffed, annoyed at the lingering unpleasantness. Standing over the unconscious woman, the man fixed his gaze on the distant, moonlit city across the tranquil water, a silent tension hanging in the air. A smug smile played on the man's lips as he remarked on the swift conclusion, musing that Gwangwon lacked appreciation for true enjoyment. However, events were far from over. The narrative focus shifted dramatically to the Namgung clan, glowing mystically under the full moon in a powerful blue light. As he traversed the moonlit forest, the man with long white hair pondered that Byonyang would never send such a conspicuously flashy signal. A flicker of concern crossed his features. Could the Namgung clan have somehow uncovered their secret plan? Decisively, the man with long white hair commanded his kneeling subordinate to immediately block all roads leading to Anhui. As a vast army stood ready, the man with long white hair ordered the commencement of their first stratagem, to which the hooded man affirmed, "Your will be done." Two men reacted with visible alarm, one clutching a torch, the other covering his mouth in pure shock. A chilling, bloody message had been smeared across the brick wall, a gruesome warning. The cryptic, bloody message on the wall began, "When the moon is full, the emperor falls. I shall become king," the chilling prophecy continued. Several men stared in silent dread at the full, ominous prophecy now revealed on the wall. "When the moon is full, the emperor falls, and I, who walk slowly, shall become king." The old man and his subordinates exchanged pensive glances at the bloody message. He conceded he didn't know who was responsible, but one thing was certain. The old man affirmed that someone was unequivocally targeting the Namgung clan, whose city lay seemingly peaceful under the full moon. With a grim resolve, the old man warned that the wedding approached rapidly and ordered an immediate increase in guards, emphasizing constant vigilance. The old man commanded that any suspicious activity be reported directly to him, and a subordinate gasped out an immediate, resounding affirmation. A lone, silhouetted figure walked away down the long, dim corridor, lost in somber thought. He analyzed the cryptic message, deducing that "emperor" referred to the Namgung clan, and "when the moon is full" undoubtedly signaled the upcoming wedding night. But then he wondered, who exactly is "I, who walks slowly"? The identity of the shadowy intruder remained a profound mystery. His face contorted in deep worry, the old man silently questioned what chaotic events were truly unfolding within the Namgung clan. A fist slammed down with an angry impact, a clear sign of intense frustration. Namgung Young, leader of the Azure Sky Sword Unit, vehemently declared the entire situation was a clear setup, his voice booming with conviction. Namgung Young, leader of the Azure Sky Sword Unit, erupted in anger, emphasizing that it hadn't even been a year since Du Hyooke had joined the clan. He passionately questioned how they could suspect their future son-in-law based on bizarre writing, certain that such an action would bring ridicule upon the Namgung clan from the entire Murim. A low murmuring rippled through the seated men in the meeting room, all listening intently. Namgung In, leader of the Boundless Sword Unit, calmly announced that his opinion diverged from that of the Azure Sky Sword Unit leader. With a precise movement, Namgung In insisted they must focus solely on the 8 characters the intruder had left behind. Namgung In pointed to the document, revealing that the characters for "walking slowly" undeniably referred to Du Hyooke. Namgung Young reacted with an explosion of shocked outrage, demanding clarification. Namgung In meticulously explained that the intruder had secretly infiltrated the great Namgung clan, openly killed their warriors, and left a message with an undeniable meaning. He then deduced the intruder's true goal transcended mere infiltration, assassination, or espionage. Namgung In reminded them all of the blinding flash of light from last night, arguing it was a deliberately flashy signal, a ghostly display before the perpetrators vanished. Namgung Young furiously protested the idea of arresting Du Hyooke based on an unconfirmed frame-up, gasping that such an action would irreparably smear the clan's prestige. Passionately, Namgung Young demanded what would become of Hya's reputation if the accusations against Du Hyooke proved to be a mere setup. The old man, with a single, firm word, commanded an end to the escalating argument. Stroking his beard, the old man acknowledged the validity of both arguments, explaining that while the intruder was suspicious, no possibility, no matter how small, could be ignored. He then posed a rhetorical question, reminding them that the Heavenly Thunder Unit leader and the Heavenly Wind Unit leader were currently out investigating for precisely this reason. The old man confirmed that, indeed, the Heavenly Thunder Unit had already gone scouting towards Hefei. He logically concluded that if a faction truly plotted against the Namgung clan on the night of the full moon, there should already be some discernible movement. A moment of quiet anticipation settled over the men in the meeting room, a calm before an expected storm. Fast footsteps rapidly approached, shattering the silence with urgent purpose. A man burst into the meeting room, shouting an urgent report to the old man. It was Namgung Hu, the Heavenly Thunder Unit leader, who arrived in palpable distress, his voice filled with urgency. As Namgung Hu approached with heavy footsteps, the old man urgently demanded to know what had transpired. Visibly distressed, Namgung Hu began his report, outlining the fate of the scouting Heavenly Thunder Unit members as he bowed with solemnity. With eyes wide in horror, Namgung Hu revealed the devastating truth: none of the Heavenly Thunder Unit members had returned to the clan. Namgung Young reacted with utter disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Not a single one returned?" A man gazed out at the somber landscape, reflecting on the dire fact that the unit, due back within 2 hours, had not returned. With a firm grip on Namgung-hoo's shoulder, the old man gravely questioned, "What do you think happened?" Namgung-hoo's face contorted, revealing a profound and unmistakable terror. With head bowed in solemn dread, Namgung-hoo began to speak of the Namgung clan's dire situation. Namgung-hoo delivered the horrifying truth: the Namgung clan, its city now seen surrounded by a vast, foreboding army, was entirely encompassed by enemies. The three leaders' faces registered a collective, profound shock and horror at the sudden, overwhelming news. Namgung-young frantically demanded to know who was responsible, while the old man, covering his eyes, mused if it could be the 18 water channels of the Yangtze River. The old man immediately dismissed the water channels as the aggressors, citing their treaty and naval limitations, concluding instead that Hefei was surrounded from its inland direction, just as Namgung-hoo's report implied. Namgung-young, growing agitated, loudly questioned which faction in Anhui could possibly possess the power to surround the Namgung clan, dismissing the entire notion as utterly illogical. With a solemn gaze downwards, Namgung-in began, simply, "No." Namgung-in then spoke with grim realization, "There is one place, just one place in all of Murim, that possesses the power to surround the Namgung clan." He then revealed the name with dread, the Heavenly Demon Castle. At the base of the grand, imposing building, Dong Bongsu stood as the ominous prophecy echoed from his lips, "When the moon is full, the emperor falls, and I, who walk slowly, shall become king." Dong Bongsu gazed up at the grand structure, the first line of the chilling prophecy repeating as if an internal mantra, "When the moon is full, the emperor falls." Then, Dong Bongsu turned, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he delivered the chilling conclusion, "And I, who walk slowly, shall become king." A grand, traditional complex unfolded beneath a clear sky, a fresh chapter in an unfolding adventure. Dong Bongsu stood in quiet meditation, a luminous orb held between his hands, channeling an unseen power. As ethereal energy consumed him, Dong Bongsu's form twisted and fractured, hinting at a power beyond comprehension. With a decisive step, energy surged from Dong Bongsu's foot, charging the air around him. Dong Bongsu moved with a powerful rush, light streaks blazing around him. A clash of blue energy erupted as Dong Bongsu fiercely engaged his opponent. Dong Bongsu landed a potent blow, and his adversary recoiled, overwhelmed. "Now!" Dong Bongsu commanded, unleashing a torrent of crackling electrical power through his sword. Blue lightning enveloped Dong Bongsu as he moved, a blur of electrical energy. Dong Bongsu caught his breath, realizing, that was close. He meticulously replayed the fight, thinking, if Go Sangdong had executed the heavenly wind sword forms at that exact moment, I would have been completely defeated, Dong Bongsu concluded, envisioning his battered form against a looming, shadowy foe. Martial arts. Somehow, martial arts are far more powerful than any ability in the game, Dong Bongsu mused, observing lightning-charged figures battle. Swirling energy and transformed figures engaged in overwhelming martial displays around him. If I want To grow stronger, I have To master them, Dong Bongsu resolved, already training a ball of blue energy. Explosions of blue energy erupted, signaling powerful, chaotic techniques. A fighter was brutally struck by the blue energy, blood spattering as he collapsed. Silhouetted fighters were struck and thrown by crackling blue lightning and energy attacks. A massive blue explosion devastated the surrounding area, crumbling structures in its wake. A defeated fighter lay bloodied on the ground amidst the wreckage, lightning still illuminating the destruction. "Ha! I finally won," Dong Bongsu declared, exhausted but triumphant, as electrical energy faded around him. The effect of the great revelation method of Tang O Sun. It's incredible. Gaining this much insight just by repeating battles. Dong Bongsu reflected, his hands glowing faintly. He examined his glowing hands, understanding that even if these meridians were only temporary, the experience was profound. "This experience is engraved into my body," Dong Bongsu affirmed, his determination sparking. "With enough training, I should be able to wield true martial arts." A digital notification announced, "Congratulations. You have reached level 13 and must now complete your first-class advancement mission." The interface revealed the mission, Wandering Warrior, First-Class Advancement Mission, Exclusive Tester Warrior, requiring the elimination of 100 enemies of level 10 or higher, with current progress, 0/100. Class Advancement. Dong Bongsu questioned, surprised by the holographic display. He mentally processed the daunting task, "I have To defeat 100 enemies that are level 10 or above." Dong Bongsu pondered the challenge, recalling, "That's around the level of the enemies I fought yesterday. The last ones were probably around level 5 or 6. I thought I'd gotten stronger." Dong Bongsu mused, a determined smile forming, "But this won't be easy," as a fiery explosion flashed in his memory. Flashback to 10 minutes earlier, as heavy footsteps echoed. The entering man, Du Hyewook, walked with a calm expression, his gaze fixed forward. He observed a vast formation of uniformed fighters assembling in the courtyard below. The entering man looked up with a serene and confident expression. The entering man, Du Hyewook, walked through a traditional courtyard, two men observing him from a building. Everything became complicated after that flare went up. Du Hyewook thought, frustrated, security tightened. And the number of guards increased. I need to inform the shadows. Du Hyewook thought, before another man's voice interrupted, young Master P.O. The man sternly questioned Du Hyewook, where are you rushing OFFTO? Du Hyewook recognized the speaker, thinking suspiciously, the leader of the Boundless Sword Squad. Why is he out at this hour? Namgung-in, leader of the Boundless Sword Unit, smirked knowingly. I heard there was a strange light nearby earlier, Namgung-in stated, clasped hands betraying an underlying tension, so I came to check it out. Du Hyewook, disheveled, directly questioned Namgung-in's explanation, really? And what did you find? Was it truly an intruder's signal? Namgung-in's expression turned ominously intense, his eyes glowing with inner power. A line of stoic, disciplined fighters stood in formation, observing the unfolding confrontation. Their hands subtly shifted, indicating their readiness for action, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, Dong Bongsu, a dark silhouette with a mysterious aura, watched from above. You have nothing to say because you found nothing, Namgung-in asserted to Du Hyewook, then commanded, you will come with us to the Imperial King's Hall. Namgung-in reinforced his authority, proclaiming, I will not take no for an answer, leaving Du Hyewook with no option to refuse. Dong Bongsu's silhouetted face curved into an ominous, knowing smile. Ha! Du Hyewook gasped, shock widening his eyes as Dong Bongsu, having taken his body, casually walked away. Dong Bongsu, speaking from his new host, declared with a menacing, cracking smile, I quite like this vessel but you've already noticed. Do Hyewook, the man who was Du Hyewook cried out in horror as Dong Bongsu unleashed a violent attack, sending fighters scattering amidst explosions. The Imperial King's Hall, the possessed Du Hyewook screamed, terrified as the attack headed toward the palace. Damn it, the true Du Hyewook cried out as he was overwhelmed and pushed back by a burst of yellow lightning. Dong Bongsu, now radiating malevolent power, unleashed the Lightning Emperor Sword technique, his eyes glowing yellow. A powerful, sweeping attack of yellow energy slashed across the scene. Dong Bongsu executed the first form, Thunder Strike, causing a massive lightning explosion. He stood amidst a crater, surrounded by lightning, having brought widespread destruction. An aerial view revealed a path of devastation, with countless figures scattered in the wake of Dong Bongsu's power. What the dash? Exclaimed the bald monk, while the Wudang leader cried, what is this, both reacting in shock to the distant destruction. Isn't that young Master Du? Why is he there? The Wudang leader questioned, bewildered by the chaos. Du Hyewook, covered in dirt and blood, grimaced and cried out in pain. Defeated and gasping, the true Du Hyewook lay injured within a crater, the impact undeniable. Even with a surprise attack. He took down the Boundless Sword Squad in a single strike. Du Hyewook thought, utterly shocked and terrified. Du Hyewook stared in absolute terror at Dong Bongsu, his bloodied face a mask of fear. Dong Bongsu, radiating a yellow aura, walked ominously towards the terrified Du Hyewook. Ha! The bald monk remarked, observing Dong Bongsu amidst the rubble alongside the Wudang leader. You, the Heavenly Thunder Unit leader yelled, urgently reaching out to Dong Bongsu. Young Master! What are you doing? The Heavenly Thunder Unit leader cried out, desperately running after Dong Bongsu. The Heavenly Thunder Unit leader reached out, desperate to stop Dong Bongsu. Dong Bongsu struck down another fighter with his sword, sending blood splattering violently. The Heavenly Thunder Unit leader and other fighters reacted in horrified shock as one of their own fell, bloodied, from Dong Bongsu's attack. Men screamed, run! Young Master Pa has gone mad. Everyone, run, as numerous fighters panicked and fled from the distant Dong Bongsu. Dong Bongsu grinned maniacally, his face cracking and glowing with sinister energy. The old man, sitting amidst the rubble, questioned with concern, Du Hyewook. No. Who exactly are you? Dong Bongsu, radiating yellow lightning and a menacing smile, prepared to strike, declaring, I'm not telling you. A massive yellow lightning strike erupted from Dong Bongsu, impacting the ground with destructive force. Kid, the old man cried out, struck and thrown backward by the violent lightning. The old man, now surrounded by green energy, angrily confronted Dong Bongsu, demanding, what do you think you're doing? The old man's fury at Dong Bongsu's actions was palpable, his very form radiating potent green energy as he demanded an explanation. With practiced precision, green energy swirled around the old man's hand, channeling his growing power. Their powerful energy attacks detonated, creating a furious, echoing impact across the chaotic battlefield. Within the old man's grasp, a small, glowing object pulsed with an otherworldly green energy. Forceful impacts echoed as the old man and his opponent continued their explosive exchange of energy. Dong Bongsu's thoughts latched onto a name, Tang Wu, as he observed the fleeing figure, assessing the unfolding chaos. Dong Bongsu's red eyes narrowed. It was just as he had suspected, someone had interfered in his plans. The fighters gritted their teeth and strained as powerful blows exploded, reverberating through the air. The old man stumbled backward from a powerful hit, while Dong Bongsu remained a detached observer. Another man, slumped against a broken wall, managed a weak, thank you, soul-chasing poison hand, after being saved from an attack. As he walked away, another man bitterly mused that, the Murim really has grown cold lately, a woeful swoosh accompanying his departure. An eerie yellow glow illuminated a grotesque, monstrous figure as a chilling thought echoed about a son-in-law's backstabbing betrayal of his in-laws. Another fighter's face distorted into a maniacal grin, the chilling sound of his ha revealing a dark nature. Amidst the destructive impacts, groans, and screams, another fighter cynically questioned, isn't everyone of the Jianhu like that, challenging any notion of honor? A massive, rumbling explosion erupted in the distance, commanding Dong Bongsu's attention. With heavy thuds and a crisp crunch, the old man's powerful attacks intensified, declaring he was never one to use words before acting, demanding his opponent's true identity and an explanation, while I'm still being civil. Another fighter smirked, acknowledging his opponent's secret butterfly internal art and regretting that he couldn't engage right now. He observed the retreating figure, realizing that guy's planning to run. Dong Bongsu's mind raced, finding it strange that his opponent was alone and wondering if he's been looking for something this whole time. With a worried rustle, Hai anxiously asked Dong Bongsu, why is grandfather over there? A sudden, sharp realization dawned on Dong Bongsu, was he looking for Tang Hua? Dong Bongsu's mind continued to connect the pieces, if so. Surrounded by crackling lightning, another fighter declared with triumph, found you. The old man roared, you bastard. Are you determined to see this to the bitter end, as electrical energy surged around him? Another fighter grinned ominously, as the old man desperately raced away, carrying Hai to safety. The old man's eyes glowed with fierce resolve as intense green energy formed and circulated around him, conjuring a multitude of small, implied weapons. A massive yellow energy blast struck with explosive force, tearing through the air. Dong Bongsu's face was illuminated by a yellow glow of dawning realization. He threw his sword mid-battle. Hai watched, transfixed, as a powerful energy blast erupted before her eyes. The old man's face contorted in distress as he shouted, "Wah!" reaching out desperately. Hai's eyes widened in profound shock as crackling energy suddenly surrounded her. The old man screamed as multiple powerful impacts sent him flying amidst a chaotic flurry of energy blasts. Amidst the crackling dust, the old man frantically raced towards the impact crater, his voice echoing, Wah! Tang Hua! The old man's eye widened, reflecting the profound depth of his shock and distress. The old man flinched in surprise, recognizing the man on the ground and calling out, Tang Sam. Did you save Tang Hua? The old man questioned, his voice laced with hope as he saw Hai being carried. A subtle rustling sound accompanied a small hand reaching out, a silent testament to being saved. The old man carried Hai, his gaze fixed on another man amidst the swirling dust. The old man began, thank why, only to be cut off by a sinister cackle as another fighter leaped away. Another fighter gazed upward, his face twisted into a chilling, demonic grin with glowing yellow eyes. Dong Bongsu acknowledged, he's strong, as the monstrous, branch-haired figure stood silhouetted on the rooftop. Dong Bongsu's eye reflected intense thought, concluding that his opponent was strong enough to compete with Tang Wu, he's a true master. From the rooftop, another fighter mockingly addressed the old man, well then, great hero Tang. Another fighter, with a chilling grin, made an unsettling promise to return soon, leaving the old man deeply worried. Another fighter fled, swiftly crossing the rooftops, disappearing into the sky. A chilling wave passed through the air, as another fighter's eye glowed menacingly, betraying his sinister nature. From the rooftop, another fighter looked back in shock, his mind reeling, what was that? Just now. Shrouded in darkness, Dong Bongsu's shadowy form clutched his throat, a stark and ominous figure. Dong Bongsu's eyes blazed with intense anger, mirrored by the shock on another fighter's face. With a smirk, another fighter realized, it was you, wasn't it, concluding that Dong Bongsu was the one behind last night's pillar of light and the foiling of his plans. With a chilling half-demonic grin, another fighter accused, it was all your doing, wasn't it? With a final rustle, another fighter turned to issue a parting, unsettling promise, let's be sure to meet again, yeah. A powerful explosion reverberated with intense force, echoing across the scene. The old man, enraged, shouted, bastard. Do you think I'll let you get away, as he relentlessly pursued his foe, carrying Hai. Hai coughed weakly, barely managing, gee grandpa. From the old man's arms. The old man's eyes, wide with worry, simultaneously held a deep, unyielding resolve. The old man cursed under his breath, walking amidst the damaged ground, his frustration clear. The old man realized the cruel truth as he walked through the damaged compound: we've been had. The sky burned a vibrant orange, a dramatic signal of either sunset or sunrise. Against the fiery orange sky, damaged traditional buildings stood silhouetted, with an ominous line of swords standing guard on a distant rooftop. Amidst the battle's grim aftermath, the bald monk let out a chilling "huh," surrounded by defeated figures and presumed casualties. The bald monk groaned, grinding his teeth in astonishment at the utter devastation, musing, to think that just 4 people reduced the king's hall to this state. An unnamed man, entering the grim room, identified a bloodied, impaled corpse. Besides, isn't that person one of the Yin-Yang twin demons Du Hyo-ok killed? With a quiet click, the unnamed man revealed the chilling truth: all of Du Hyo-ok's actions, and even his marriage to Hai, it was all planned from the start. The unnamed man grimly explained their dire predicament: all messenger pigeons were intercepted, their defensive formation destroyed, leaving them like rats trapped in a jar. Footsteps echoed as the unnamed man walked away from the bald monk, leaving the room. An unnamed man with a top knot approached, politely asking, "Patriarch, if I may be so bold, may I speak?" The unnamed man presented their strategic options: we currently have 3 options: fight, flee, or send a messenger. The bald monk dismissed 2 options, declaring, "Skip to the third, you know just as well as I do that the first 2 are impossible," and the unnamed man agreed, noting that sending a messenger would mean depending on the Murim alliance for reinforcements, a journey of less than a week at full speed. The bald monk sighed, exasperated, "Phew, it's not like I haven't thought of that," but questioned, who could break through their siege and make it all the way to the Murim alliance. The unnamed man insisted, there is one person, an absolute master of movement arts, capable of breaking through the enemy's siege. The bald monk pondered, Elder Tang, but immediately doubted if even he could break through such a vast siege alone. The unnamed man grunted, remaining silent, grimly considering the weight of the situation. With a decisive turn, the unnamed man declared, "That is why, we will use them." The unnamed man revealed his ruthless strategy: the ones currently in our clan, desperate to escape, the hundreds of wedding guests. The Murim night, bathed in the moon's ethereal glow, held both serenity and hidden mysteries. Hai tentatively voiced her concern about Dong Bongsu to her uncle. The old man vouched for Dong Bongsu, affirming his trustworthiness and urging them to speak freely. The unnamed man with the top knot absorbed the weight of the old man's words, contemplating their implications. His hands clenched his robes, a silent testament to the old man's mounting inner turmoil. The unnamed man earnestly pleaded with his uncle to escape to Soho Lake with the wedding guests and request reinforcements. The old man scoffed at the plan, frustrated by the enemy's overwhelming martial prowess and the inevitable loss of life. A silent, firm resolve hardened the old man's jaw, suppressing his inner turmoil. With respectful concession, the unnamed man deferred to his uncle's superior judgment. The unnamed man detailed a strategic escape route to the Yangtze River, where they could receive aid from its 18 waterway strongholds. He then revealed the escape preparations were already underway, with ships launched and everyone gathered at the South Water Gate. The old man questioned their departure time, to which the unnamed man resolutely insisted they leave immediately. The old man silently endured the profound emotional strain of the immediate departure. "I shall prepare," the old man declared, rising with resolved determination. As the old man prepared to depart, the unnamed man began his final, solemn instructions. Driven by grim internal conflict, the unnamed man requested Hai be taken away to spare her the sight of his impending battle. The old man silently processed the heavy weight of the request. With a growing sense of tension, the old man questioned if there were truly no further instructions. Deep distress twisted the old man's features, a reflection of the situation's raw gravity. The unnamed man voiced a grim premonition about his own fate and that of the Namgung clan. Overwhelmed by despair, he confessed his fear that the clan would not last even 10 days. "You crazy bastard," the old man furiously shouted, rejecting such despair. Identifying himself as Tang Wu, the soul-chasing poison hand, he fiercely vowed that the clan would not fall on his watch. "Endure," Tang Wu declared, promising his return with reinforcements as Hai cried out in distress. Dong Bongsu quietly observed the unnamed man, who remained seated and despondent. The somber expanse of the moonlit night sky reflected the heavy mood. Dong Bongsu reflected on a past action, acknowledging it was good he had saved Tang Hua. He contemplated the Namgung clan's plan, noting its significant uncertainties and flaws. Dong Bongsu quietly observed the illuminated building, an unseen spectator. Hai wrung her hands in confusion, deeply worried about her grandpa's mysterious plans. A sudden awareness startled Hai. Heightened surprise and flustered embarrassment overwhelmed Hai. As the wind whistled around them, Dong Bongsu remained silent, shrouded in uncertainty with Hai beside him. Hai felt annoyed by the awkward silence, while Dong Bongsu remained stoic beside her. Hai's internal embarrassment flared, unable to discern Dong Bongsu's thoughts, making the silence unbearable. Yet, a deeper, tearful sentiment lingered within her. Hai finally uttered her sincere thanks for being saved. Dong Bongsu clarified his words, driven by an inner compulsion, as a grotesque, dismembered vision momentarily fractured his perception of reality. The protagonist, a silent shadow, observed the distant island across the moonlit expanse, his thoughts unfathomable. Ash Shadow walked with determined steps through the dark forest, a shadowy figure following close behind. Ash Shadow's discerning eye acknowledged the presence of Shifting Shadow. Ash Shadow confronted the scarred man, revealing his true identity as Du Hyooke, or Shifting Shadow. Du Hyooke challenged Ash Shadow to make an excuse, who in turn mocked his assumption of failure. Ash Shadow sharply criticized Du Hyooke, arguing his presence and the deaths of 4 shadows proved the first stratagem's failure. Du Hyooke dismissed the accusation, revealing his calculating objective, to become a hero of the orthodox faction. With a menacing grin and glowing yellow eyes, Du Hyooke asserted his power, claiming his current presence didn't preclude becoming a hero. A brutal, cracking blow landed, eliciting a cry of pain. Hai, now transformed into an alluring, powerful figure, posed a seductive question. In her transformed state, Hai arrogantly declared she no longer needed her original identity to claim the Namgung succession. Ash Shadow reacted with shocked disbelief, recognizing the transformed figure as Namgung Hai. Du Hyooke laughed maniacally, declaring Hai's transformation changed everything, a chaotic triumph. A sinister smirk played on Du Hyooke's lips, hinting at a further, ominous consideration. He voiced a perverse desire, admiring Hai's beauty even while acknowledging her true gender, finding the deception arousing. Ash Shadow furiously questioned Du Hyooke's sanity as a violent struggle abruptly began. With a monstrous, glowing face, Du Hyooke articulated his depraved philosophy, caring only for what looked and tasted good. Energy crackled as 2 figures engaged in a furious, fast-paced battle. The hooded man's face distorted with dark rage, his eyes glowing intensely. A large bird flew overhead, its piercing cry cutting through the tense atmosphere as Ash Shadow and Hai watched. The bird's talons tightly gripped a message, a sign of swift communication. Ash Shadow speculated if the message came from Water Shadow, his gaze intent on the bird. The message confirmed his suspicions, the ships had set sail, already drifting away. With a flutter of wings, the bird departed, and Ash Shadow declared it was time to move, asking Hai her plans. Hai, with a mischievous smile and a feather in hand, declared her intent to follow the hawk. Ash Shadow questioned her choice, suggesting the Namgung clan, but Hai, smirking, hinted at something far more interesting. Ash Shadow dismissively stated that even Tang Wu, one of the 10 greats, could not outweigh the Namgung clan's influence alone. Ash Shadow's eye sharpened, a sudden realization striking him with urgency. Ash Shadow urgently questioned Hai about a mysterious light, demanding to know its source. Not a chance, Hai refused mischievously as Ash Shadow was suddenly struck down, and Shifting Shadow's warning echoed. Ash Shadow was left in solitary contemplation, the confrontation's echoes lingering. The dark waters churned restlessly, reflecting violent, unseen movement. A grand fleet of traditional ships sailed across the moonlit expanse, embarking on their urgent journey. A single traditional ship continued its peaceful progression across the moonlit water. Dong Bongsu, Hai, and the old man stood in somber observation on the ship's deck, their journey unfolding. The ship creaked rhythmically, emphasizing the quiet, watchful tension as their journey continued, perhaps observed. The unnamed man, now revealed as the chief, secretly observed the distant city from his hidden vantage point. Crouching vigilantly in wait, the chief held his staff-like weapon, prepared for action. A lone runner raced along the pier as disciplined spearmen stood ready, a scene of urgent militaristic tension. The unnamed man, now confirmed as the Supreme Stronghold Chief, formally reported a confirmation. The unnamed man, now fully revealed as Water Shadow, the Supreme Stronghold Chief of the 18 Waterway Strongholds, resolutely commanded, launched the Onyx, ready for their strategic boat ride. Dong Bongsu, Hai, and the old man stood in quiet observation as the vast, misty river stretched before them, a fleet of traditional ships sailing onward. A quiet, wrenching sob echoed in the somber night, a sound of profound distress from the young woman crouching on the deck. Even for someone as peerless as Tang Wu, Dong Bongsu mused, the burden remained heavy. In his mind, those 2 were nothing but dead weight to the legendary fighter. Amid a terrifying, fiery vision, Dong Bongsu cold-heartedly considered a grim calculus: if faced with life or death, who among Tang Hua, Namgung Hai, and Tang Sam would be cast aside? With a resolute and grim determination, he concluded it would inevitably be him, so preparations must be made in advance. The vast, dark waters churned restlessly beneath the moving fleet. The old man, his brow furrowed with unease, voiced his growing apprehension. It was far too quiet, not a single enemy had been sighted. Considering the vast influence capable of besieging the Namgung clan, the old man reasoned it defied logic for no enemies to appear. Out of an abundance of caution, the old man ordered the ships to reduce their speed as much as possible. The fleet maintained its silent, watchful progression through the dark, choppy waters. A man with a topknot, visibly worried, cast his gaze across the tense, dark expanse. Suddenly, the man with the topknot pointed, a single word escaping him as distant lights emerged on the horizon. Lights? A grand ship, its sails emblazoned with dragon designs, surged forward with a dramatic swiftness. The man with the topknot, his voice cracking with fervent excitement, proclaimed the arrival of reinforcements who must have received the Namgung clan's desperate message. Overwhelmed with profound relief, the men erupted in a joyous chorus, believing themselves saved. The old man, maintaining his serious observation, pondered if the arriving fleet truly belonged to the 18 waterway strongholds of the Yangtze River, just as Bayok had predicted. Yet, a nagging doubt, a single drop of sweat, betrayed the old man's growing unease. His internal question echoed across the vast, ominous fleet: why were there so many ships? The answer dawned on him, chilling and stark: they were blocking their path, an insurmountable barrier of steel and wood. The old man's dread solidified as he linked the earlier, suspicious quietness to the overwhelming, blocking fleet now before them. A furious, gut-wrenching realization struck the old man, his eyes widening in pure horror. The old man, his voice heavy with somber clarity, confirmed the grim truth: they aren't reinforcements. A desperate cry ripped from the old man, filled with a panic that reverberated through the deck: they are not reinforcements. We have to turn the ships around. His frantic pleas to escape, to leave immediately, were swallowed by the overwhelming sight of the vast, ominous enemy fleet. The old man frantically screamed, his voice strained with panic, that the approaching fleet were enemies and they needed to turn the ships around instantly. Chosen, a woman holding a formidable mace, stood with watchful tension on her ship's deck, surrounded by her fighters. With a commanding poise, Chosen raised her formidable mace, signaling the archers to ready their bows with disciplined precision. With cold, grim determination, Chosen issued the devastating order to fire, a command that ripped through the old man and Dong Bongsu with horror and shock. In a chaotic inferno, multiple ships erupted into flames, their destruction reflected in the dark water. As the deck exploded into flames, figures plummeted amidst sparks and destruction. Arrows pierced the air with deadly hisses, followed by bursts of green energy and violent impacts that sent foes reeling with pained gasps. Amidst the booming chaos, Dong Bongsu stood unflinching on the burning deck, coldly observing the destructive attack. The old man desperately tried to rally his crew, his frantic command to reverse the shore, abruptly cut short by a sudden, swift movement. His face twisted in extreme distress, the old man reeled from an unseen, sudden peril. A grim circle of fire and destruction spread across the dark sea as more ships burned and began to sink. Hai, her voice trembling with panic, cried out to the old man, demanding to know what to do as they were flanked from both front and behind. Damn it, the old man roared, a desperate plea to head immediately for the shore, their only hope for escape. With grim resolve etched on his firelit face, the old man issued his final, stoic command: hurry and move the survivors over there. With a devastating roar, a ship's bow violently crashed into the water, shattering on impact. With a decisive, powerful push, Dong Bongsu leaped from the burning ship, a silhouette against the dark sky. He violently crashed into the murky water, causing a massive splash amidst a gruesome sight of bodies and blood. A broken shipwreck, partially submerged, settled silently into the dark water, a testament to the destruction. Her face contorted into a sinister, bloody smile, Chosen issued the ruthless command: kill them all. The deck erupted into a brutal battle, filled with screams of pain and savage snarls as fighters clashed. Amidst the fiery chaos, Dong Bongsu, the old man, and the young woman stood with tense urgency, observing the unfolding battle. The old man's teeth ground together with a fierce, agonizing determination. With measured, deliberate steps, Dong Bongsu strode across the burning deck, heading towards a small, seated child. With a sudden burst of green energy, Dong Bongsu shielded the startled child from a volley of incoming arrows. Amidst the chaos, Dong Bongsu embraced the child with a tender, protective gesture. Hai, her voice frantic, ran towards the old man, desperately questioning his actions amidst the widespread flames. With grim determination, the old man declared their sole, resolute objective: to reach the distant shore. Hai pleaded that saving all three of them was too much even for him, but the old man calmly clarified: no, just two. Her eye widened in dawning horror, a single tear tracing a path of profound shock as Hai whispered: two. With tragic horror, Hai's eyes fixed on Dong Bongsu, understanding the old man's grim, unspoken plan. With heavy, deliberate steps, the old man approached Dong Bongsu, his voice resonating with an unexpected name: Tang San. The old man confessed with intense revelation, he had been greedy for Dong Bongsu's talent, planting the goo to control him, hoping to forge a cornerstone for the Tang clan. A worried, interjecting, but escaped Hai's lips. With a melancholic air, the old man admitted he had truly grown old, foolishly developing an attachment to what he considered a mere doll. With a grim, fatalistic declaration, one eye glowing green, the old man stated he would neither kill nor save Dong Bongsu. A startled gasp escaped Hai as the old man silently walked away, leaving her in dramatic disbelief. With profound sadness and resignation, Hai hung her head, her face obscured by despair. With a tone of finality, the old man addressed him as Tang Sam of the Tang clan. The old man, the soul-chasing poison hand, made a solemn, weighty promise, even if the Tang clan never knew of his existence, he would remember Dong Bongsu. With a dramatic, powerful leap, the old man propelled himself from the burning ship, leaving a trail of green energy. Her face contorted with intense sorrow, Hai wept uncontrollably, tears and snot a testament to her broken heart. Amidst the intense desolation, Dong Bongsu stood alone on the fiercely burning ship, the sound of splintering wood echoing the old man's departure. A chilling, sinister smile spread across Dong Bongsu's face as he mused, well then, now that there are no eyes watching, shall I get started? With a swift, decisive turn, Dong Bongsu's hand began to glow with blue energy, ready for the imminent battle. Unleashing a powerful surge of blue energy, Dong Bongsu violently struck an enemy, sending him reeling in midair. In a chaotic, lightning-fast assault, Dong Bongsu struck down his enemy with brutal impacts. With brutal force, Dong Bongsu seized the injured, bleeding man. An eerie, silent melody seemed to play as Dong Bongsu stood victorious, his sword in hand, over the defeated enemy. A swirling vortex of dark and red energy depicted the raw, intense power unleashed upon the battlefield. The grim aftermath painted a tragic scene, numerous bodies now floated lifelessly in the dark waters surrounding the burning ships. With a sinister smile, a man ruthlessly commanded his fighters, leave no survivors. With determined, squelching steps, Dong Bongsu walked through the burning, bloodied deck. A bald man, observant and thoughtful, called out to him with a gruff, inquiring tone, "Hey, you." Surrounded by intense flames, the bald man expressed concern for Dong Bongsu's messy state, asking, "Are you okay?" Dong Bongsu, his scarred and blood-stained face twisting into a chilling, unhinged smile, simply replied, "I'm all good." The remnants of a fierce battle floated under a full moon, with massive fires still raging on the distant shore, casting an orange glow across the dark waters filled with countless bodies. An explosive force erupted, propelling Dong Bongsu forward amidst swirling green energy as he moved with blinding speed through the chaotic battlefield. A man with long white hair watched the unfolding chaos, his brow furrowed with intense concern in the dim light. Despite the tranquil night, distant fires still burned, reflecting on the water littered with debris, a somber reminder of the recent violence. "Those dogs of the heavenly demon castle," a voice cursed as a menacing group of silhouetted fighters, their eyes glowing white, stood ready for battle. "Did they hide their forces on land?" a voice cried out as a figure unleashed a powerful, green energy attack. A destructive force, like a grotesque green eye, caused fiery explosions and violently dismembered unseen fighters amidst chaotic green energy. A powerful wave of green energy swept across the battlefield, striking multiple fighters and scattering them towards the water. Dong Bongsu, his eye glowing green, exhaled a visible breath, a testament to his immense exertion. Under the full moon, the desolate beach revealed the stark aftermath of battle, with raging fires illuminating countless casualties scattered across the sand and floating in the shallow water. Chosen watched with distress as an old man in a robe sat distraught amidst the scattered bodies, his despair palpable. "Let's hurry," the old man in a robe urged, leading his group with determination through the dimly lit forest path. The story, titled Psychopath in Murim, began. Dong Bongsu stood grimly triumphant on a fiery, blood-soaked platform, his sword stuck in the ground, a foot resting on a fallen foe amidst the carnage. A familiar chime echoed, drawing Dong Bongsu's grim gaze downward. Dong Bongsu's internal interface displayed his quest progress for first-class advancement at only 18. Dong Bongsu wondered if any of the enemies he had just slaughtered met the specific conditions of his quest. As Dong Bongsu stepped, an approaching man called out urgently, "Hey!" The man admonished Dong Bongsu, demanding he cover his face and consider his grotesque appearance. Dong Bongsu stared forward, his blood-soaked face framed by messy hair and intensely glowing red eyes, radiating a chilling menace. "Right," Dong Bongsu muttered, wrapping bandages around his head, obscuring his face from view. The old man in a robe took deliberate steps across the wooden deck. "Oh my," the old man in a robe murmured, surveying the destructive burning landscape. The old man in a robe, arms crossed, expressed his displeasure, "You guys turned this place into a total bloodbath, huh?" An unnamed man bowed low and nervously acknowledged the old man in a robe as Vivi stronghold leader. "What's the situation?" the old man in a robe asked, learning that while everyone on the ships had been killed, Tang Wu and other survivors had managed to flee to the shore. Is that so? The old man in a robe muttered, scratching his head in frustration, deciding he would consult the stronghold leader and instructing his subordinates to await further orders. Yes, sir, an unnamed man affirmed, saluting the old man in a robe, while Dong Bongsu, his head wrapped in bandages, observed from the side. Behind his bandages, Dong Bongsu's single, intense red eye silently devoured the scene, processing every detail beyond what anyone could perceive. Impressive, dragon-sailed ships now rested calmly at the pier, an imposing fleet hinting at the power behind the recent devastation. As Shifting Shadow stood, Dong Bongsu stepped onto the wooden deck, his foot landing in what felt like freshly spilled blood. The old man in a robe, with a slight smile, greeted Shifting Shadow, commenting, "You're late, Shifting Shadow." The old man in a robe looked at Shifting Shadow with surprise. You knew. Shifting Shadow, in profile, explained, "I received word from Ash Shadow that you'd be coming." And the old man in a robe smiled knowingly, remarking on Shifting Shadow's unchanging smile, "Whether you turn into a woman or a man, that never changes." "I see," Shifting Shadow replied pensively, touching his beard, "I'll keep that in mind." The old man in a robe cut directly to their objective, asking Shifting Shadow, "So, what are we going to do about Tang Wu?" With a menacing smile and glinting teeth, Shifting Shadow revealed his ruthless plan. "We're driving him to Xianzheng Mountain as planned. That place shall become his tomb." The old man in a robe confirmed the strategic trap of Xianzheng Mountain, knowing that Tang Wu would be hopelessly cornered at the edge of a cliff. With glowing yellow eyes and a malicious grin, the old man in a robe relished the thought, "He's probably climbing up as fast as he can, not even knowing it's his own grave, right?" Shifting Shadow commanded readiness, tightening his grip on his large, spiked club. Shifting Shadow, silhouetted against the distant fires, declared his imminent departure with the remaining forces. The old man in a robe contemplated the odds, one of the 10 greats against 2 shadows, wait, it could be 3. "Well, not that it matters," the old man in a robe stated decisively as he walked away, "certainty is always better." The old man in a robe's foot abruptly halted. The old man in a robe paused, turning to address Shifting Shadow, calling him Water Shadow. With glowing yellow eyes, the old man in a robe probed, "Did you happen to see a strange guy? Someone with pitch-black eyes, or perhaps an expert who uses martial arts that emit light?" Shifting Shadow, holding his club, directly replied, "I have not." The old man in a robe mused, concerned, that all 4 directions had been completely blocked off, yet the individual had vanished without a trace. An ominous, shadowy figure, the fat man, stood in the dim light. "Well." The old man in a robe pondered, a sinister smile playing on his face and his eyes glowing yellow. He concluded his thought with a chilling solution, "Nothing a massacre can't fix." The vast and misty mountain range loomed, its jagged peaks shrouded in dark trees under a dark blue sky, establishing an imposing new setting. A line of silhouetted figures stood poised in the dark, dense forest, ready for an ambush. A faint rustling sound echoed from within the bushes. A powerful burst of energy signaled an ambush, as silhouetted attackers with drawn swords emerged from the dark forest, startling the fighters. A sharp, green-glowing projectile, surrounded by swirling energy, cut through the dark forest air with deadly speed. Green energy violently impacted multiple targets, causing explosions and severe damage. Dong Bongsu, his eyes glowing green, precisely manipulated a powerful surge of green energy, striking unseen targets with deadly control. A devastating green energy attack blasted through the forest, impacting numerous fighters and leaving 2 observers in wide-eyed shock. The impact resonated through the clearing, and fighters collapsed, overwhelmed and terrified by the mysterious green energy attack. The man with long white hair reacted with intense shock, his eye wide and mouth agape in disbelief. Despite the grim situation, the man with long white hair declared with a decisive turn, "We'll continue moving." The unnamed man with a topknot glanced nervously to the side, sensing an unseen threat lurking in the dark forest. The unnamed man with a topknot surveyed his weary and dispirited fighters, slumped in exhaustion. "Damn it," the unnamed man with a topknot swore, gritting his teeth in frustration. The unnamed man with a topknot sternly commanded, "We will rest for a moment," bringing a wave of surprise and relief to his exhausted fighters. In the quiet, dark forest clearing, the fighters and their leader took a much-needed, somber rest. Despite their exhaustion, some fighters maintained a watchful eye even as they rested. The unnamed man with a topknot pondered the heavy casualties, only half of the Black Crow unit is left. No, is it even fewer? Clutching his head, the unnamed man with a topknot wrestled with desperate thoughts. Danri Hui, who was supposed to come, has vanished without a trace. Slim chances aren't just applied to me. We're in a situation where even the survival of the Black Crow unit can't be guaranteed. With a grim determination, the unnamed man with a topknot decided they needed to return to the Danri clan as soon as possible. A distinct rustling sound emerged from the bushes, signaling a renewed disturbance. The unnamed man with the top-knot's eye widened intensely, utterly startled by the sudden sound. With the clash of steel, the unnamed man with the top-knot urgently commanded, "Black Crow unit, rise. Prepare for battle." "Who's there?" the unnamed man with a top-knot challenged, his sword drawn and his unit poised for battle in the silent, dark forest. Silhouetted figures slowly advanced from the misty forest, creating an ominously shifting presence. A group of menacing, masked figures, led by an imposing individual, emerged from the shadows, their forces ready for confrontation. "Pirates," the unnamed man with a top-knot cried out, recognizing the alarming threat. Then, a masked Dong Bongsu, his red eyes glowing and a sinister smile playing on his lips, revealed himself with a chilling, peekaboo. The forest clearing was shrouded in an ominous, muddy darkness as fighters arrayed themselves for imminent battle. An aggressive fighter roared the brutal command, "Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all," leading the charge into the melee. Amidst the desperate, violent chaos, one man shouted, "Don't die," while another rallied his comrades, "We will all survive and return to the Danri clan." Dong Bongsu became a blur of motion, rushing through opponents and striking with shattering force. He unleashed a powerful, radiant burst of blue energy from his hands. A destructive, brilliant blue explosion erupted, consuming everything in its path. His body throbbed, aching with exhaustion. He thought, "My body is already at its limit. I have to settle this quickly somehow." A powerful sword technique was unleashed, slicing with energetic blue force. This was the precision of the single-stream 10-sword style. An electric, wide-ranging energy burst exploded outward from a potent sword technique. It was the legendary Flying Swallow 10 successive swords. Dong Bongsu executed multiple rapid sword strikes, overwhelming an opponent with dazzling, energetic speed. The fighter's eye, honed by extreme concentration, believed it could now perceive the opponent's blade, thinking, "Now I can see his sword." An enraged attacker descended with a powerful sword strike, dismissing his opponent's movements as such petty tricks. Dong Bongsu's blade met his opponent's in a sharp, dynamic clash, sparking an impact of blue energy. The opponent was struck multiple times by the relentless blade, reeling from the rapid impacts. Two silhouetted figures clashed violently in mid-air, blood already scattering from the impact. "Three forces sword," Dong Bongsu stated, and his opponent's eyes widened in surprised realization at the technique's name. Blades clashed, then a piercing blow struck flesh, marking a severe, violent impact. This was the chilling narrative of the Murim Psychopath. "You let your guard down," an enraged dual-wielding attacker lunged, his blades sharp and fast. A terrified man was struck down with a bloody impact, his weapon left protruding from the earth. A shocked fighter gazed back at Dong Bongsu, wondering, how, as the battle raged. He stared in incredulous disbelief, convinced he had landed a perfect blow, yet Dong Bongsu remained. Dong Bongsu, calm and tactical amidst the chaos, shared his philosophy, "Someone once told me this. In a life-or-death battle between martial artists, the one who hides more has the advantage." With a piercing, calm gaze, Dong Bongsu simply uttered, "So." A shadowy figure taunted, "Is one hidden dagger all you've prepared?" But Dong Bongsu calmly focused on his opponent's gaze, thinking, "Those eyes." A flash of recognition sparked in the man's wide eye, he'd seen those before. Dong Bongsu swiftly unleashed multiple glowing daggers, a vibrant arc of light. A dagger struck its target with a sharp impact. Multiple glowing daggers sliced through the air, streaking towards the fighters. "UGH," cried a man as he was violently struck by several daggers. Grimacing in pain, the injured man confirmed his suspicion, "I knew it, my eyes weren't deceiving me. He's been summoning something from thin air this whole time." Crouching low, a surprised fighter with glowing red eyes recoiled, thinking, "What kind of sorcery is this?" Sword ready, a man intently watched Dong Bongsu fight, glowing faintly in the distant fray. As an axe-wielding fighter charged, screaming, "Die," a terrified man faced his impending doom. Overwhelmed, the man realized, from the front and back, caught in a desperate pincer attack. As blood scattered around him, the man resignedly thought, "I can't avoid this," accepting his fatal strike. With angry, glowing red eyes and bloody bandages, Dong Bongsu menacingly warned, "Don't you dare mess with my hunt," terrifying a nearby fighter. Staring at the fallen bodies, recognition dawned on the man, "Those eyes. I remember now." His mouth contorted in enraged realization as he gritted, "That bug from the Danri clan." The man's wide, terrified eyes screamed in fury. "A lowly wretch like you," raged a man, as Dong Bongsu charged, silhouetted against bursting blue energy. "Since when?" shouted an enraged fighter as their swords clashed, radiating blue energy. "Since when have you been deceiving me?" a furious fighter screamed, launching another energetic sword attack. Dong Bongsu's eye glowed a dangerous red, reflecting the blade and the blood in the ominous darkness. Swords collided forcefully, bursting with bright blue energy at the impact point. "You demon," screamed an enraged fighter, dual blades clashing amidst bursts of blue energy. The angry, sweating man made a chilling realization: the suicide plague in Banyang must have been your doing as well, as Dong Bongsu's red eye glowed ominously. A powerful sword impact sent intense blue energy rippling through the dark. Their fierce and rapid sword fight continued, the blades clashing with explosive force. "You were just someone cleaning horse dung in the noble clan," a furious man screamed, attacking with his sword. A sword attack was parried, then Dong Bongsu engaged his opponent in an intense, energy-infused combat of swirling red and white trails. Multiple rapid sword strikes were exchanged in brutal combat, blood spattering around the two fighters. Splattered with blood, the man's wide eyes conveyed extreme terror, reacting to the brutal spectacle. "No. I need to go back to the Danri clan," thought a terrified, bloodied man, as Dong Bongsu unleashed a powerful, invincible red energy attack. Dong Bongsu, calm amidst the bloody aftermath, reiterated his philosophy: "I told you, the one who hides more has the advantage." The forest clearing lay grim and desolate, littered with countless fallen bodies, with only a few weary fighters remaining among the dead. "Damn it! Where are the reinforcements?" demanded a desperate, frustrated fighter amidst the grim aftermath. Dong Bongsu's bandaged eye observed the unfolding situation with a calm, piercing gaze. Observing the distant fighters, Dong Bongsu thought, "Just as he said, from a certain moment, the reinforcements that were trickling in stopped coming." He deduced, there must be a reason for this. "We need to check," his thoughts turning strategic. "Ha! They're finally here," exclaimed a man with a relieved smile, believing help had arrived. As figures with glowing eyes approached in the dim distance, a man grumbled about his superiors: "You have to admit, the higher UPS are always so damn slow." A tense and mysterious new group of fighters, faces obscured, stood ready in the dark forest, illuminated by distant orange light. Two men observed the strange new arrivals with puzzled wariness, questioning, "What's with them? Why are they all wearing their clothes inside out?" "Stronghold leader," a man urgently shouted, running towards the new group, surprised by their presence. Before he could finish, "Why are you so late? And why are you all wearing your clothes inside out?" the man was brutally attacked and killed by shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. As blood rained down, Dong Bongsu remained eerily calm while other fighters screamed in horrific terror at the unexpected bloodshed. Amidst the bloodshed, a mysterious fighter with unusual features stood, looking upwards as if sensing an unseen presence. Covered in blood, Dong Bongsu smiled chillingly as he issued his ruthless command: "Leave none alive. Slaughter them all." Jagged peaks, shrouded in mist, rose ominously under a dark and cloudy sky. A forest clearing lay soaked in blood, a chaotic testament to the brutal, unending combat. A desperate fighter scrambled away, his frantic cries punctuated by Dong Bongsu's silent, menacing presence over him. The man's face contorted in abject terror as he begged, "Please. Spare me." Tears streamed down his desperate face as he questioned, "Why are you suddenly doing this?" One man, defeated, turned away from the fray, lamenting, "Damn it. I can't do this anymore." Ash Shadow screamed in horror, "How can we kill our own comrades?" as another figure attacked relentlessly in the background. The ground was a grotesque mosaic of blood and dismembered bodies, a brutal aftermath seen from above. A furious man roared, "I will personally crush the skulls of anyone who steps back." Two fighters, Ash Shadow among them, stared with wide, terrified eyes at the unfolding slaughter. Amidst the chaos, men screamed, "Kill them," and urged, "Don't leave a single one alive." A sword, slick with fresh blood, continued its deadly work, a testament to the relentless combat. Dong Bongsu, bandaged and watchful, observed the distant battle from his hidden vantage point behind a rock. With a sudden, swift movement, Dong Bongsu surged forward, blurring through the dark. He moved like a phantom, a streak of motion through the dense, dark forest. Dong Bongsu's determined gaze, partially obscured by bandages, burned with intense focus. Injured, Dong Bongsu lay on the ground, surrounded by the encroaching lights of numerous enemies. A man with a flaming torch rallied his forces, shouting the stronghold leader's command, "Don't let a single rat escape." Dong Bongsu, leaning against a tree, realized with a grim certainty, "Here as well." Two men stood in the darkness, staring intently into the forest, a tense silence hanging between them. An unseen figure moved with blinding speed, leaving a bright, ephemeral trail across the forest floor. Dong Bongsu observed the brutal tactic, noting, killing even their fellow pirates, as they systematically herded people, by surrounding the mountain. He deduced with cold precision, "It's a driving hunt." Dong Bongsu's eye glowed red with defiance, an inner monologue asserting, "I've never been the prey before." A sudden, sharp movement broke the tense silence of the dark forest path. The path ahead was blocked by a large, indistinct formation of distant fighters, a foreboding obstacle. Dong Bongsu descended like a vengeful shadow, surprising two men who looked up in sheer terror. As the two men screamed, "An enemy," Dong Bongsu struck swiftly with his sword. His attack tore through multiple opponents, violently dismembering bodies and scattering them in a gruesome display. Dong Bongsu crouched amidst the carnage, his glowing, chain-like weapon humming with residual power. A game-like interface flickered, displaying an alert as his HP bar glowed ominously red and his level registered at 13. Dong Bongsu noted with detached calculation that his next level up isn't far off. A man cried out, "That way. Run," as numerous figures fled in a panicked scramble. Dong Bongsu observed the desperate flight, a strategic thought beginning to form about those guys. As he walked away from the recent bloodshed, Dong Bongsu contemplated, maybe I can use them. A group of exhausted survivors, including Chosen and the old man, hunched, their ragged breaths heavy with weariness. Chosen, her voice laced with concern, asked the old man, "Grandpa, you felt it too, right?" The old man grimly confirmed her fears, his teeth gritted as he declared, "It's a driving hunt." He explained their dire predicament, they keep herding us toward the mountain peak, while another man frantically called for, "Great hero Tang." A man, wide-eyed with panic, urged them, "Why you need to come see this." Chosen, the old man, and another man watched with growing concern as they stared off into the unseen. A devastating impact echoed across the desolate mountain peak, leaving several figures broken on the ground. A chilling realization struck them as they peered over the edge, a sea cliff. Despair consumed the men, one collapsed, crying, "It's over," another lamenting, "I just came to celebrate the wedding," as they succumbed to utter hopelessness. The old man's jaw clenched, his teeth gritted in silent, seething fury. With a furious roar, his eyes glowing green, the old man silenced their panic, screaming, "Shut up." Defiantly, the old man challenged them, "Who says it's over?" proclaiming, "Even an old man like me hasn't given up." He chastised his defeated companions, "What did you say, you greenhorns? You're giving up on living." The old man declared with fierce resolve, "We just have to kill every single bastard that comes up here." He challenged their unspoken doubt, "What, do you think we can't?" To which a scared man meekly responded, "No." A soft rustling alerted the old man to the approach of enemies in the distance. The old man and Chosen stood ready, their weapons gleaming with a fierce resolve for the coming fight. Three men desperately raised their hands, pleading, "W8. We were attacked too." Dong Bongsu watched the unfolding scene, his eyes glowing with an eerie, blue light. The old man reacted with sheer confusion to their unexpected plea, questioning, "What?" A desperate man frantically explained their shared plight, revealing that the stronghold leader's own men had attacked them, leaving them on the same side. The old man, realizing the enemy's internal conflict, decisively declared, "This is our chance. We need to break through their encirclement and head back down now." With newfound resolve, the old man commanded all to move aside as he prepared to lead them down the mountain. A loud, mocking voice echoed through the forest, calling out, "Ha ha ha ha. Great hero Tang." Heavy footsteps accompanied a taunting voice, "You ran so hard, and this is the best you could do." The scarred man, now revealed as Du Hyo-ok, continued his arrogant taunts, likening the old man to a rat in a jar. The old man, enraged, demanded, "And who the hell are you?" Du Hyo-ok responded with a nonchalant a casual gesture masking deeper menace. With a chilling grin, Du Hyo-ok revealed his scarred face, daring the old man, "Perhaps you'd recognize me with this face." The old man stammered in shock, the identity of his tormentor slowly dawning on him, "Why? You're..." With a roar of fury, the old man finally screamed the name, "Dohok." Chosen, impatient and focused on their mission, urged, shifting shadow, "We don't have time for your nonsense. Hurry up and deal with the soul-chasing poison hand." Chosen, a smear of blood on her cheek, cast an annoyed glance downwards, her weariness evident. Du Hyo-ok, unfazed, dismissed her urgency, stating, "He's going to die anyway, let's take our time," as he awaited a specific individual whom he had something to ask him. As he advanced, Du Hyo-ok mockingly told the old man, WHOA, great hero Tang, calm down, his footsteps heavy with menace. Du Hyo-ok offered a chilling proposition, promising, "One little thing to ask you before we clash." He then hinted at the subject of his inquiry, referring to that piece of trash you were carrying around. With an intense, terrifying gaze, Du Hyo-ok demanded to know the individual's current whereabouts. His malevolent gaze promised a fractured reality for any who crossed his path. Dong Bongsu stood silently, an unspoken tension hanging over the gathered fighters. Dong Bongsu wondered if the reckless slaughter of their own allies had been a desperate attempt to find him. A single eye, intensely focused, betrayed the swirling chaos within his mind. The flash of light from that night, his intervention, had clearly fractured their carefully laid plans. He acknowledged their resolve to hunt him down and kill him, feeling a strange internal pressure rise. How delightful is this? Dong Bongsu thought, a disturbing satisfaction snapping into place. Both Dong Bongsu and the man with the top knot carefully surveyed the tense scene. The man with the top knot pondered that an expert capable of such a flash of light couldn't possibly be dead, certain he was still nearby. Another fighter, angered, demanded his hidden opponent reveal himself immediately. The fighter roared a threat, reminding his unseen foe they were destined to meet again and warning of consequences if they didn't appear by the count of 3. Chains lashed out, striking a fighter as chaos erupted. Dong Bongsu's face contorted in a furious snarl as he cried out, "There you are." An electronic interface whirred into existence, then a powerful surge of energy burst forth. With a soft hiss and a final thud, he vanished, leaving another man to question. He disappeared. But the man thought he had seen a fleeting shadow within the light, moving rapidly towards the cliff's edge. A figure plunged over the cliff's edge with a decisive fall. The man with the top knot mused that not even he, nor Tang Wu, could survive such a fall in one piece. He considered if it was suicide, or perhaps something more complex. Several ominous figures surrounded two unconscious women, creating a somber stillness. Hai stirred, a soft sound indicating she was beginning to awaken. The chilling title, Murim Psychopath, announced the narrative's twisted heart. Across the vast expanse, two groups of fighters faced each other, a single central figure standing between them. "This leaves a bad taste in my mouth," the man with the top knot muttered, clearly annoyed. With a dismissive sound, the man with the top knot declared it a shame, but he would have to settle for his current opponent. Du Hyo-ok recoiled in shock, stuttering, Young Master Du. Hai, tearful and confused, demanded to know the meaning of the perplexing situation. The man with the top knot observed the unfolding drama with a serious, unreadable expression. With a dismissive gesture, the man with the top knot sneered, questioning if Hai had always been too idiotic to grasp a situation. Du Hyo-ok frantically shouted a warning for his group to fall back, for their enemies were approaching. The man with the top knot confidently commanded everyone to capture Tang Wu. A roar erupted as the fighters charged forward with a surging whoosh. The man with the top knot, surprised, urgently tried to halt their advance, shouting, "Wait a minute. Move." A man exclaimed in frustration, a sudden impact marking his surprise. A forceful voice reiterated, "I said move, didn't I?" with a sharp, decisive tone. With a smooth, unsettling presence, Dong Bongsu smirked, asking if they dared start the feast without someone as great as him. Dong Bongsu triumphantly announced, "Another one," while Du Hyo-ok inwardly despaired at yet another expert equal to their clan's peak realm, appearing. A silent horror widened Du Hyo-ok's eyes, and blood stained his robes, evidence of a brutal encounter. Dong Bongsu smugly announced he had brought a gift, and with a series of soft thuds, something fell to the ground. Hai could only utter a confused, "huh." With manic glee and a theatrical flourish, Dong Bongsu announced, "Drumroll, and the gift is." He then unveiled his gruesome offering, Tada. The fresh, warm head of the Namgung clan's patriarch. A distorted wave of pure horror crashed over the onlookers, paralyzing them in shock. Hai let out a strangled cry as she collapsed in utter despair. Trembling uncontrollably, Hai reached out, her voice a broken whisper of "GGRA, ND." In a moment of devastating realization, Hai choked out, "G Grandpa." An oppressive presence loomed over the cowering fighter, a chilling weight in the rain. Dong Bongsu's shoulders began to shake with a sinister, suppressed chuckle. His suppressed chuckles quickly escalated into maniacal laughter. Pfft. Puhaha. Dong Bongsu cackled, mocking Hai for cradling her dead grandfather and sobbing, "The first beauty of Anhui, eh?" He exclaimed his delight in bringing such a gift, declaring that a beautiful woman's ruined, crying face was what truly aroused him. With a choked laugh, Dong Bongsu found the situation seriously hilarious, challenging the others, "You guys too?" The man with the top knot stared, a confused escaping him. A gasping Dong Bongsu, bewildered by the lack of response, asked if he was the only one laughing, the only one turned on by the scene. "Crazy bastard," one fighter spat, while the man with the top knot declared, "This guy isn't even human." Dong Bongsu shrieked in rage, "WH what? We crushed the Namgung clan, and even Tang Wu will die by our hands soon enough." Dong Bongsu triumphantly boasted, "That makes 2 beyond peak realm expert heads. And 2 wives to hold by my side." Kihahat, he cackled, oblivious to the shock he caused. His grotesque proclamation was met only with a heavy, unsettling silence. With a powerful whoosh, green energy surged from the old man, unleashing a booming force. Dong Bongsu's face contorted in a mask of pure rage at the sudden magical surge. With a tearing crash, the green energy propelled figures from the cliff, as Chosen cried out in disbelief, "Grand, Pa." The old man revealed he had poured half of his remaining internal energy into the potent Dragon Phoenix golden needles. He grimaced, knowing his effort might not ensure a safe descent and could leave them crippled for life. Despite the cost, the old man declared that their survival was the single most important thing to him. The man with the top knot angrily questioned, Tang Wu. What are you doing? The old man, straining, shouted the name, Tang Hua of the Sichuan Tang clan. His voice cracked with a fierce command, survive. As Chosen was propelled away by green energy, she heard the old man's desperate plea, even if you break. Even if you are ruined. Stay alive. With a final, determined clench of his fist, the old man declared, and return one day to repay this blood debt to me, Tang Wu. The green energy rumbled and swirled with immense power. Dong Bongsu let out a frustrated shriek of pure rage, "No. You old bastard, how dare you take my wives?" Dong Bongsu raged, delivering a sharp impact to another fighter. A fighter groaned in pain as a punch connected with brutal force. With a powerful strike, a fast-moving figure charged towards the green energy. Dong Bongsu registered a sudden, shocking change in the old man's aura. The old man, transformed, declared his true identity as the soul-chasing poison hand, announcing he would reap the spirit essence of Heavenly Demon Castle, now that only the empty name of the 10 Greats remained to him. A foreboding chasm awaited, promising a perilous descent into the unknown. The cliff face scraped violently, a thunderous impact echoing the start of the fall. Dong Bongsu plummeted headfirst down the chasm, the world a violent blur of impact and pain. Even amidst the dizzying fall, Dong Bongsu's mind coldly assessed the distance, 500 meters down, with 1,000 more to go. Though the fall promised suicide, his leveled-up body and the grim strategy of using inventory corpses as buffers offered a twisted path to survival. With a grunt of effort, Dong Bongsu drove his sword, scraping violently against the unyielding rock to slow his desperate descent. He violently gouged his sword into the cliff face, halting his own fall even as another figure plunged into the abyss below. A sickening realization clawed at Dong Bongsu's mind, his sword was compromised, leaving him vulnerable in the vast, misty chasm. In a desperate, distorted panic, Dong Bongsu cried out, activating his inventory as blue energy surged from his hand. From his inventory, multiple humanoid figures, glowing with an otherworldly blue light, plummeted ahead into the dark chasm. With a sharp cry and a powerful whistle of his sword, Dong Bongsu executed an agile maneuver, kicking up dust and debris. His foot landed with a deliberate, forceful stomp, rippling the very ground beneath him. His foot landed with a wet squelch, sinking into a pool of fresh, dark blood. As energy swirled around him, Dong Bongsu reflected that all, heroes and enemies alike, would inevitably converge at the chasm's bottom. Though injured at the chasm's base, Dong Bongsu vowed to survive and seize any opportunity that arose. The scene shifted to a grand, mist-shrouded mountain range under a vast night sky, where an enigmatic light glowed from a distant peak. The man with long white hair watched in shock as poison arts surged, baffled they could be used despite the presence of countermeasures. He grimly mused on the stubborn old man's desperate gamble, particularly the high cost of his granddaughter's life. The man with long white hair concluded that such a drastic decision proved the old man was already pushed into a defensive corner. Across the battlefield, fighters ferociously screamed commands to attack and kill the soul-chasing poison hand. A fighter was violently struck, blood splattering amidst the pervasive green energy. Fighters fiercely proclaimed their intent to be the one to kill the soul-chasing poison hand, urging each other forward in a chaotic charge. A powerful surge of green energy erupted as fighters plunged headlong into its swirling vortex. The old man in robes unleashed a terrifying technique, manifesting a monstrous, green, soul-dementing ghost poison hand. Fighters recoiled, crying out in alarm at the overwhelming, toxic aura of the pervasive poison. As the green energy swirled around them, a fighter desperately commanded his allies to block the attack. A massive, blinding burst of green energy exploded outwards, engulfing the area. In the dark, starry forest, some fighters stood, while another rustled, visibly struggling with the aftermath. The man with long hair gazed at the desolate, blood-stained landscape, a heavy atmosphere settling over the mist. He contemplated the attack's terrifying power, realizing they would have melted without the foresight to take antidote beads. The old man in robes coughed, racked with weakness, as another man watched him struggle. The scarred man gurgled and gasped, his face contorted in an agony intensified by the insidious green energy that seemed to consume him. The old man in robes looked on with confusion, bewildered by how the other fighters remained completely fine. Hai swiftly moved, her arm whistling through the air to block the incoming attack. The scarred man's blood-stained face, contorted in intense agony, violently shifted or collapsed. A faint rustling sound accompanied an unseen, unsettling movement in the dark. The scarred man let out a chilling, maniacal laugh, crouching low with blood visible on his robes. With wide, intense eyes, the scarred man declared he finally felt alive, subtly revealing that secrets had been kept from him. The old man in robes extended his arm, unleashing a growling, swirling mass of dark green energy. As one fighter cried out desperately for salvation, another struggled, sizzling and consumed by the virulent green energy. A violent explosion erupted, a chaotic burst of blood and green energy. As a monstrous green energy entity loomed, the old man in robes questioned the effectiveness of a mere antidote bead. The old man in robes acknowledged their intent to kill him, drawing a deep breath, yet his unspoken words hinted at a greater challenge. The old man in robes transformed into a terrifying, monstrous being of green energy, declaring his true identity as one of the 10 greats of Murim. His monstrous face, glowing green, mocked them, challenging if they truly believed a mere bead could stop Tang Wu, striking terror into their hearts. A figure, moving with incredible speed, delivered a whistling, forceful strike through the green energy. A hooded figure cried out a desperate warning about the attack's terrifying speed, urging others to escape its path. A powerful, spherical blast of green energy erupted, radiating destructive force. Bright streaks of white light suddenly pierced through the swirling mass of green energy, cutting a path. A figure rushed past with incredible speed, leaving a long, bright trail as they evaded the destructive energy. Dong Bongsu, his face bloodied, declared with determined relief that he had finally broken through. Dong Bongsu stood with his back to the viewer, now facing a vast, swirling vortex of potent blue energy. With a clenched jaw and intense focus, Dong Bongsu stared, radiating a quiet hum of power. Dong Bongsu delivered a forceful, impactful punch. An angry man confronted Hai, demanding to know her destination, but she remained calm, simply pointing. The old man in robes scoffed, dismissing the futile threat of a mere hidden weapon as he prepared his own green energy attack. A shimmering, lotus-shaped hidden weapon clicked into deployment, amidst the green energy. A powerful explosion erupted, filling the air with light and debris. The old man in robes, enraged in his monstrous green energy form, screamed at Dong Bongsu, who leapt to attack him mid-air. His face distorted with fury, the old man in robes challenged Tang Wu to fight him fairly, condemning the use of hidden weapons as cowardly. A figure swiftly jumped over the old man's swirling, shadowed phantom bloom attack, avoiding the purple energy petals. As green energy projectiles rained down, Dong Bongsu retorted, questioning if fighting 3-on-1 wasn't also cowardly. Against the dark, a display of numerous glowing, lotus-shaped hidden weapons shimmered, ready for deployment. A series of rapid, thunderous explosions erupted, one after another. A robed figure swiftly moved, evading the barrage of explosions. The man with long white hair grimaced, groaning at the Tang clan's expectedly petty tactics. Dong Bongsu executed a powerful leap, leaving a long, flowing green energy trail amidst falling red petals. The old man's distorted, green face glowed with a triumphant menace as he declared his opponent caught. In a monstrous form, the protagonist asserted his dominance, declaring, "Caught you." Two blurred figures arced across the night sky, their struggle leaving vibrant trails against the distant forest. The air crackled with raw, green energy as the unseen force struck, twisting faces into desperate screams. The protagonist, a monstrous blur, landed a brutal blow that echoed with the desperate cry of a heavily armed fighter. Despite the overwhelming green tendrils, another fighter defiantly strained to block the immense force that threatened to crush him. Powerful impacts rattled through the scene as the protagonist delivered a series of devastating green energy punches. A fighter's body seized as the chilling realization dawned, a pressure point strike. I can't move. My body. The protagonist's shadowy form leaned in, making a chilling vow to gouge out those filthy eyes that dared to look at Wa. A blur of green energy marked the protagonist's hand, poised with swift, deadly intent. Amidst splattering blood and green energy, a silhouette screamed in agony as the brutal attack connected. Crackling static energy engulfed the silhouetted figure, a painful, shocking surge coursing through them. A powerful energy attack violently struck another fighter, flinging them backward in an explosive burst of light. The protagonist stood, a formidable silhouette against the dark, surrounded by the powerful dance of crackling lightning. Shock and pain contorted the fighter's face as they gasped, realizing, a palm technique? So that was your true skill, not the saber technique. Tang Wu, screamed the fighter, violently struck and blasted back by the protagonist's lightning-infused palm strike. Thunderclap 100 strikes palm, a devastating technique, manifested as the protagonist's face became consumed by immense, destructive lightning. With focused aggression, the protagonist launched the delusional 6 acupoint blood hand. A cataclysmic explosion of green and yellow energy erupted as the two formidable fighters clashed with immense power. A forceful impact ripped through the air, creating visible ripples of kinetic energy. Desperation etched onto his face, a fighter registered the terrifying truth, I'm being pushed back. The protagonist, a monstrous grin stretching across his face, gloated that his opponent's internal energy was, finally running out. An injured man with long white hair, an arrow piercing his back, watched the distant, volatile clash of energy, a perilous struggle unfolding before him. I really can't see anything. Lamented the man with long white hair, mourning his eyes, meant for looking at beautiful women, as the old man, in robe, raged, Tang Wu. You son of a bitch. Driven by desperation, the man with long white hair unleashed a powerful purple energy attack, vowing, I'm dragging you down with me. Intense purple energy surged, consuming the man with long white hair, his shocked face overwhelmed by the blast. The man's eye widened in a flash of terror as the overwhelming purple energy entirely enveloped him. A masked fighter moved with incredible speed, leaving a dynamic trail of purple energy in his powerful wake. KUH, cried another fighter, collapsing after being violently struck by a powerful yellow energy blast. The protagonist spiraled downward through a disorienting, lightning-filled void, falling from a great height. The protagonist plummeted rapidly, his body distorted in the blue light of a powerful, impending impact. A massive explosion erupted on the ground, signaling the protagonist's devastating crash into the earth. Two figures, one with a bandaged shoulder, walked away from the bloody aftermath, leaving a desolate trail behind them. The man with long white hair screamed, his face a mask of horror and vengeance, as blood streamed from his eyes, blaming that damn old man for his ruined sight. An enraged fighter charged, sword drawn, declaring, I'll slit his throat right now, as the old man, in robe, continued to walk away in the distance. The injured man with long white hair raised a hand, calling out, wait. In a desperate attempt to stop the charging fighter, as the old man, in robe, receded. The old man, in robe, continued his slow, steady retreat, while the protagonist, monstrous and injured, emerged with an ominous gait from the shadows of the forest. The man with long white hair trembled, his face contorted in disbelief and dread, wondering, this crazy old man. He can still move. The protagonist's foot landed decisively on the blood-soaked ground, a grim step forward. A figure in dark robes strode purposefully across the desolate, mountainous landscape. A rapid step echoed, marking swift and decisive movement across the dark ground. The protagonist, a masked fighter, and another fighter blurred across the landscape, their high-speed movements leaving distinct trails of green, purple, and yellow energy. The protagonist moved with controlled intensity, a green energy trail marking his swift and precise strike. Explosions and impacts erupted as the protagonist's green energy attack slammed into unseen targets. The ground, exclaimed another fighter, their face contorted in surprise as they realized, when did he plant hidden weapons? Hidden weapons erupted from the earth in a sudden, dangerous burst of green energy and debris. Explosions of green energy tore through the ground as the protagonist sprinted across the dark landscape. Another fighter, laden with weapons, braced for a powerful strike, a grunt of effort escaping them. Strain contorted another fighter's face as they pushed against a powerful, unseen force, possibly a blast of green energy. Another fighter was relentlessly barraged and overwhelmed by the protagonist's devastating green energy attacks, culminating in a massive impact. KUH, cried a fighter, grimacing in pain as he desperately struggled with his large weapon. A fighter's grimace deepened as he observed his cracked weapon, realizing with dread, he's been aiming at the same spot this whole time. It's useless, another fighter shouted in frustration, their shield shattering under a powerful purple energy attack. Tang Wu. A masked fighter and the protagonist attacked in tandem, throwing another fighter back in a chaotic burst of purple and green energy. A masked fighter delivered a powerful kick that sent an opponent flying, while the protagonist continued his green energy assault in the background. A sword blade shimmered with a faint glow, hinting at a critical strike. Oh. Shit. Gasped the man with long white hair, his face a grim mask of despair as he realized the weapon lodged in his chest and his missing eye sealed his fate. The man with long white hair recoiled from a distant, explosive attack launched by a masked fighter. Dong Bongsu's face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing as he declared, now. I must kill him for sure right now. Do it okay. Scarred man, do he okay, looked up in sudden shock as a massive blue energy blast descended from above. With a menacing, toothy grin, Scarred man, do he okay, held another character by the throat, asking, where are you going? We're not done yet. Faces contorted in a visceral display of pain and raw effort as the intense struggle escalated. KUAGA, screamed another fighter, his face a canvas of agonizing suffering. Damn it. Continuously using hidden weapons is, grumbled the injured man with long white hair, reeling from pain and exasperation. Dong Bongsu's grim thoughts solidified, no, he'll regain his senses soon. This is my last chance to kill him. In that case, Scarred man, do he okay, let out a menacing growl, baring his sharp teeth. Violent impacts and splattering blood marked a swift, brutal action. I'll sacrifice my arm, screamed the protagonist, his body surrounded by green energy as he launched a powerful, desperate attack. The protagonist raced across the desolate, rocky landscape, leaving a powerful trail of green energy in his urgent wake. Dong Bongsu's monstrous face was grim, his glowing eye fixed on a chilling calculation. Dong Bongsu's voice was cold as he stated the grim tally, 2, revealing 2 injured fighters, 1 severely impaled, still defiantly standing. The desolate bridge stretched into the mist, separating 2 figures poised for an inevitable clash. Dong Bongsu's heavy step landed amidst the blood-soaked wreckage, each sound a grim beat in the silence. Chosen, bloodied and exhausted, spat, admitting her internal energy and hidden weapons were spent. On the desolate plain, Chosen declared that only her body remained. The man with long white hair grimaced, his pain echoing the finality of his broken form. A powerful impact erupted, scattering blood and debris violently. The man with long white hair reeled, his face contorted as blood splattered. Chosen's bloodied face bore an intense, determined grimace, even as pain twisted her features. A mysterious fighter, cloaked in ominous purple energy, crouched low over Chosen's defeated form, preparing for the final strike. "Just die already, you old man," the shrouded fighter roared, launching a powerful aerial strike saturated with purple energy. The man with long white hair reacted swiftly as purple energy blurred past in a visceral impact. "Do Hyo okay?" His scarred face twisted in rage, spat, lazy donkey roll. A technique where a fighter intentionally falls and rolls to evade an attack. It is especially used to mock the opponent, as it is a disgraceful technique by the orthodox Murim. "You call yourself one of the 10 greats. Have you no honor?" The old man, slumped on the ground, echoed, "Honor? I threw that off the cliff a long time ago," the old man roared, erupting with raw power. The old man launched a brutal strike that sent Du Hyo-ok flying backward, blood trailing in his wake. Dong Bongsu's bloodied face contorted into an intense grimace, his left eye widened with fierce resolve. Dong Bongsu's bloodied hand clamped down with bone-crushing force on another's arm. The old man delivered a devastating kick that impacted with thunderous force. Du Hyo-ok was sent careening high into the air, blood splattering as he fell, while others scattered below. From Du Hyo-ok's severe wounds, eerie green energy pulsed and emanated. Du Hyo-ok, now surrounded by crackling green energy, crouched low, recovering from the brutal attack. Chosen, injured yet defiant, challenged, "You think I would be defeated by the likes of you?" even as Du Hyo-ok was thrown in the distance. The old man's eyes blazed green with fury as he condemned his opponents as cowards who possess neither the resolve to face death. His snarling mouth finished the indictment, nor the courage to sacrifice anything. Green and blue energy blasts collided violently, creating a chaotic explosion of power. A new dawn broke over the majestic mountains, painting the misty landscape in a warm, ethereal orange. The sun ascended fully, bathing the vast, vibrant landscape in a brilliant golden glow. Fresh drops of blood began to fall, forming a grim pool on the cracked earth. Dong Bongsu stood silhouetted against the blinding sunrise, triumphant over the defeated Du Hyo-ok. Dong Bongsu's bloodied arm extended, his gaze settling on the injured old man lying defeated in the desolate distance. What? Du Hyo-ok stammered, his eye wide with disbelief that even with such forces, they couldn't kill a single wounded old man, as Dong Bongsu stood silently silhouetted against the light. Seriously? Du Hyo-ok gasped, his face a mask of distraught disbelief and pain. The old man groaned from his injuries, while Du Hyo-ok weakly dragged himself across the dusty ground. Stay away, Du Hyo-ok screamed in raw terror, desperately trying to move. "Stay away, you monster!" Du Hyo-ok shrieked, cowering before Dong Bongsu's intimidating, silhouetted form. Dong Bongsu, a lone figure, walked away from the cliff edge, disappearing into the distance. The injured old man desperately clutched the cliff's edge, struggling to pull himself to safety. The injured old man, eyes wide with fear and anger, yelled at Dong Bongsu, "Stay away. Get lost." "I said, get lost," the old man fiercely shouted, kicking up a cloud of dust in desperation. Dong Bongsu stood silently, his silhouetted form emanating an ominous aura as rain or ash pattered around him. The old man's face contorted in a silent scream of dawning horror as the rain continued to fall. What? This old man has lost his mind. Du Hyo-ok thought, bewildered and fearful, but how? With a terrifying crash, the old man, now a monstrous figure with glowing eyes, loomed over the screaming Du Hyo-ok. "I told you to stay away." The monstrous old man reiterated with a chilling gesture, as Du Hyo-ok could only cry in silent terror. Two indistinct figures scurried rapidly across the dusty plain in a desperate struggle. The monstrous old man closed in with terrifying speed, as Du Hyo-ok's face registered utter and extreme fear. The old man reached out, a look of realization and surprise crossing his face as he recognized a young woman named Hai. How? Hai stammered, her eye wide with profound shock and disbelief. The old man violently struck Hai, resulting in a brutal, blood-splattering impact. With a maniacal, deranged smile, Hai declared, "I finally caught you, Tang Wu." Du Hyo-ok was violently thrown backward, blood flying, while the old man also reeled from a powerful impact. As the old man's bloodied hand dripped, Du Hyo-ok fell spectacularly in the distant mountains amidst a final burst of power. Shifting shadow. Could it be shifting shadow? Hai cried in horror, realizing the true identity of the injured Du Hyo-ok. That was close, Hai thought, realizing that if Tang Wu's punch had held a little more internal energy, she wouldn't have survived the fall from the cliff. However, Hai thought, it's our victory, Tang Wu, a confident declaration despite Du Hyo-ok's exhaustion. That's right. You old fool. Hai scoffed, triumphantly stomping on a sword near the distant, defeated old man. Du Hyo-ok limped across the battlefield, expressing immense relief. I really thought I was going to die just now. Du Hyo-ok's blood-splattered face broke into a sinister grin, vowing, forget about dying peacefully. Du Hyo-ok chillingly articulated his gruesome plans, I'll gouge out your eyes, sever your limbs, and slit your throat at the very end. As he continued to walk, Du Hyo-ok plotted further vengeance, of course, I'll head down the cliff and those wenches will also. The old man's arm and chest were shown, bloodied and bound, a testament to his helpless state. Soaked in rain and blood, the old man clenched his fist, his gaze fixed upward with grim determination. The old man's eyes shone with intense resolve as he focused on, this bastard, to the very end. A stark transition unfolded. It pales beyond comparison to the original. But if this is where my life ends, then, imperfect though it may be, this is what it must be. As green energy exploded around them, the protagonist thought of, my body. My key. Wah. While the old man pleaded, I wanted to see you get married before I died. Please, survive. A powerful green energy explosion erupted violently, consuming everything. Amidst a massive, rumbling explosion, Dong Bongsu fell dramatically from a great height. As he fell, the old man's final thoughts echoed, HWA. I wanted to see you get married before I died. Please, survive. Dong Bongsu lay defeated on the floor of a deep chasm, amidst scattered red petals and dark blood. Red petals continued their melancholic descent, fluttering silently into the chasm's depths. Dong Bongsu sat amidst the scattering of red petals, seemingly in a state of quiet meditation and recovery. Dong Bongsu sat quietly, his muscular, injured back to the viewer, revealing a missing arm amidst the red petals. From the darkness, Dong Bongsu's glowing red eye fixed on an unseen target as he menacingly stated, finally. You're finally coming. Tang Wu. A massive impact resonated, distorting vision with agonizing pressure. Gasping for breath, the old man questioned if he was still alive. His body trembled, refusing to obey as he realized the extent of his severe injuries. The old man groaned, a deep rumble escaping him as he lay twisted in the bloody crater. Resigned, he felt his innate chi dissipate completely, knowing death would soon claim him. With a final choked gasp, the old man succumbed to his wounds. The majestic, somber mountain valley unfolded, bathed in sun-dappled red foliage. A blood-stained sword pierced the rocky ground, surrounded by fallen red petals and dark water. The old man lay still, a soft thud marking the finality of his death amidst the petals and blood. Even in death, the old man's thoughts fractured with grim realization, the fallen guests and pirates had been finished off, not merely killed by the fall. The old man looked up in terror as Dong Bongsu emerged, silhouetted against the light. His eye widened with profound shock as he recognized the figure standing over him. With dread, the old man wondered if this shadowy figure, whose red eye glowed menacingly, was truly Tang Sam. Dong Bongsu gazed down at the old man's lifeless form, sprawled in the bloody crater. The old man's final thoughts recalled the martial artists slaughtered at the cliff's bottom. He remembered the blood-stained sword, a silent testament to the carnage. And he recalled Tang Sam, seated among red butterflies, seemingly waiting for him, his presence chilling and ominous. Tang Sam, the old man uttered, confusion and pain blurring his words, no, who exactly are you? Tang Wu, Dong Bongsu stated coldly, drawing his blade as his red eyes flared in the dimness. Dong Bongsu's cruel smile twisted, revealing the depth of his dark satisfaction, you have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. You bastard, the old man screamed in furious betrayal, I personally bestowed the Tang family name upon you. And now you dare try to kill me, Tang Wu, the old man raged, his voice echoing with a profound sense of abandonment. You beastly wretch, the old man cursed, regretting not having ended him on the ship back then for daring to bite his own master. The old man desperately commanded, Gu. Tear apart your host's body, resulting in a sickening burst of blood. Dong Bongsu's unseen voice taunted, Kihihi. Did you forget that the goo is still inside you? Dong Bongsu's red eyes glowed with cruel delight as he described the goo shredding the old man's body until he bled from his 7 orifices. With a swift, powerful movement, Dong Bongsu blurred into motion, his menacing red eyes fixed. That bug? Dong Bongsu calmly scoffed, a confident glint in his red eye as he held his blade. I took that thing out a long time ago. What? The old man gasped, his eye wide with profound shock and disbelief. How in the world? The old man questioned, as a profound narration began to describe the nature of this place. This place, the narration declared, was a world of madmen. A world where martial arts were killing arts, and madmen lived by the law of the strong preying on the weak, Dong Bongsu's eye reflecting the blade's cold truth. Sometimes in the name of the orthodox, sometimes the unorthodox, sometimes the demonic, the narration continued, painting a picture of relentless conflict. They enforced their brutal justice through violence, as depicted by figures locked in bloody sword combat amidst flames. In this place where strength was the only order, the strong were butterflies fluttering in the sky. The speaker, however, had been a mere caterpillar crawling on the ground. But now, the narration asserted, in this place, everything was about to change. I will kill Tang Wu, the inner voice proclaimed, and become a butterfly. And then, the narration concluded, he would once again become a hunter, preying on the beasts known as martial artists. Tang Wu, Dong Bongsu declared with a sinister smile, you are my greatest prey. No, the old man cried in horror, disbelieving that he, the soul-chasing poison hand, would be killed by a mere dog he raised. I said no, the old man screamed in a final, desperate resistance, but it was futile as the blade entered. A massive blue energy blast erupted violently, its power exploding outwards. The blue energy blast continued to expand and echo with immense power through the environment. The colossal blue energy blast impacted or emanated from the valley floor, illuminating the surrounding mountains. The scene transitioned to a serene sky, where warm, golden clouds parted for soft, ethereal light. Dong Bongsu sat bare-chested, gazing up at the golden, light-filled sky, recovering from the ordeal. As blue energy emanated from Dong Bongsu, a system notification chimed. A holographic display announced a level up for Dong Bongsu, advancing him 10 levels from 14 to 24. 10 levels, Dong Bongsu mused, observing the notification. Dong Bongsu contemplated the gain. It's a significant amount, but it falls short compared to the reputation of the soul-chasing poison hand. I thought I would level up much more. Dong Bongsu stood observant, his sword still piercing the earth beside him, the sunlight illuminating the valley. What a total wreck, Dong Bongsu thought, observing the old man's mangled body in the crater. Dong Bongsu analytically considered the experience gain. Was the experience dispersed because he was already dying? If they could reduce Tang Wu to this state, the ones left up there, even if I go now, I wouldn't be a match for them, or they've already fled and would be hard to catch. Another system notification chimed, capturing Dong Bongsu's attention. A holographic interface revealed his first-class advancement quest, Vagabond, requiring one more kill to complete the 99 out of 100 enemies who were level 10 or higher. Come to think of it. Dong Bongsu mused, a new line of thought forming. Dong Bongsu grasped his blood-soaked sword, pulling it from the ground with a definitive sound. There's no way Tang Wu fell down here all by himself, Dong Bongsu deduced. I haven't spotted her yet, but she must definitely be somewhere nearby. Dong Bongsu held his sword, now gleaming and ethereal, with white, smoke-like tendrils rising from its clean blade. Dong Bongsu stood contemplatively in the valley, his sword held ready amidst the scattering red petals. Dong Bongsu gazed upwards with fierce determination. I only need one more, until I advance to Vagabond. The vast cliff face loomed, the old man's body and bloody crater a stark reminder of the fall below. Hai regained consciousness with a pained groan, stirring amidst the scattered red petals. Disoriented, Hai weakly questioned, "Wh? Air," as she surveyed the misty valley around her. "GHK." Hai cried out in pain as she struggled to move, her body contorted by injuries. Hai assessed her fractured leg, but a flicker of relief crossed her face. "My leg. Is it completely broken? How long have I been passed out? But still, I'm alive. That alone is." Hai's eye welled with glassy tears, a mix of pain and profound relief. "Hai," the young woman cried out in distress, spotting another injured figure. "Hai. Are you okay?" the young woman pleaded, trying to reach out. "Just wait a second. I'll." The close-up tragically revealed the other child lay dead, her face bloody and still amidst the red petals. Hai reacted with profound horror, her eyes wide and mouth agape at the sight of the deceased girl. Hai choked out a sound of immense effort, remembering her grandfather's words, and struggled to crawl forward, determined to survive and return to the Tang clan. With grim resolve, Hai pushed her hands against the ground, driven by the mantra, "I have to survive." Hai grunted with exertion, her hands pushing forward in a desperate, slow crawl. Exhausted, Hai collapsed, lying prone and defeated amidst the blood and dirt. "You!" Hai gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she looked up. Hai, injured on the ground, stared up at Dong Bongsu, asking, "How are you here?" Dong Bongsu's face became a surreal vision, obscured by vibrant red butterflies, symbolizing his hidden identity and menacing transformation. In a grim landscape stained crimson, Dong Bongsu stood over the defeated Hai, a knife in hand, casting a shadow of violence over her despair. Hai looked up, her world fractured, and struggled to question how he could possibly be there. Her words tumbled out, desperate and pleading, begging for help to return to her Tang family despite her injured legs. Her confusion was a sharp pain, the sight of his knife blurring the lines of her perception. Before, the old man explained that those who mastered poison inevitably accumulated it within their very bones and blood. He flexed his arm, the old man, vividly emphasizing that the more they trained, the more they became poison humans. Yet, with a serious gaze, he cautioned that while the accumulated poison wasn't a major threat, it was potent enough to do something remarkable. He demonstrated, his touch melting a metal blade into wisps of smoke, a vivid display of impossible power. The old man then encouraged the child to continue training, promising he would one day reach that very same realm of mastery. His eyes closed in a gentle smile, the old man proudly declared his ultimate hope: the child would become a martial artist who surpassed even him. The blood-stained sword in Dong Bongsu's hand was a brutal echo of recent violence, its presence chillingly undeniable. Hai's tear-filled eye reflected the horror of a dawning, terrible understanding. Her voice a raw accusation, Hai asked if he had murdered her own grandfather. Collapsed and distraught, Hai questioned how he could betray the grandfather who had bestowed his very surname upon him. Her teeth ground with a visceral fury, Hai struggling to utter the fractured word, traitor. Consumed by a swirling, blood-red rage, Hai lunged, screaming that he was nothing but a traitor. Her screams tore through the air, Hai vowing with absolute fury that she would end him. Only menacing, red glowing eyes were visible in the deepening shadows of Dong Bongsu's face, his dark nature looming. With a visceral impact, Dong Bongsu unleashed a powerful, glowing strike. His intense gaze reflected Hai's terrified face, a distorted reality played out in his eyes. Hai's screams of anguish and despair echoed, her reaching arm a silent plea in the red-tinged air. A detached narration observed, it was just like bugs. The region of Anhui was described as a colossal, gu jar, forged by the ominous heavenly demon castle. Within, countless silhouettes clashed, insect-like figures struggling, killing, and being killed in chaotic, brutal battles. The narration pondered if the longer a bug survived in such a jar, the more toxic it inevitably became. And if all the other bugs perished, leaving only one, the implications of such solitary survival were stark. The detached narration directly challenged Dong Bongsu, questioning how much that accumulated toxicity would strengthen him. Dong Bongsu's hand rested on the hilt of his sheathed sword, a quiet gesture of ready resolve. He crouched before Hai, a cold thought crossing his mind. Killing her now, Dong Bongsu mused, would be unsatisfying and might not even meet his quest conditions. His face snarling with contempt, Dong Bongsu delivered his scathing judgment, because you're weak. Hai's reality fractured, quest. Weak? What kind of bullshit, she cried out, her disbelief boiling into rage. A dagger plunged with violent force, its impact resonating off-panel. Dong Bongsu confirmed, his dagger forcefully planted in the ground, that he had indeed killed Tang Wu. His glowing red pupil intensified as Dong Bongsu issued his chilling challenge to Tang Hua to claim the price of Tang Wu's life. Dong Bongsu's red eyes burned with a defiant promise, he would be waiting. Hai's eyes streamed with tears, her internal scream of agony and terror reaching a crescendo. Her face contorted in utter despair, Hai's prolonged scream tore through the desolate air. Falling amidst a flurry of red petals, Hai screamed curses, vowing to kill Tang Sam and declaring he would regret not ending her then. Anhui, the narrator corrected, was no longer just a gu jar, the entirety of Murim had become one. The factions, orthodox, unorthodox, and the heavenly demon castle, were all soon to become countless bugs. These bugs would swarm the Murim, killing each other, and to survive, Dong Bongsu resolved he must become stronger, strong enough to face an expert of Tang Wu's caliber. His internal quest interface appeared, showing his progress towards becoming a vagabond, requiring 99 out of 100 kills and a target of level 30. To accomplish his goals, he determined he needed to hunt with far greater efficiency. Dong Bongsu looked upward, his resolve a chillingly clear reflection of his fractured purpose. A menacing smile spread across his face, his red eyes glowing as Dong Bongsu declared his new hunting grounds. He would seek a place with more blood, more battles, and more experience points, marching forward with cold intent. The epic scale of the Murim unfolded, jagged mountains shrouded in mist, promising new adventure. A powerful impact erupted, sending a figure flying through the air. The man with long white hair, covered in blood and dirt, struggled to curse Tang Wu for detonating hidden weapons in their faces. Another man gravely observed that the Tang clan's heaven-shrouding petal rain technique had not been the complete version. He clarified that Tang Wu, lacking internal energy, had merely detonated planted hidden weapons, possessing only the form, not the essence. Yet, a contemplation of the unexpected power of that incomplete attack lingered, its force still palpable. The other man, shaken, exhaled in relief, acknowledging their narrow escape had been pure luck. He revealed the harsh truth: they would have been annihilated had they not used Water Shadow as a shield. He noted Water Shadow's resilience, confirming she was tough as nails and still alive thanks to her heart guard, despite being half dead. The man instructed his injured companion to take Water Shadow back to Muban, while he departed for the Murim alliance to prepare a second stratagem. The man with long white hair screamed, his face contorted in shock, asking if he was truly meant to go to Muban alone. He vehemently protested, refusing to die and insisting they face the journey together. As Shadow yelled out to Shifting Shadow, as an explosion rippled in the distance, marking a swift departure. Shifting Shadow grimaced, a pained sound escaping him through blood and dirt. Clutching his head, Shifting Shadow expressed his profound terror, his mind reeling. A formidable mountain temple, illuminated by ominous red lights, stood imposing and mysterious in the dusk. A hooded figure stood before massive, ornate doors, a red glow seeping from within. As he and others carried a body up a grand staircase, Shifting Shadow nervously reassured himself that nothing bad would happen. Shifting Shadow exhaled deeply, the stress of his journey evident on his face. The hooded figure remained at the threshold of the imposing doors, the red light beckoning. A low rumble filled the grand hall, hinting at the powerful presence within its opulent walls. Shifting Shadow crawled across the vast hall, desperately calling out the name Muban. He declared the successful completion of the first stratagem, proudly stating it was achieved without issues. Though he tried to project confidence, Shifting Shadow stumbled over his words, downplaying Water Shadow's slight injury. The man with long white hair stood, his back to the viewer, addressing a distant, authoritative figure. Shifting Shadow, his smile strained and unconvincing, forcefully reiterated that there had been no issues whatsoever. With triumphant eyes and a smirk, Shifting Shadow proudly reported the annihilation of the Namgung clan and his personal role in taking the Patriarch's head. A stylistic transition blurred the scene, weaving ornate patterns over the grand interior. Kneeling, Shifting Shadow began to deliver further news about Tang Wu, his words urgent. A single tear formed in the man with long white hair's intense eye, reflecting a profound emotional reaction. His ear was sharply attuned, every sound a potential cue for his internal processing. A long corridor stretched ahead, bathed in an eerie, shifting dance of red and blue light. The man with long white hair, his back to the scene, sternly demanded that Ash Shadow repeat his words. His face now revealed, Muban's glowing red eyes met the perceived truth as he sternly questioned if the first stratagem was truly completed without any issues. With an unsettling glow in his gaze, Muban's voice cut through the ominous silence, questioning the flawless execution of their first stratagem. A strangled gasp escaped Shifting Shadow, a purely visceral reaction to Muban's unsettling scrutiny. A heavy thump echoed as Shifting Shadow, cowering on the oppressive floor, fearfully confirmed to Muban, insisting it was absolutely correct. A cataclysmic boom of blue energy burst forth, a raw exhibition of power. A chaotic surge of light blue energy crackled and whizzed with violent, untamed speed. Muban's steps advanced, his voice echoing the relentless question, why had Shifting Shadow gone to the Murim alliance? Then, with another thunderous impact, Muban pressed further, demanding to know why Water Shadow had returned half dead. Shifting Shadow stammered, his terror rendering him almost speechless. Muban's single red eye burned with an intensity that promised grave consequences. A chilling whoosh underscored Muban's stark warning: if such a failure recurred, Shifting Shadow's death would be anything but easy. The question hung in the air, a cold demand for unwavering comprehension. Shifting Shadow's reply was a terrified, trembling whisper, barely able to utter Muban's name. The silent, imposing aftermath found Muban standing tall while Shifting Shadow remained utterly prostrate. With a gentle tap, Muban's demeanor shifted to a strange concern as he approached the gravely injured young man. As Muban's glowing hands initiated a mystical energy transfer, a deep thump and crackle resonated, drawing the young man into shuddering convulsions, for countless streams eventually returned to their source. Muban declared his dark philosophy: in the end, there is no distinction between oneself and another. Your flesh may perish, but your chi ocean shall flow through my veins, as the young man convulsed from the surging, crackling energy transfer. Amidst the ceaseless crackle and shudder, Muban named the agonizing process the return of all streams to the source, as the young man's face contorted in agony. With a satisfied whoosh of energy, Muban calmly pronounced that Water Shadow would now become whole once again, through him. A heavy thump and a swift whoosh punctuated the absolute horror reflected in Shifting Shadow's wide eyes. A heavy thump followed Shifting Shadow's strained congratulations to Muban, uttered from his prostrate form. Shifting Shadow remained bowed, his face deliberately hidden, concealing whatever complex emotion stirred within him. A new tension entered the air as Mubon leaned in, expressing a sudden, ominous curiosity. Tears streamed freely down Shifting Shadow's face, his terror now starkly visible. With a swift whoosh, Mubon's glowing eye locked onto Shifting Shadow, demanding to know why the first stratagem had truly failed. Shifting Shadow tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat, a swift whoosh of fear stifling his voice. Finally, Shifting Shadow revealed the truth: there had been an unforeseen individual, someone not part of the original plan. A swift whoosh accompanied Shifting Shadow's strained confession, attributing the critical information to himself. The individual, he explained, had appeared alongside the soul-chasing Poison Hand, only to then fall from the treacherous cliffs of Xianjun Mountain. Then, with a sudden, terrified burst, Shifting Shadow exclaimed a crucial detail: the expert had emitted light. Mubon's single word, light, was a quiet question, but deep within, his mind was already calculating its true significance. Shifting Shadow vehemently confirmed, describing it as a true pillar of light. As Mubon's hair seemed to flow in response, a chilling swoosh bridged the gap between his piercing thoughts and Shifting Shadow's palpable dread. Mubon's imposing voice cut through Shifting Shadow's weak coughs, summoning Baiyan and Guangan. A crack and smash of potent energy emanated from Mubon, asserting his formidable authority. Both Ash Shadow and Guangan, his two subordinates, acknowledged Mubon with unified submission. Mubon gave grim orders. Baiyan was to take Ash Shadow to the base of Xianjun Mountain's cliff and retrieve the body, even if it meant bringing a corpse. Ash Shadow, veiled and submissive, vowed unwavering obedience, accepting the gruesome command to retrieve even mere bones if the target was shattered. With a final clang and a swish, Mubon strode away, leaving his two subordinates kneeling in his wake. Mubon paused, turning to issue a cryptic new command to Guangan: send a message to Old Beck. Ash Shadow, his veiled face radiating concern, pleaded with Mubon to reconsider, warning that the path was dangerous. Mubon remained stoic and resolute, ignoring Ash Shadow's plea with an unyielding coldness. With a bowed, veiled head, Ash Shadow offered a reluctant, forced acceptance of the command. Mubon's form receded with a quiet swish, disappearing into the distant reaches of the hall. A subtle smirk touched Mubon's lips as he looked upwards, his mind already weaving the intricate threads of a deeper, hidden agenda. With a quiet thump, Mubon's fingers touched his neck as he pondered the words, light, a pillar of light. His glowing eyes gleamed with a calculated realization, as Mubon mused aloud if this truly signified a level up. A crow soared freely, a dark silhouette against the expansive, bright skies above a sprawling traditional city. With a soft flutter of wings, a crow landed near Dong Bongsu, seated peacefully in the courtyard. Dong Bongsu delicately began to unravel a small, rolled-up message scroll. A non-committal "ha" escaped Dong Bongsu's lips as he processed the scroll's contents. The crow perched calmly on his shoulder. With a decisive crumple, Dong Bongsu discarded the message, rising from his seat. Dong Bongsu stood facing the main building of the grand complex, ready for whatever lay ahead. Dong Bongsu's shadow stretched across a lively outdoor eatery, where patrons bustled around tables. At an outdoor table, Hai casually slurped her noodles, absorbed in her meal. The old man approached Hai, respectfully addressing her as Miss Yun, bearing news of a letter and a new mission to find someone. Hai, with a defiant slurp, promptly dismissed the old man, prioritizing her meal with blunt irritation. The old man stood in bewildered silence as Hai continued her unhurried slurping, completely oblivious. Hai took a long, unhurried drink from her cup, prolonging the old man's wait. A contented "ah" escaped Hai's lips as her cup clinked down, signaling the satisfied end of her meal. Hai finally stood, ready to move on, and asked for the cost of her meal. The fat man cheerfully called out the price, 3 coins. Hai reached into her robe with a smooth swish, preparing to pay. The fat man's eyes widened in sudden, intense interest as he watched Hai. With judgmental clucks of his tongue, the fat man scolded Hai for daring to drink so much alcohol in broad daylight. He then offered an oily wink, inviting her to his tavern for drinks and a hearty snack, implying he could even join her. Hai remained utterly unimpressed and unaffected by his suggestive overtures. Hai simply held out a single coin. The fat man's confusion over the single coin quickly turned to bewilderment as Hai's foot suddenly impacted the ground, sending a coin flying. Hai's foot powerfully stomped, followed by the definitive thud of the bouncing coin. With an angry thump of his fist, the fat man exploded, demanding to know what Hai thought she was doing. Then, from a dark, distorted void, Hai's voice echoed a chilling question: heads or tails? The fat man angrily protested, refusing to play along with Hai's game, just wanting his money back. The fat man stammered in terror as Hai's eyes began to glow with a menacing, otherworldly white light. Hai's single eye burned with an unsettling, malevolent white glow. The fat man could only manage a choked, terrified, His mouth opened in a silent, agonizing gasp as profound terror seized the fat man, choking his breath. As Hai's foot stepped down, her voice, still menacingly calm, prompted for the coin's outcome, H heads. Dong Bongsu's foot descended, the floor beneath him already stained, a grim welcome to a reality far removed from the virtual. A piercing shriek tore through the air as the gold coin landed with an unnerving finality, sealing Hai's terrifying transformation. The fat man exploded in a frustrated roar, unable to comprehend the twist of fate as the coin had landed heads. Hai remained an unmoving, silent observer, her calm a disquieting counterpoint to the fat man's rage. Declaring the situation utterly boring, Hai turned and vanished, leaving another man to politely bid her a safe, if bewildered, farewell. The grand courtyard lay still and empty, its traditional architecture a silent witness to the recent bizarre encounter. The fat man, still sweating, wondered aloud if Hai had been a martial artist, nearly dying over just 3 coins. With a mischievous smile, Hai plunged her blade into the fighter's eye, the sound of the strike echoing her gleeful brutality. A guttural gurgle escaped the man as blood erupted from his eye, his face contorting in a mask of agonizing pain. The injured man collapsed backward, his body thudding onto the cold, hard ground. Another man rushed towards Hai with alarm, calling out to her with a frantic urgency. The man questioned the coin's outcome, reminding Hai that it had clearly landed on heads, but she only smirked, examining her bloody finger. With a casual flick, Hai sent a small object skittering across the tiled floor. The gold coin, its square hole marking it distinct, spun and wobbled across the tiles before settling. Hai, provocatively touching her bloody lips, challenged the very notion of reality, asking if it was tails now. A worried breath escaped the confused man, his expression a mix of concern and resignation. The man warned Hai that such blatant violence was difficult to clean up in broad daylight, but she defiantly retorted, holding a severed head. Hai, still holding the severed head, grimly offered a ruthless solution, asking if she should just kill everyone. The man, his face shadowed with resolve, drew his sword with a decisive clang, accepting the grim task. The man walked away with purpose, his footsteps measured, as Hai observed his departure from behind. Hai leaned in, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, reminding the man of what he had been about to say earlier. With a flowing movement of her hair, Hai smirked, asking for the identity of the person they needed to find. The scene shifted to the imposing grandeur of the Murim Alliance headquarters, bathed in the fiery glow of a sunset. The Murim Alliance leader observed the assembled leaders, noting that everyone had finally gathered. With confident assurance, the Murim Alliance leader, Taoist Sage of Heaven, declared the commencement of the Great Council. Hebei Ping clan patriarch Ping Muhyek urgently questioned the alliance leader, demanding to know if the rumor of the Namgung clan's annihilation was true. Sichuan Tang family matriarch Tang Weriang rebuked him, confirming the grim truth of brother Tang's death and the rumor's validity. The man reacted with a shocked exclamation, disbelief etched onto his face as he absorbed the dire news. The alliance leader calmly raised his hands, attempting to quell the rising tension among the agitated participants. He solemnly confirmed the Namgung clan's attack by the heavenly demon castle, the backdrop of a burning city underscoring his grave words. Wudang sect leader Heian Yang slammed his hand down, shouting in furious anger at the confirmed attack. Shaolin Temple abbot Bangchen uttered a prayer, his eyes closed in solemn contemplation of the grim tidings. The alliance leader explained the heavenly demon castle's mysterious centuries of silence, now broken by an undeniably extraordinary show of power. Wudang leader Heian Yang grimaced, expressing deep concern at the immense power required to exterminate an entire clan. The alliance leader corrected their assumption, stating that it was not an extermination. He then revealed that there was still one survivor, gesturing towards a newly revealed presence. Namgung Hai, the second daughter of the Namgung clan, bowed formally, greeting the Murim seniors with poised reverence. Matriarch Tang expressed her surprise at a survivor, and the alliance leader instructed Hai to recount the events herself. The Qingqing leader, enveloped in mysterious green energy, intensely questioned whether the heavenly demon castle was truly responsible for the attack and brother Tang's death. Hai, her face partially shadowed, confirmed the heavenly demon castle's brutality, adding that she would have died without elder soul-chasing poison hand. She concluded her somber account, emphasizing her narrow escape from death during the brutal attack. Zhuge clan patriarch Zhuge Mun, stroking his beard, acknowledged the situation's gravity but advised a cautious approach. Zhuge Mun stressed the vital importance of assessing the enemy's true strength, as a surge of green energy manifested around him. Matriarch Tang, with narrowed eyes, extended her hand, generating her own surge of green energy. A fierce debate erupted as Matriarch Tang passionately demanded immediate retribution, while Patriarch Zhuge argued for caution and intelligence, each steadfast in their opposing views. Matriarch Tang rose, confronting the alliance leader, questioning if he truly intended to idly watch as, that ink-brained fool, suggested. Other leaders observed the escalating argument, their expressions serious and contemplative. The alliance leader responded to Matriarch Tang's challenge with a knowing smile, hinting at his own decisive plans. He definitively declared war, proclaiming that reasoning clouded a warrior's mind, and the Murim's law demanded blood for blood. Matriarch Tang enthusiastically agreed, raising her fist in support of the Alliance leader's declaration. The Alliance leader's declaration of a sword for a sword, blood for blood echoed over a montage of brutal battlefield scenes, underscoring the Murim's immutable, violent rule. Kneeling with conviction, the Alliance leader addressed the gathered pillars of the Murim, preparing to make a momentous statement. With powerful resolve, the Alliance leader formally declared war against the heavenly demon castle, his face shadowed with determination. The scene transitioned to a peaceful night view of the city, illuminated by a full moon, marking a shift in time and atmosphere. An old man explained Matriarch Tang's rage, attributing it to the grievous death of Senior Tang. He continued, sharing a rumor that a child who had left with Senior Tang had returned to the Tang family, but in a terrible state. The Alliance leader politely asked the old man to overlook Matriarch Tang's disrespect, framing it as a natural, grief-fueled reaction. Patriarch Zhuge stated he didn't mind Matriarch Tang's rage, believing it advantageous. He explained that the Tang family's fury would drive them to lead the vanguard against the heavenly demon castle with unparalleled fierceness. The Alliance leader heartily laughed, expressing his admiration for Patriarch Zhuge's strategic perspective. He stated that missives had been sent, and all orthodox factions would soon unite. The Alliance leader then sinisterly predicted the shattering of centuries of peace, and that blood would soon scatter across the Central Plains. Drawing his sword, the Alliance leader revealed his true nature, questioning the hypocrisy of their orthodox masks and expressing weariness of their feigned peace. Patriarch Zhuge acknowledged the Alliance leader's grim assessment, finding no fault in his stark truth. In the dark night sky, a single, prominent red star shone, portending mystical and foreboding events. Patriarch Zhuge cautiously warned the Alliance leader about the ominous rise of the cursed killing star, urging vigilance due to its alignment with the heavenly demon castle. The Alliance leader recalled the legends of the cursed killing star, its association with blood, supernatural monsters, and chaotic gods. His sinister smirk indicated a deeper, perhaps dismissive, thought about the cursed killing star. The Alliance leader dismissed the star's significance, rationalizing that in a Murim already built on blood and corpses, one star held little sway. He politely assured Patriarch Zhuge that he would indeed keep his warning in mind. Patriarch Zhuge walked away, leaving the Alliance leader alone in the moonlit courtyard. Patriarch Zhuge reflected on the Murim's inherent nature, acknowledging it as a place already built on blood and death. The Murim Alliance's official declaration of war immediately plunged the land into an ominous and intense new era. Countless orthodox sects and the heavenly demon castle clashed in a destructive and chaotic orthodox demonic great war, with the castle gaining an early advantage. The heavenly demon castle secured its lead through secretly operated branches, rendering orthodox sects helpless against their strategic attacks. The Murim alliance continued to lose ground, and a menacing shadow of unification began to loom over Murim under the heavenly demon castle's powerful influence. A dark peace struck the map with decisive impact, overturning a rival faction. Matriarch Tang, the cold-blooded witch, suffered a severe injury, and in that desperate opening, the heavenly demon castle launched a violent, overwhelming assault. The assault was swift and grim, annihilating the entire Tang family. Riding this strategic dominance, the heavenly demon castle continued its expansion, occupying key territories like Kongtong, Kunlun, Amei, and Qingcheng. Yet, this very expansion might have been their downfall, as mid- and small-sized factions across the Central Plain sensed the looming crisis and began to move, gathering expectantly. This single wind swept across the nation, uniting sects both large and small as they gathered in Zhengzhou to form an epic and unified Murim alliance. With this shift, the war entered a new, tense phase, marked by a powerful symbolic shift on the grand battlefield. The heavenly demon castle, having reached Shangxi, was strategically pushed back to Gansu as the Murim alliance, gaining momentum, decisively retook Mount Kongtong and the lands of Sichuan. With each passing day, the war grew fiercer, delivering impactful blows to both sides. The strategic struggle continued, each move fraught with tension. Yet, in the intense stalemate, neither side could completely overpower the other, a frustrating truth for both. The Orthodox demonic Great War eventually became a somber war of attrition, and just as its flames began to die after a year, another massive conflict fiercely unfolded in the northern reaches of the Central Plains. The northernmost reaches of the Central Plains roared with battle, an epic and harsh landscape engulfed in crashing and shouting. The Guishui fortress is right ahead, a fighter cried amidst the brutal crunch of battle, urging them to kill the barbarians, and charge. Hurry up and bring the catapults and battering rams, a fighter frantically yelled, pulling another along in the urgent chaos. Immense catapults on the snowy cliff roared and thudded, poised for a harsh, militaristic assault. Load them already, a grim voice demanded as soldiers squished through the snow, carrying the macabre ammunition. Move, a fighter commanded, his grip clenching sharply on another man's face in the tense confrontation. Dong Bongsu moved with powerful force, sending an opponent flying through the snowy air with a forceful impact. Dong Bongsu, standing atop the grim catapult, declared with tense resolve that he would enter the fortress himself. "Are you insane?" a fighter cried in alarm, questioning Dong Bongsu's desperate plan to fly into the fortress on a catapult loaded with plague-ridden corpses. "If you don't get out at once," an agitated fighter yelled, his hand raised in a confrontational warning. "You dumb bastard. Do you have any idea who that is?" an enraged fighter roared, grabbing another by the face with an intense, forceful grip. "Lord Ear Ghost," a subordinate addressed Dong Bongsu, confirming with a sharp sound that they would fire as ordered. Another fighter voiced a strategic concern: "The distance is great, so it will be difficult to land precisely at the fortress." The catapult roared to life, launching Dong Bongsu into the tense, climactic sky. He rushed through the air with a whoosh, followed by screams and the violent crunch of impact as bodies rained down. Dong Bongsu soared dramatically through the snowy sky, leaving an awe-inspiring bright trail as soldiers on the ground watched in shock. Explosive impacts crashed and roared as bodies fell through the chaotic, snowy sky, marking his violent descent. "Ha!" Fighters murmured in surprise as massive impacts crashed against the distant fortress, signaling a sudden attack. "So the Ear Ghost truly does use strange martial arts," one fighter mused contemplatively, noting its resemblance to the legendary Void Walk. "Ha! The catapult?" a fighter exclaimed in surprise and confusion, bewildered by its sudden whooshing disappearance. On the snowy fortress rooftop, archers took tense aim, ready for defense. Dong Bongsu stood alone, a solemn figure before the imposing gate of Guishui Fortress. Timur Khan, the powerful overlord of the North and Northern Yuan conqueror, sat with a commanding presence, a wolf at his side, as something subtly crunched. The wolf beside him rumbled with a primal, threatening growl. "You've come." Timur Khan challenged, his intense gaze fixed on Dong Bongsu. Dong Bongsu stood on the snowy path, facing the fortress gate where his opponent awaited him in tense anticipation. Timur Khan confronted Dong Bongsu, known as the Ear Ghost, about the tales of his mysterious origin and the shocking brutality of hurling corpses over fortress walls. A man with not a trace of a warrior's pride, Timur Khan accused with a hostile, clenched fist, blaming Dong Bongsu for their sorry state. The air hummed with anticipation as a subtle swoosh marked the moment before the inevitable clash. "This is the final war, son of the grasslands and the sky," Timur Khan declared as he lunged with his spear, initiating immediate and intense combat with a powerful roar. Timur Khan, his expression intense, demanded to know Dong Bongsu's true name. Dong Bongsu replied with a calm, cryptic word, trebuchet, a term that held a peculiar significance. That is your. A surprised voice began, as a dramatic, powerful blast of blue energy erupted from the ground with immense roars. A destructive, overwhelming explosion of light blue energy roared forth, with Dong Bongsu standing calmly at its epicenter. Dong Bongsu, with a calm and analytical demeanor, summoned his status window with a flash. He observed his informational display, noting with a self-reflective calm that his EXP remained unchanged. Dong Bongsu, sword in hand, determined that his current tricks wouldn't suffice as he faced a shadowy wolf figure. The glowing purple wolf attacked with an intense roar, meeting Dong Bongsu's defensive stance. The powerful wolf crunched down on the glowing sword with violent roars, creating a destructive impact. The wolf's teeth crunched down with visceral, aggressive force. Dong Bongsu mentally acknowledged the tense, challenging reality: the powerful wolf's teeth were biting his sword. "You dare pull these pathetic tricks?" Timur Khan roared, enraged, as a growling, kinetic force enveloped Dong Bongsu with crashing impacts. Timur Khan delivered a powerful, glowing punch that roared with intense, raw power. A massive purple energy explosion roared, overwhelming and destructively engulfing the battlefield. Timur Khan landed powerfully, asserting his dominant presence with an impactful thud. "Dead? If so, that's disappoint," Timur Khan began dismissively, before a shocking discovery twisted his words into ing. Dong Bongsu unleashed an intense and explosive counterattack, swinging his red energy-infused sword with a powerful roar. Dong Bongsu, amidst swirling energy, stood with confident arrogance, stating he was just starting to get bored of hunting here. "And if I kill you," Dong Bongsu declared, swinging his sword with a powerful, menacing whoosh, "I think I'll be exactly level 30. Timur Khan, bewildered, could only ask, "What are you talking about?" Dong Bongsu's eyes glowed red as he smirked, his grip tightening on his sword, a dark and menacing prelude to his next words. Dong Bongsu unleashed an extremely violent, aggressive attack, surrounded by roaring red energy and splashes of blood. Timur Khan recoiled in horror and disbelief, realizing the attack was inexplicably directed at Dong Bongsu's own body. Activating the vagabond exclusive skill, Crystal Instinct, Dong Bongsu's theme shifted to kill count, boosting his stats by 60%, as he snarled, "Shut up and die." He was eager to return to the Central Plains, where prey was crawling everywhere. In the distant past, Timur Khan, the last descendant of the great Khan who united the north, set his ambitious sights on the western lands. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Central Plains during the Black and White War, the hegemon of the north marched his armies to war. When Dong Bongsu reached a new hunting ground to level up and advance his class, he knew the moment he saw him. That man was the final quarry Dong Bongsu had to bring down here. This hegemon of the north was powerful, shrewd. And above all, he commanded an army. To bring him down, Dong Bongsu realized, he would need an army of his own. Revealing himself by slaughtering countless enemies and cutting off their ears, Dong Bongsu became known as Igui, the ear ghost, and his following grew. Dong Bongsu grew stronger on the blood of enemies, and at times, even allies. Dong Bongsu killed Marmota, Timur Khan's right-hand man, and drove the Khan into Guisui fortress. Even then, Dong Bongsu kept hurling corpses into the fortress, until those inside were stricken with a virulent corpse plague, yet. Timur Khan roared, demanding to know how Dong Bongsu dared let his mind wander while facing him, as Dong Bongsu wondered how the man was still able to move. Dong Bongsu questioned what could possibly be driving this walking corpse to keep fighting. A massive explosion erupted. More explosive forces collided. Timur Khan let out a battle cry as he launched a powerful energy blast. Dong Bongsu was violently thrown backward. Timur Khan roared an aggressive battle cry. A swift, wolf-like creature lunged at Dong Bongsu. Dong Bongsu mentally accessed his inventory, then struck the creature with a sudden, forceful weapon. With a dismissive sound, Dong Bongsu swiftly dismembered the creature with his sword. Timur Khan questioned if that was the technique that had killed Marmota. Timur Khan analyzed the soundless, traceless blade that appeared without warning, deducing that the earlier trebuchet attack must have worked the same way. Timur Khan snarled, dismissing it as a paltry trick with a grunt of defiance. Timur Khan roared with derision, charging forward and condemning Dong Bongsu's sheer arrogance for believing such a trivial thing could kill him. His snarling mouth, stained with blood, promised merciless ferocity. From the shadows, Dong Bongsu's single eye burned with cold intensity. Dong Bongsu retorted, calling it big talk for a man at death's door, as his glowing red sword struck with a resounding clash. His red sword attack moved swiftly, creating a massive energy-filled impact. Dong Bongsu declared his next move, Chain Strike, as his blade swished menacingly. His Chain Strike unleashed a cascading flurry of red energy chains that sliced through the air. Dong Bongsu moved with incredible speed, launching multiple slicing chain attacks. Timur Khan registered with shock that Dong Bongsu's attacks had just gotten faster, a chilling realization. Timur Khan bellowed and unleashed a powerful purple energy attack. Timur Khan challenged Dong Bongsu to block his Void Shatter Ring Spiral Thrust, launching a devastating spear attack. Dong Bongsu grunted in surprise, struggling against the impact of the powerful attack. Timur Khan conceded that Dong Bongsu had blocked it, but vowed this time to shatter him, sword and all, with a swish of his weapon. A massive energy clash erupted with a tearing sound. A powerful shockwave radiated outwards with repeated impacts. Timur Khan grimaced intensely, his teeth clenching in strain. Timur Khan collapsed to one knee, groaning in exhaustion. Dong Bongsu observed that Timur Khan's body was in terrible shape. Dong Bongsu realized that if Timur Khan drew on any more internal energy, he really would be doomed. From a distance, Dong Bongsu began to charge a powerful blue energy attack, his aura whistling and swishing. Timur Khan cried out as the blue energy attack struck him with a tearing and swishing impact. Timur Khan was barraged by multiple blue energy attacks, whizzing and striking him repeatedly. Timur Khan shouted defiantly, proclaiming he was still fighting to the bitter end. With a sharp intake of breath, Timur Khan declared Dong Bongsu's efforts not enough, still not enough, as energy swished around him. Timur Khan vehemently shouted his defiance, demanding if he had not told Dong Bongsu that such petty tricks could never kill him, as a force impacted. With a guttural growl, Timur Khan was pierced by numerous blue energy blades and fell to the ground with a wet thud. In his final moments, Timur Khan uttered Marmota's name in a shocked gasp. Dong Bongsu delivered a final, fatal blow with his red sword, impaling Timur Khan with a sickening squelch. The bloodied, red glowing sword thudded after the killing blow. Blood dripped and splattered onto the pristine snow. Timur Khan fell with a heavy thud, impaled by his own spear. Dong Bongsu reflected on Timur Khan driving his spear into his own right-hand man without hesitation, as Timur Khan sneered that Marmota was dead, merely a lump of flesh. Timur Khan articulated his warrior philosophy, to the warriors of the north, to live is to struggle, we live to die, and die to live on. Timur Khan fiercely declared that if Marmota was dead, he had found rest, snapping at Dong Bongsu not to concern himself, with a choked sound. Dong Bongsu finally comprehended why Timur Khan was still moving. Dong Bongsu stood over the defeated Timur Khan, who had ultimately achieved his own glorious death. Timur Khan posed one final question to his killer, asking if Marmota had died smiling. A single, unblinking eye stared, already embracing the stillness of death. With a guttural rasp and a chilling smile, Dong Bongsu replied, he seemed to. Timur Khan shouted in satisfaction and acceptance, proclaiming, then that is enough. Timur Khan roared, unleashing a final attack with a swishing, impacting force. Timur Khan challenged Dong Bongsu to see whose rest awaited at the end of their clash. The two powerful attacks collided with thunderous impacts. The explosion intensified, roaring with overwhelming force. Debris pattered onto the battlefield from the massive explosion. Dong Bongsu stood victorious but heavily wounded over the fallen Timur Khan, groaning with exertion. Timur Khan, in his dying moments, gasped out a question about Dong Bongsu's final move. Dong Bongsu revealed his devastating final move was a martial art he had created himself.